The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
Says what we're all thinking, I think.
You need to get over it, Bennett. You need to let it go, okay? Yumi exists, you just gotta live with it, alright?
All of the greatest tales of heroes across the ages have been someone that was dedicated. You look at Hercules with his 10 labors. You look at Theseus and
what did he do?
The Argonauts.
Right.
You look at Sisyphus pushing the stone up the hill over and over again. I am Sisyphus in this situation.
Are you?
I will never remove Yumi from the game, but it will not be for lack of trying. Thaddeus, okay?
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see if she gets banned in this game. Nico, LeBlanc, Vi taken off the board. LeBlanc, ever since Humanoid debuted her in the LEC on day 1, has been causing quite the terror here at the LEC. I'm still waiting to see the Zoe pop up, the other champion that can take advantage of the Static Shiv tech. But so far, we haven't had an opportunity to see it. Of course, there are still a lot of power picks open. The Cassante is still available. The Emilio, the Yumi, Aphelios, some teams consider ban-worthy. Maokai is another one that's worth consideration. Obviously, all of them can't be banned, but the Maokai will be taken off the board by XL, which then is likely going to result in Emilio for Yumi trade.
Yeah, that's what I expect from this sort of position. Of course, Yumi plus Aphelios, a very strong combination. Emilio teams up with a lot of AD carries, especially the Lucian, the Jinx, the Aphelios works very well with them. We have seen a bit of Emilio Cogmore as well. Can be very powerful, but Cogmore, a bit of a sitting duck in the bottom lane, can easily be exploited. Where will XL go with their first pick? I think Emilio is usually the first choice in these situations, but Aphelios, it seems, for Patrick, will be locked in by XL.
Well, you can trade for either or, right?
Yeah,
take the Emilio or the Yumi. In this situation, with both Zeri and Draven taken off the board, you have to consider that Aphelios rises in priority very quickly. XL want to make sure they can grab that for themselves. The question is, what do SK have in their back pocket? So far this split, we've seen Zeri and Jinx come out from Exakick. Of course, SK haven't had the strongest performance. Exakick, a bit of inconsistency so far in summer. He was a bit of a superstar back in winter, and I think that many SK fans are waiting to see him kind of return to that consistent form, competing with the top AD carries in the league. We'll see if he can start today alongside DOS on Emilio. But I imagine jungle may even be locked in right now. They can grab themselves the Wukong if they want to, get themselves that Wukong Annie combo. It depends on where they want to put that priority, but it will be at that AD carry, and they will give Exakick something that he is quite comfortable on in the form of the Jinx.
And something that team fights really well later on into the game. As you said, they could have left the Jinx for 3. You really know that XL aren't going to lock in another AD carry alongside their Aphelios. There's the Yumi, and now expectations are that it will be a jungle lock. It could, of course, be the Annie. That's where XL put their main priority. Do SK now try and answer with a mid laner of their own? Or do they look towards the jungle and then pinch that pool coming into the second ban phase?
Wouldn't be surprised to see the Ahri. Alternatively, if you're concerned about the Wukong Annie combo, you can lock in the Wukong now, and then pair that up with an Ahri yourself later on, or some other mid matchup, depending on what you have prepared. The safest would be to just match. They could also grab themselves a Cassante, but it seems that they are concerned about that Wukong Annie combo. So now you imagine that SK will continue to narrow that jungle pool, maybe consider removing the Sejuani. The Poppy is actually going to be taken off the board. Peach, the Cancers were talking about it yesterday, very familiar with the champion. Sejuani is one of Peach's go-to, has a lot of success on it. I believe his win rate is now 10-3 all time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken off the board next.
Not great in the LEC in terms of win rate. Those 7-1 so far for Peach on the Sejuani. XL taking a bit of time, pondering where this ban will go. Could look towards that mid lane, remove the Ahri, but instead Malphite their first pick.
Cassante continues to make it very far through the draft. I mean, it's been a more common trend that we've seen here in Europe, with the AD carries continuing to be the priority. But again, Sejuani very much what I expect on the side of SK. XL deciding to remove the Malphite. I guess when you think about some of the obnoxious things that Aphelios could potentially deal with, Malphite does make a lot of sense. If they want to continue with that trend, they could look to remove the Cassante, Ornn, Sion, all the top lane tanks basically, Renekton is something XL could look to remove unless they want to lock that in for themselves. Sejuani Renekton is something we've been seeing a lot of. I don't think Sejuani Annie is the strongest combo. Oh, but the Ahri also makes a lot of sense. I did think that they would look to ban away some mid laners earlier on. But Certus maybe going back to Syndra is something he played a lot back in spring.
That's something he's pretty comfortable on as well. And we'll see where SK decide to go. They could also look towards a blind top here and save mid for last, but having already seen the Annie, it makes more sense to lock in mid here. Lissandra is their decision, gives them a lot of CC as the game does go later. But it means XL can just get the Cassante, who around the world really is an S tier pick, probably one of the S's of S tiers.
I mean, also like a lot of players in the LEC have done a lot of work with Cassante. Oscar Rinin, we saw, who is the other one? Chasey is the other very strong performer on the Cassante here in the LEC. Ivan is of course banned right now, has been considered to have a mid-scope rework, so unavailable for play just like Rel. So that's just a bit of a cheeky hover. The Rek'Sai hover here, I would be very surprised. Viego makes the most sense.
And Viego Annie is a combination.
We're about as meta as we can get.
Yeah, it's frustratingly so at times. And they're the most meta of meta top laners. It's either Gnar or Renekton. Those are your two meta choices if you look through the annals of League of Legends history. And Gnar, of course, is safe into the Cassante, gives you teamfight threat later on. You have a lot of AoE control in later game teamfights for SK.
It's also Irrelevant's most played all time, right?
True.
So it's just more comfort for the side of SK. The Lissandra threw me for a loop a little bit. Obviously, we've been seeing it less in recent meta, but in terms of the Wukong Lissandra combo, it's still very effective, gives you a lot of utility. I just think that in early laning phase you can struggle because you are slightly shorter range than the Annie, which means that she can get some pretty positive trades against you. But aside from that, your utility is very monstrous and it gives you a lot of wombo combo potential. Gnar, Wukong, Lissandra, all great as a top side in terms of the team fights. But when we look at scaling, obviously we're going to be talking a lot about these AD carries and how much can this Cassante have impact in these team fights. I do kind of prefer a little more of what SK are bringing to the table, but with these late game teamfight comps, a lot of it comes down to execution, and we'll see if either of these teams can find an early start. Because honestly, I think that has been one of the big problems. Neither of these teams are the most proactive when it comes to finding early game leads.
But if two movable objects beat many, one of them will move more. You know?
Surely.
That's kind of the hope.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out.
We will. For XL, 6 games since their last victory. For SK, 9 games since they last picked up a win. It was against XL all the way back, I think, week 2 of summer. A long time ago of spring, in fact. XL versus SK. Someone's got to win, starting now. Okay, humor me, Vetty.
Okay.
Never gonna happen. But I've just had a huge mind wave.
A mind wave?
Mind wave.
What's that?
What champion dashes a lot?
What champion?
Or used to, at least. Huge amount of dashes. In this game.
In this game?
That's right, Yumi. Because you're dashing between your allies all the time in a team fight.
Yeah, true.
What item synergizes really well?
They're not going to build
a lot of
static
dashes,
shiv. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm just saying, if you could shoehorn static shiv into a build, you should.
I don't know.
I played Rakan with static shiv Everfrost yesterday.
Why?
I went 7 and 10, but it was the most fun I've had in ages, okay?
It doesn't make any sense.
Why not? You're dashing all the time, you auto-attack.
I don't think static shiv is that broken. I think that what makes it broken is how often you can stack it.
I've seen Bones in a trauma ward less broken than static shiv. It says Patrick, extra kick and DOS trade here. Patrick has to flash away, exhaust and heal used by the Yumi. And that's the power of a cozy campfire. Sit a while and listen as DOS and extra kick win out the 2v2 trade.
Well, that is a very bad start for XL's bot lane. You know, one of my big criticisms... Yeah, I didn't realize that he would have to go back. I guess losing your pot, level 1, is not a nice place to be. He's going to have to fully heal. And this is what we professionally would call a yikes.
Yep.
Not good. Not good at all. Mainly because of the XP difference. He's already lost... I'm not going to count on the minions. He's lost XP.
We'll say 4, because that's how many Extra Kick has.
Sure. He's... well, it's not going to be that many. But in any case, he's going to lose XP, he's going to lose gold, and it's the XP that makes the biggest difference, especially in the bot lane, because now dives become a lot scarier. Obviously, with the changes to like the mid wave and the tower plates, diving has become less common. We heard from Dagda yesterday talking about how over in the LPL, they've been finding a lot of champions like Volibear that can do it without the influence of the mid lane, you know, utilizing that ultimate to be able to threaten dives on the bot side of the map. But in Europe, we've actually kind of been just diving less in general. So perhaps Patrick is not as much of a risk as he would have been a few patches ago. But we'll keep our eyes on it. Marcoon is pathing towards the bot side of the map. A lot of vision invested early. You can see wards littered across the map. Observers, if you could highlight what Excel can see right now. Basically, they have a lot of information. They know right now that Marcoon isn't on blue. They do know that the Raptors have been cleared. Now they've got information on where Marcoon is. And basically, a lot of information gained for XL. So they can play pretty comfortably right now. The only problem is this bot side of the map. With no jungle assistance, they just have to be most concerned about that dive. But Abadage keeping this mid push in makes that dive that bit harder because they'll have to do it in a 3 versus 2.
Limit taking the wrong side of a trade there, but obviously as Yuumi can just go untargetable after losing half your health, dash onto an ally, make sure that you are no longer at threat from the enemy laners, though a 10 CS lead already for Exakick. Wave pushing in, but looks about even, in fact. There's only 6 minions on either side, so it's going to be sticking around that wave and a half, 2 waves of CS deficit for the XL AD carry.
Is it going to be a lot of full clearing, Medic? Because I feel like it's going to be a lot of full clearing.
I get the same vibe, you know?
You can just tell from a game.
Yeah.
Normally the first 4 minutes, so I have this rule with a song. I listen to the first 5 to 7 seconds of a song, and I can tell instantly whether I'm going to like it or not.
Okay, that sounds a little narrow-minded, but we'll work with
like,
it.
There's also rules with like certain shows, like watch the first 2 or 3 episodes of a show to judge. Peach, I don't think he's gonna. He was on a ward.
Yeah, but he walked towards them, you know. Took a scuttle crab. Now he's standing nearby menacingly, Vedios.
I mean, Certus really wants that cannon. Well, he should have E, yeah. There you go. Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
so first couple of episodes of the show,
and my rule is like 5 to 7 seconds of a song. Admittedly, like different people have different ranges. Like, how long will you listen to a song before you decide whether you like it or not?
Oh, I just listen to the whole thing because it's on my Spotify mix, and
that's a colossal waste of time. That's like 3 whole minutes.
I'm doing other things. I very rarely, and I know some people are very connected to music.
Yeah.
But for me, there's like 2 or 3 songs in the world that I will sit and actually actively listen to.
Is one of them I Want the LEC Back?
No.
Hurtful.
I sing on
you
that.
were in it.
Yeah, we both know why I don't want to listen to that, Benny. There's a reason in Come Dance With Me, I only spoke.
Hey, you spoke majestically.
I did. I spoke really well.
Yeah, you did. Very good.
But I do not sing that one. So. But yeah, What's Up Danger? Shut Up and Dance by Watermoon.
That's a good one.
Yep.
That's a good one.
But they're all like emotional connection songs for me. The rest of my time, I listen to music while I play a game or while I get flamed by
just
Twitch.
background music.
Yeah, exactly.
Just background music. So have you tried, like, there's a lot of great playlists that just have like background music of games to listen to?
No, because I want lyrics. I want every now and again, I want like 30 Seconds to Mars to come on, and then I'll sing.
Wait, we might have to fight,
fight in the top lane. Oh, flash forward, but oh no, look at the Q3. Flash away from irrelevant.
Okay, just flash for flash. Odoamne, though, showing why Cassante is OP. Abadage just going to drop his combo in mid lane. Very unlikely to really convert into anything. He's going to be forced to push out this wave as well. But the dragon was secured by SK while we were rambling along. The gold continues to stay even for now. Patrick, even after the early summoner spell loss, hasn't really hurt him a huge amount. Of course, he is behind. Finds himself at a bit of a CS deficit, but not the end of the world. Definitely still redeemable.
Yeah. And his flash about to come off cooldown as well. Makes it a bit easier for him in the lane if they do want to try and set something up. But I think the first 5 or 6 minutes of this game have kind of implied to us, Vedi, that it's going to be a little bit of a long one.
Yeah,
or at least it's going to be a little while before we really open up to an action-packed, fiesta.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Herald is likely where we're going to see something.
Okay.
I hope.
You promised that now.
Well,
You've said likely, and we know your word is.
Well, we cast the first XL game. Do you remember XL versus Koi? And we were like, surely
Do
that'll
I
be
remember it was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
No, I've wiped it from my memory.
Sometimes I forget who we cast. We cast a lot of games, Medic. But then they just traded objectives. Peach just like, that's cool. You can have that one, and we'll have this one.
Yep.
So I'm optimistic there will be a fight around the Herald. Again, like both comps, they're very much about scaling. They don't really do much in the early game. It is the curse of our meta when you have ranged supports and more like tankier tops.
Oh, extra kick. Dodges away from the Cleveland. Might have been enough to take him out.
Did he dodge that Q?
He walked up and the shot went down. Maybe every other time in lane he's dodged down.
Maybe.
So then it's a mind game, you know?
Game. That makes sense, yeah.
Or Patrick's just calibrating. His long
That's fair,
shots.
yeah. The download's got to happen. I love
Sadly, he's on Berlin internet. So at the moment for Patrick, it's taken about 6 games to start downloading these things.
That's mean. Funny though. Berlin internet.
Dosk, yep.
It's nice Yumi poke. That's your favorite part, right?
Yeah, the
Playing
poke
Yumi,
and the untied ability and the heals and the shields. It's all
super fun.
It's just a joy to behold. A cacophony of...
Cacophony is a great word.
It is a great...
Abadage? Silly me, thinking he was in danger. Silly me.
Dos was walking across though, and we know Melio has such good follow-up engage.
And the Herald's being started.
Okay.
Come on, Peach, we could fight. Well, I mean, you can't, because top's been pushed in, and mid just has got a reset, and you don't have TP.
But 2 plates are going over to XL on the bot side. They kind of, this is the decision you make as XL when you see the Herald beginning. It's like, well, are we going to move our bot lane up? Probably not. We're just going to try and get 2 plates to even out the amount the Herald would give over to SK anyway.
Patrick, level 6. Dos taking the confident way back. He's actually not going to take any damage. Are they just gonna... No. I was like, no way you just drop the Herald mid, right? That doesn't make any sense.
No, give it to the Jinx. That's where you really want to funnel your gold. Everyone else is just CC for the inevitable Arcane Season 2.
I love Arcane.
Do you?
Yeah, big fan.
Could
I haven't
use one in the
rewatched it,
studio.
though.
You haven't?
No.
I watched the first 4 or 5 episodes while on a treadmill, and then started to not like Arcane as much.
Wait, really?
Because I associated it with not feeling very good while I was jogging, and so then I stopped watching it.
You fool.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense why Gandalf says, "Fly, you fool." It's all coming together now. Makes sense in my head, at least.
Yeah, that's good.
My head, at least, too.
Speaking of Gandalf, Magic the Gathering just released a whole Lord of the Rings set. Dracos and I are talking about what decks we want to build. I'm thinking of like a Will of the Council with Galadriel.
Oh, that sounds cool. I would do elves.
Yeah, so Galadriel is an elf as well, so it's like
Right, I
an
knew
elf
that.
tribal plus.
But I would do
Will of the
cool
Council.
elves. Like,
Cool elves.
like the undead ones or the dark elves. You know, like Warhammer 40k style.
Okay, I mean, they also released a Warhammer set, so you could have just done that as the engage comes in the bot lane. Cyclone already hopped. XL will lose their first player. Limit falls. Peach Heartbreakers away, but still gets rooted up by the Flame Jumpers. And SK draw first blood.
Nice play from SK. They're able to punish the bot lane of XL. Comes a little later, but they still make it work. The level 6 from Marcoon is effective enough. XL just overstep a little too much. They weren't expecting the collapse. The plates are funneled, and SK have now been able to build a pretty tangible lead in the bot side of the map. 1,000 is the advantage now for Exakick. And they're able to make pretty good value out of that Herald as resets come out across the board. Dragon also spawning in about 10 seconds time. XL will be back out on the map first, which means that they can look to try and contest this, but depends on how quickly they can start it. The pings have actually just come down onto Patrick. They know that he hasn't chosen to reset just yet. He's going to push out that bot wave. Mid has also been pushed, and it looks like for now, Patrick, without his flash, if he chooses to recall here, it's going to be a difficult contest for XL. And it looks like they're not going to go for it, but they should be aware of this window. They should know that Patrick's going base, and this should be an easy objective secure for SK as well.
All first 3 neutral objectives go over to SK alongside the kill. 1,000 gold lead, as you said, all of that sitting on Exakick in the bottom lane. And although they haven't managed to fully raise the bot lane tier 1 to the ground, I'm sure that's next on SK's priority list.
So we'll look back at this play earlier. XL thinking that the reset had come through. They're trying to get a bit of information, but the blast going over the wall in the fog of war. Limit just trying to put a ward in there. Surprise! 3 members of SK. The wombo combo is good. Patrick forced to flash out, but Limit nowhere for him to go with no flash at his disposal. Now the attack on the top side for XL.
Irrelevant does have flash back up. Odoamne chasing him with the all out. Peach coming in as well. Flash Spectral more. Flash forward by Odoamne. Heartbreaker over the wall. Irrelevant will knock Peach back, but now on the wrong side of the rift. Can TP out. It's up in Probably like 10 seconds. Might just look for the execute.
Yeah, it's too late.
I'm not sure. Does he execute from this?
I would just press B if I was him.
I feel like he's going to die to Odo. It might still be an execute.
No,
it is.
Execute.
Too long since anyone hit him. So in the end, although there is a death on the side of SK, there were no kills on the side of XL. And now with Marcoon down here, yeah, this could be another dive coming in. There's the TP, counter TP used. Marcoon trying to walk away. Green-white, okay guns for Patrick, not the best combination, but still enough to force SK to back away alongside the TP, obviously. Odoamne getting some damage down in the top lane towards that turret. 2 plates have fallen as Irrelevant TP is back to answer the minion wave push.
Now, it's important to remind everyone that when we talk about stakes, it's very important in particular for XL. It's not that they need to finish high at the end of the regular season, it's just that they need to finish high, period. Yeah. They need to like finish top 2, ideally, at the end of the season. Or the end of the split to be able to qualify for our summer season. SK do have
season finals.
The season finals, yes. But in order to do that, they need to get top 8. And XL don't have the best track record, Medic. So far, they are back-to-back 10th place.
Yeah, 10th twice.
XL don't have a great history overall. You know, they were the team that could never really qualify for playoffs. We then made it easier to qualify for playoffs. And admittedly, they had qualified twice prior to our format change, but then after making it easier, they still could qualify and engage in mid.
Final chance being used. Exakick, though, just healed up with the Breath of Life and the Cozy Campfire. Exakick still at half HP. Patrick invested the ultimate, the final chapter, the heal, and the exhaust comes out from Limit as well.
But yeah, it's kind of a do-or-die situation for XL. They need to get into the top 8, and then after getting into the top 8, they need to be able to finish top 2 to even stand a chance of qualifying for the season finals. To then contest for a spot at Worlds, where we will have 4 potential qualifiers. Odoamne with the all-in once more.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Patrick locked up. Frozen Tomb is his icy demise. Limit will fall as well. Peach getting chased away here. The zap hits him for a slow, but he has a blast cone to escape and fight another day. But once again, it's SK on the board and XL found wanting.
Yeah, observers, if you could give us a little bit more in terms of the setup of that play, because I'd love to see how XL ended up falling prey to that. We saw them commit so much into finding that bit of a skirmish in the 2 versus 2 in mid. To then see them take a fight was very surprising, because it felt like a very easy play for SK to take advantage of. The Herald will be starting up. They know that a bunch of SK players want to go back to base. Marcoon will gain information on this. Actually, he may even look to contest. Certus doesn't have a huge amount of mana. No ultimate either.
Exakick's ultimate is about to come off cooldown, so even though he's in the bottom lane, he could impact a fight across here. In the end, SK will give up the ghost on the Rift Herald and back themselves away. First neutral of the game lost for them. Doesn't go on the scoreboard, so still could be a perfect game. But the Tibbers coming down might change that as Marcoon falls low, down to half flashes. And Cozy Campfire healing him up just a little bit there as he is able to escape. Irrelevant now winning out the trade in the top lane. Odo, no flash on him, but Irrelevant doesn't have that final 300 damage to fell the enemy top.
Patrick now making a rotation up towards the top side.
Is it just a Rift Herald play? Try and get the tower. Irrelevant was caught shopping there for a second. Nars Patrick away. The root comes out with a good wallop from Irrelevant, dashing away to the minions, leaps away. Manages to escape. With the Rift Herald charging in, though, the perfect game falls by the wayside. XL pick up at least a turret. And SK still in command of the game, you feel.
Yeah, it's been a series of weird events because SK really overstayed to try and contest the Herald that they were in no position to contest. Their bot lane, after resetting, already started pathing bot back to bot. And that meant that their mid and jungle just overstayed their welcome in mid. And they ended up getting punished for it. But we go all the way back. So we see Patrick and Peach pushing up into mid. Certus hovering over on the flank. Peach tries to clear out some vision. And then, oh, Marcoon just catches him completely unawares. They're not prepared for the attack at all. Limit being detached. This was just a 3 versus 4 collapse. They didn't respect the possibility of SK engaging here. And they end up getting punished for it. But again, off the back of this, SK resets, but only half of them did. Certus Marcoon stuck around. That meant that XL had a bunch of tempo advantage. But now the dragon fight kicking off, Peach trying to steal.
Almost gets it. Was out of vision as he came in. Not able to get there. And because XL spent so much time pushing out the top lane, SK then had the first reset and first move on the dragon. They can set up for it. And it is their 3rd dragon of the game. Ocean Soul up for them in 5 minutes time if they can keep XL at bay.
Ultimate drop from Patrick to get a bit of poke down. Shouldn't be too damning, as Exakick does have the red buff and a bit of a heal from the Cozy Campfire.
Cozy Campfire, yes. Warm hugs. The kicky thing that I can't remember the name of.
Very optimistic, isn't he?
His Fuemigos and him are having such a good time.
That's true.
It's
A lot of damage from Patrick here.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of the champion that would hate him. It's the Yordle.
Vex.
Vex. Yeah, they're like the antithesis of one another. Oh, look at me using clever words.
Good word, man. 500 points on the SAT, that one.
Really?
I have no idea, man. I didn't sit the SACs. I'm not American. You know?
Wait, but don't we have a thing? Like when you start secondary school?
I went to school in India.
That you did. That you did.
Yeah.
A cultured man.
We do have something in the UK though, because I can remember thinking about having to sit
It's
it
the
and
cat
moved
test
away.
type
Is it
thing.
cat test?
Yeah, something like that. They asked me like, it was like, it's like a mini IQ test to judge what sets you get put in when you join secondary school.
It's not at all elitist. It's segregating. Hey, as an 8-year-old child, here's what the rest of your life will look like.
I was 11, I'll have you know.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I sat at 8, obviously, because of the extra intelligence as Patrick's locked up a little bit. Able to escape, walks out the back of it. Odoamne TPing in as Marcoon tried to get away with the Cyclone. No flash on him. He's pulled back with the all out with the heal from DOS. Keeps him topped up for the time being. Spectral Morph on Peach misses. Heartbreaker's out, but the Frozen Tomb still locks him in place. Irrelevant looking for a flank now, but XL have to hail the retreat because SK are on the advance. Odoamne and Patrick dashing and flashing away. And in the end, it's a 2-0 in favor of SK.
A good patient play from SK. They prioritized the disengage. They thought they saw an opportunity onto Patrick initially in mid lane. After realizing that the collapse was coming through from XL, they immediately moved into the bot side river, which gave time for Irrelevant to join the fight. And then knowing that an overstep had come through from Peach, they immediately re-engage and they find themselves a successul fight. Mid tower goes down in their favor. They extend their gold lead. And SK in firm control of this game, looking to end that 9-game losing streak. So you'll see this initial pick onto Patrick. Very good damage from Marcoon, and Exakick forces him out of the fight, but the TP comes in very quickly from Odoamne. He then forces SK to split up. They think they found a pick onto Marcoon, but he's really not in any threat as it's only Odoamne on top of him. And then at this point, Peach is overstayed his welcome, gets chain CC'd. Irrelevant then joins the fight, forcing Patrick and Odoamne to split apart from the main engage. Abadage gets isolated as well, and it becomes a pick after pick chase down as SK forced a flash out from Patrick as well.
Just throwing good off the bad, right? The initial play from Peach, a little bit over-eager, and then Abadage flashes
That's a
forward.
0.
It is a 0.
Poor Peach.
Yeah.
Not having a great debut here in the LEC. Obviously was not put in the best of positions. Back-to-back 10th place for XL. Expectations already going to be difficult. And struggling with the XL roster to have an impact.
Seeming pretty tiny at the moment. I was hoping one of these days we'd meet up with James and his giant Peach, but right now Peach unable to have that impact.
How many people are going to get that reference?
A few people who sat those exactly. So Marcoon goes in once again with the Cyclone. Heartbreaker coming out. Marcoon falling low. Can't get him with the second Cyclone proc, and Peach will steal away the Wukong. But DOS now joins the fray alongside Exakick. TP coming in by SK as they look to take the top tier 1. Odo tried to stop that TP, I believe. Wasn't quite able to get there in time. XL finally on the board at first kill at 20 minutes.
An overextension there from Marcoon. In the 2 versus 2, well, I would say in the 2 versus 1, he tried to force the fight before his mid laner could really get there, which meant that he took way too much damage before Certus arrived. This then gave the Viego the reset and an opportunity to turn the fight around, giving XL the space to be able to disengage. Of course, SK do get a tower off the back of it, but their priority should be this dragon coming up. As we look back, Marcoon, you look at where the rest of his team is, they're just far too far away. Marcoon goes over the wall, and it just takes a little too long for Certus to get there. The damage comes through from Abadage, and while he does get 2 procs of his ultimate off, it doesn't really matter. Certus kind of ran out of burst. Abadage's in a safe enough position that he can disengage, and that means that SK, they can't get any kills, but they do still get that tower. Now that they've got to prioritize this dragon. 20 seconds, Certus gets the push in bot. With no tower there, it means that they have a little bit more control. They can get that deeper vision. You can already see Certus moving in, gets that control wood in the bot tri-bush. SK clearing out the entrances as well, and they focus on this mid wave. So far, taking all the correct steps and making it as difficult as possible for XL to enter the river. Peach being forced back again, and this is what SK need to do. Force XL away, make it as difficult as possible, clear out all the vision that they invest to try and even gain access to the river, and then look for a potential pick, or just prioritize the objective.
And a struggle for XL is how many flashes they're lacking right now. Abadage doesn't have his. That flash tib is so powerful in a fight. None for Patrick either. Peach looks for Exegate, gets him with the stun, but the Breath of Life gets him out of there. And now Peach is in the midst of 5 members of SK. They continue to push forward. The Moonlight Vigil, super mega death rocket will find his man. Exegate's going to heal up from the Honey Food as well. And now XL in a 4v5 situation with an Ocean Soul on the line.
Abadage's flash is well, it now is back up, which means that the burst is still available for XL, and this is what is making SK hesitant. Even though they've lost their jungler, SK still afraid to contest this objective. It's XL with control over the river. They have the bot push. SK likely to move back into mid, get that wave pushed in, and then see if they can contest the river once more.
No ultimates really for SK either.
5 seconds on Peach.
Oh, Certus goes in, locked up by Odo1. He pops the stopwatch. Irrelevant tries to get him with an arm as well. The wallop has been used. Irrelevant gets Patrick with an arm, knocks him back, but doesn't get the stun. But extra kick will end his life anyway. Abadage trying to do what he can from the back of it, but Odo1's fallen for a double, and extra kick is getting excited, and SKR2. 91 days since they last won a game in the LEC, and they're looking to take down XL once again.
Great play from SK. They were just waiting for Irrelevant to get the Mega Gnar once more. Irrelevant lying in wait, seeing if he can find a pick. Could be getting picked himself here. Abadage doesn't quite have the stun. TP now comes through from Certus. His ultimate's about to be back up, but this will be Ocean Soul. 9 kills to 1. A 5k gold lead. And SK with a commanding performance over XL. Looking to end their lose streak and add another loss to XL's tally.
And what a struggle it's been for XL this year in the LEC. We'll have another look at this because Peach thinks he's caught Exakick.
But DOS, Melio, the extra cleanse available means that he is perfectly safe. He guides him to safety. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes out. And Peach, unfortunately, in an attempt to sidestep it, ends up walking into it. Loses his life, Exakick picks up that kill, but you can see Irrelevant just stacking up the rage. Certus sees that he's got the Mega, goes in with the CC, is able to get the Zhonya's off. And this then makes it easy enough. Nice counter stun from Abadage, but it's not enough. Irrelevant still gains access onto the back line. The crit from Exakick is enough to get the execution onto Patrick, and with the damage gone, it's cleanup for the Jinx.
That's the power of Jinx when she has an enchanter behind her, someone that can give her that little bit of shielding, a bit of extra range as well from the cozy campfire. As soon as you get that lethal tempo stacked up, you become an unstoppable killing machine. 3 items now on Exakick. The Gale Force, Kraken, and Lord Doms. SK starting to set up around this Baron. Abadage stepping forward, double stun. Final chapter coming out as well. Marcoon already fallen. Certus able to escape for the moment. XK trying to dodge away from it as well, but he's shut down. And now XL have found a breath of life in this game as they take 3, they take 4. And what more can they claim?
And just like that, SK face check and Annie. XL, they don't waste any time. The Wombo combo is dropped. They get themselves 4 kills and a Baron, and all of a sudden, this game is blown wide open.
Irrelevant trying to do what he can, maybe take down an inhibitor tower before those Baron-empowered recalls do come out. XL able to even out the gold as well. Only about 1,000 gold behind now. Still, Patrick in a little bit of a hole. 2 items complete for him. But you can see here, Certus checks with the path, sees no one get hit by it, and Abadage and Peach walk in at the perfect moment.
The 2-man stun from the Tibbers, the damage from Patrick, and Exakick. Wow, he commits quite hard with the Gale Force there, puts himself within melee range. Of course, with Odo1 at his back, it likely wouldn't have made much difference if he tried to kite away. No flash available to him, but he did what he could, and it was not enough. SK now find themselves at the precipice of a potential comeback for XL. Of course, still a lot of work left to be done, but as you rightly said, it was a 5.5k gold gap. Now it's just 500 gold. Patrick needs to catch up to Exakick, though. He needs to be that same late game threat that this Jinx is currently at. Looks like the Bloodthirster is being worked on. But no Dragon, no neutrals really to play for, so XL can use this Baron to just stabilize the game and look to buy themselves a little bit more time. Or they might just look to fight. The push in mid. Abadage does have TP. Flash up in 5 as well.
SK can just defend as 5 here. Try and hold on to your mid-tier 1. This will likely fall, and then you can just go back to the tier 2. Give up a couple of turrets across the map to a Baron, but doesn't really cost you too much in the grand scheme of things. You still have that permanent buff, the Ocean Soul, still ticking around you. Elder up in 2.5 minutes, though. We'll see if the teams decide that that is the key point at which they want to fight. I will say they probably will have to fight at that point if they haven't fought before then. For the moment, XL slowly creeping forward into this SK side of the map. They will take the tier 1 in mid. That's all of the outer turrets now felled by them. In the end, the wave should be relatively easy to clear for SK. Exakick now stepping forward with the rockets, and the cannon minion does fall. Top lane, though, pushed in as well. It looks like that tower actually might just go down to the minions. Good wave stacked up here. Certus coming across will be able to clear it out just before it does fall.
XL, though, with the main map control right now, you can see they're the ones pushing way past the vision line of SK. They will secure themselves another tower. Odoamne chipping away at that one in mid. Should be able to secure that too. What's that? 4 towers now off the back of this Baron? A 5,000 Baron power play. 5,000 gold, I should say. And they've actually accrued a 2k gold lead now. Items being completed across the board. Death cap finished for Abadage.
For a second there, he had 2 crowns. Just really greedy for as many crowns as possible. Going Void Staff next. Bloodthirster for Patrick. Means that he is now in a much better position. You can see XL have swung the gold in their favor. And that sequence of events with the Baron was very well played by them. You know, get pressure mid, take tier 1, have bot lane pushing in, stack up a wave top, so that pressures the tower. When Certus then goes to answer top, Odo's in mid, you rotate down towards the bottom side, take that tier 2, take mid tier 2 as well. Gets you as much bang for your buck as you can get out of a Baron buff.
Sure, and now the Elder Dragon spawns in 40 seconds, and it's XL that have to push. They should feel a lot more confident now in these upcoming fights. Patrick very close to a level up. I'm sure he'd like to grab that. Has red-white, which puts him in a good spot. And SK, they have no vision of the river right now. It's the reverse position from earlier. Patrick, look at the shielding that he has on himself right now. Relevant trying to chip away at Odo's HP bar. Peach on the flank, but
so
SK
they did
should
see
know.
Peach clear out a ward, so they know he's in the area. They can't be sure that he is all the way around over by the Gromp, but they know there is the threat of Peach from their jungle. Not usually where they grow, usually in an orchard, but a jungle Peach perhaps a little bit tastier. A morsel so sweet.
Or perhaps a subtle threat that you least expect. Do you like that bar?
That was good, man. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
I have that one for free. Abadage, utilizing the blast cone, has the flash. Keep your eyes on him. He is in the fog of war here. They don't know where Abadage is just yet. Thank you, observers, for highlighting what SK can see. Certus trying to find a flank onto Patrick. The Elder getting lower and lower. But where is this Annie? Abadage lying in wait. Still in fog of war.
Could go for DOS. They go in, they dive in immediately, and Exakick is shut down. An incredible engage by XL. Certus has to flash away, and the Elder, XL's prize.
The patient play from Abadage, but are they going to go for the back door? Maybe they'll just try and get an inhibitor. They need to slow down XL as much as they can. Yeah, they're not going to be able to end off of this. But great focus and great patience from Abadage.
Irrelevant needs to be careful. This is an easy enough collapse for XL. You can see Abadage coming across. Irrelevant does have the flash, but no TP for him to get out. Level 16 ticks over on him. Abadage coming in from the side, has the stun lined up. Odoamne on the chase as well. Prowling projectile won't find its mark. Irrelevant gets the movement speed from the Hyper, and in the end will be safe enough to escape through that topside jungle.
Once again, huge praise to Abadage. Our observers walked us through the vision beautifully throughout that fight, and you can see how Abadage just danced on the edge throughout the entire fight, waited for the perfect moment. The rest of XL very quick to follow up, and they're able to get that execution onto Exakick and convert it into a one-team fight. We'll see it again. Abadage just skirting on the very edge of vision. No ward in the Baron pit means that they have no idea where he is. And then just at the right moment, they wait for Odoamne to get in position. He comes out, double flash. Oh wait, the stun missed.
They still kill him, that's all.
They still kill him. The Baron now being started by
Good play by Abadage there to avoid the vision. He did that perfectly. Just can't predict where Odoamne caught out a little bit locked up for the moment. He tries to get away. The Gargoyle shield enough on him. The Elder still as Patrick dashes in. Gale Force used. SK retreat. back to the safety of their jungle. Peach now in the pit. Irrelevant trying to come in from the side as well. Odo TP up in 5. He can rejoin the fight. And he will reset, regen, and then rejoin. And Badage once again looking for the flag. Just make sure you hit the tibbers this time.
He hits it!
He hits the tibbers and Irrelevant falls. A bear to help out to kill off the Yordle. Odoamne is now going to try and keep the rest of SK at bay. Patrick standing at the back of the pit. The Baron down to 8,000. Will we see a steal? Well, Marcoon's basing and doesn't have smite. Is up in 7 seconds. Odo goes in, all out. Pulls Certus back. The Everfrost as Odo falls. And XL get the Baron. A worthy sacrifice there from Odoamne to make sure that XL could secure the buff. They didn't know that Marcoon's flash was not up, and Certus had a flash stolen as well with the unsealed spellbook, so could have got in there and snuck that one away.
A well-played Baron overall from XL. They took their time. SK trying to find a winner where they can get something back. Good placement of the traps. Zones away Peach.
XL has no flash. Flash forward from Peach, then understand the breath of life, but Peach maybe a little bit too deep because the rest of his team can't quite follow up. Peach down to 300 HP. Exakick still trying to retreat, but Patrick is critting him to death. Another for Patrick. Marcoon now trying to run away from this. Found the projectile not close enough. And SK, they looked for a little bit, but their hand has been ripped off by XL.
This game should have been done and dusted for SK. They had all of the kills. It was 9-1. They secured the soul, and it was all looking fantastic. A single face check has cost them everything. XL off the back of that Baron have turned this game around completely. The second Baron, the Elder, and now they're knocking on the base of SK finally. They're beginning their siege. Exakick's still dead. I don't think they'll try to end the game right now, but the damage is done, and this is now XL's game to lose.
You have to remember for XL, it's been a bit of a dry spell in terms of wins as well. 6 games without a win. SK, all they wanted was a little bit of vision. What did it cost them? Everything, Vedius. It cost them everything. They do still have tools to get back into the game, but it becomes increasingly more difficult. Patrick, 4 items complete, has a Cleanse, has a Mikhail's, has an Ardent, almost has an Echoes of Helia from the Yuumi. Just needs a little bit more gold for that cat to be an absolute enchanting powerhouse. Exakick he's fed. He's incredibly fed. The question is, can he survive for long enough to actually do the damage in a fight?
I mean, look at the level difference. Patrick's 16 to Exakick's 14. Peach as well has been grinding non-stop. He's about to tick over to level 17. He has a 2.3k gold lead over Marcoon. That power farming style, of course, in the early game doesn't give you a lot of agency, but in the late game, if you can get there, it really does pay off. Have a lot of money as a jungler, 3 items fully completed. Patrick, so much shielding. His damage is real. He goes in.
Forward. The Moonlight Vigil just takes everyone on SK down to half HP. They have to respect the damage that Aphelios can put out frontline right now as SK lose another inhibitor in XL. They're knocking on the door of their first win of summer here, Vedi.
And off the back of a comeback as well. They've got to be in good spirits. All of the momentum is in XL's favor right now. We mentioned it earlier. This is their game to lose from this position. The Elder is likely where the game will be decided. A single good fight for either side would be enough to end the game, even for SK. We're late enough into the game now where a single mistake can cost you absolutely everything. 30 seconds now. Both teams resetting back out onto the map. Abadage going to catch that wave top to tick over to level 17. He's got his Void Staff completed along with a stopwatch. Exakick trying to keep that pressure in mid. Give SK an avenue to enter the river. The bot wave is completely pushed in for XL though. They have their way in, but they're actually contesting this mid wave. But look at the vision as well. Observers, we can see what XL see right now. You'll notice it's a lot. They have all this vision on the bot side of the map. They still have a lot of information in the river. Odoamne face checking his way in.
Exakick once again. Odoamne goes forward. Frozen Tomb locked up. Odo with the gargoyles. Not enough to keep him alive.
Too much confidence there from Odo. He thought he was tanky enough to bear the brunt of the damage. But 5 members of SK shut him down.
Patrick dishing out the DPS. Abadage goes in, but a great breath of life from Doss immediately. They get the shutdown, and now Patrick, the key target, but he's killed off Exakick. Patrick pops a stopwatch. Irrelevant and Peach trying to do what they can in the middle of this, but Patrick will fall as well. And in the end, only Peach stays standing. A single mistake defeat grasped from the jaws of victory by Excel, and SK will end their losing drought.
We talked about how it only needed to be a single fight that determined the game. Certus will make sure there's no potential of losing this one. He'll catch that wave in bot, he'll catch the wave in top. He has the TP as well. He's trying to stop these minions from doing what they can, but that should be it. SK, after having the winning position to having to fight their way through back, will secure their first win of summer.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right.
LEC, woo, yeah, I'm Ender, but you can call me Usain Bolt or the Mad Lions, because we're going to get this done and over with in 16 plus 47 seconds. Aw, man. All right, everything you need to know about the LEC coming at you quick. First up, Team BDS, the third team to lock season finals. I forget the other two teams. Could someone please tell me? Those are the two teams, Mad Lions, G2. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Team BDS, they moved along. Only top 3 are the ones we care about in season finals. Just like in Succession, only our 3 best favorite children are going to make it. Sorry, con heads. All right, G2 Esports locked top 4 seed, joining an elite list among names such as Poppy, Pumpkin, Flax, Sesame, Sunflower. It's a seed joke, agriculture. It's funny. All right, they're starting in the upper bracket, and if they win the first series in season finals, they will go to that building and worlds. Let's keep it rolling here. XL versus SK, they're playing right now. Woo, yeah, we love it. Jesus, calm down. Okay, SK, they locked season finals with a win today. World of Warcraft, Wonder, okay. XL, they need a top 2 finish to even have a chance to qualify for season finals. You're telling me there's a chance. There's a chance. All right, XL versus SK. Woo! Yeah, all right. Next up is GB on a bike. Don't buy what he's selling. He's going to be out there pedaling. Also, we are going to be assisted over on the LEC analyst desk with Finn's fantastic head. You won't want to miss it. League of Legends. Yeah.
A broken team, no hope, and weeks of grueling sun, cobblestones, R-category mountains, and a team that everyone thought didn't have a captain strong enough to take them to the season finals. The story of XL's ride in Tour de LEC is a classic underdog story, filled with ups and downs. And to demonstrate, we've asked Goldberg to join and actually try and ride some of the stages XL had to go through to get there. Here is stage 1.
All right. We got it against Australis. I gotta be honest, right now, it's a walk in the park. But the problem actually will start quite early in the early game, so we're gonna have to make it a bit of a toughie if we can bring up the gold grab for this one in the background, because I guarantee you, it's not gonna be as enjoyable. We're talking solo kills on solo kills, where it's not going to be the best that we have right now. You can see it on the background already now, not finding the correct fights that we were looking for in the beginning. So it's a bit of a toughie in this one in the way that it's been written, but it's still going all right, and we can make it a bit easier in the way that the fight clears up. Of course, in this one, it's actually still hard, but then somehow, some way in the late game, we just managed to come back. And some of the late game team fighting that makes the game way easier to play. And it's the story of XL, really, about struggles sometimes in the early game. Despite having a really good plan, they still also have that team fighting in the end that they can rely on. God, I'm such a gamer. So out of shape. Now against Australis, once again, that was the game I spoke about earlier. A lot of the laners are getting solo kills in the early game, which is making the game really hard to play, because we lose priority on a lot of the Drakes, which for XL has been one of the main win conditions. Stacking up these early objectives to really propel the game. But somehow, some way, once again, it gets easier towards the end. On the right, they have the good team fighting. They come back on a fight where they found Australis trying to go for a flank position. Fortunately, not able to make it work. And the ride does become easier for XL in the end. But despite these struggles we've seen from them, it doesn't necessarily mean that every game has to be messy. Because 2 days ago, we saw their first game against Mad Lions in that series. And let me tell you something. Peach right there, you might as well give him the yellow shirt right now. He absolutely had a monster performance. Those mountains of gold was an easy breeze to climb on that bike. And honestly, that game was smooth sailing. Macro, decision-making, playmaking together, rail, rumble composition that we saw as well. Probably one of the cleanest games we've seen from XL, and really deserving of that victory to take it all the way now up against their game to SK. But honestly, I think that's gonna be enough about me. XL are picking up the pace here, and as we're approaching the final hurdle, but remember, it's all about wearing the yellow jersey all the way to Montpellier. So they need wins more than ever now, as they really need that top 3 to finish top 1, whatever it was Ender said in the beginning, to even have a chance. So I'm gonna throw it straight over to the analyst desk. Interview.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Otto straight after the victorious 2-0 versus the Mad Lions. And of course, I couldn't ask anyone else. Your second most played champion is Rambo. So please talk to me a little bit about him being adjusted back into the meta.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he's been strong. I think also on the patches before. We had the playoffs in spring where he was kind of adjusted for group stage. So I was kind of sad that I didn't get to play that group stage because I felt like he was strong. The adjustment was kind of tricky to handle because I don't know. I think I had around like 3,000, 4,000 Rumble games before that, and playing him, it felt like, you know, I didn't know how to play my main and probably best champion, you know. So it took a little bit of adjusting, but it's been overall quite a significant buff. I think the identity shift was quite nice because before he used to be kind of this champion that gets at around 50 or 60, 70 heat, depending on how you want to do your rotation, and then you're kind of like a one-trick pony where you just do your full combo flash over heat and try to one-shot someone. But now he kind of thrives a little bit more when there's longer, drawn-out fights, sustained fights, because he gets to have, with like CDR build, which I kind of like a lot. I like my build to have a lot of CDR. You get to go really deep in the combos, and before you used to pull out only 1 Q, but now you can even do 3 Qs if you manage your hit properly and you manage your combos properly. So identity shift is great, was hard, but definitely I think he feels a lot more modern and a lot stronger than before.
And could you give me really quickly an environment where Rumble thrives when it comes to drafts?
Yeah, I mean, this environment right now, or how the meta is looking right now, is quite ideal because we shifted away from Enchanter supports. We have a lot more, you know, setup, start fighting, skirmishing supports. And also jungle right now, when everything is open, you have, you know, he works well with Sejuani, even with Poppy, with Ivan. You pretty much want someone that can start a fight for you, because if you play with like Enchanter support, usually it's pretty bad because there's no one to set up the fight. But also, he's not really so reliant on your team having these tools. In today's game, I think in the second game, even though we had Rel, it felt quite easy to play because we knew that they have Cassante, Nocturne, and Nautilus. And at one point, the call was, you know, just let Nautilus hook you, because you kind of just want the fight to start and people to be stuck in a place, so you can kind of layer your ult on top of everything, and then that's kind of where he thrives, where there's just a lot of lockdown, you know, real or artificial.
All right, great. So thank you very much, Otto. What we learned from that is pick Rumble, let Nautilus engage on you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Over back to you guys.
Yeah, pick Rumble, if that's an option today, honestly, because I'm not sure that we're going to be able to see the champion, but we want to talk about the top lane here, and for this we have the best guest. Finn, thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm right here.
You're amazing, Ender. We love you. that was a great skit, once again. But focusing a bit more on the Rumble, I'm not sure that SK want to let the champion open today, because when you look at what happened last time, and when you know that Odo Amne, he's so good on the champion, I think this goes to the ban list here. What do you think, Finn?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're SK and you ban Rumble against Fnatic, I don't see a reason why you would leave it up against Odo Amne, probably the best Rumble we have in the league. I probably think we're gonna have to dig a little bit deeper into the champion pools of top today, because I think in top lane right now, like Rumble is kind of Cthulhu tier, where it's like way better than everything else. And then when you don't have Rumble, you can kind of play whatever you want. You go back into the Jaxes, the Nars, the Cassantes, which Both Odoamne and Irrelevant have shown high priority in the past, so I think that's what we're going to see today.
What about the Kennen? Would you rather play against Odo's Kennen or the Rumble?
I mean, I think right now Kennen he's a fine pick, but it's hard to make work always. So I would rather play against Kennen for sure.
But that's the thing, you mentioned it. Jax may be one of the key picks because we know how much Irrelevant loves the champion. Kennen is a good answer against that. But how do you think the top lane is going to end up looking like? What do you see going on the banning list, and what do you see as the matchups that are going to be prioritized here?
Yeah, so I think for sure we're gonna see Rumble bans early, and then I can imagine us seeing the Jax bans coming in later against Irrelevant. They're being very common because this guy, when he gets Jax, he just takes over after one item. He's so good in these matchups. He's played him a million times, kind of like O'Donovan's Rumble. So I think we're gonna see more stuff like Renekton, Cassandra, Gnar today, if I had to guess. In the end, I don't know what these teams prepared. We could see anything. They could be pulling out the Lawis.
Yeah.
I think there is a world too where Odo could go back to like what was working towards the end of the best of ones, or it was like the Cassante you mentioned, the Scion, something like that. In which case, the Jax becomes a lot more impactful from Irrelevant. The Gwen potentially, if there's a good spot there too. But that's really the option if Odo wants to say like scaling tank frontline team fight, or if he wants to play the laning phase and mid game fights, which is where you see the Renekton and those things.
Quick word on who do you think should have the upper hand here in this matchup when you consider how great these top laners have been in their last games?
I would have to give it to Irrelevant. I think he's been having such a good split. And Odoamne, the second game of Rumble kind of disappointed me a little bit. Getting solo killed by Cassante shouldn't happen.
Oh, but Rumble's getting banned today, so he can't get solo killed on the Rumble.
That's true.
But as you said, Irrelevant had a really good split so far. SK has been ramping up also as a team, and we saw that in the setups they had and the way they were approaching mid-games and objectives compared to the single round robin we had earlier, especially when it comes to taking vision and taking the Barons early.
Yeah, the 20-minute Barons are just like, what is actually happening here? It's crazy they were able to get 2 of them in their series, and what we actually found out looking at this was they have a ward on Noah clearing wolves, and they're already pathing towards topside. They see him resetting right at the 20-minute mark, and they're instantly pinging, we're going on to the Baron. It doesn't matter that there's vision in the area. They're ready to snap onto that, commit the teleport as well, so they can guarantee burst this down before Noah gets back into the fight. On top of that, the zoning between the Maokai ultimate coming in there, the knockback from the Tristana ult there as well. Yeah, the smite isn't perfect, but it didn't actually need to be because all of the stall util was there.
Yeah, I like when teams are able to identify what needs to happen when enemy makes a mistake. Here they had a really good ward and Noah took a greedy base and they insta-capitalized. The keep is coming in immediately, they insta-start the Baron, and I think these kinds of things are mistakes on Fnatic's side, but it's really good to see them punish it. Here we have a great Dragon setup by SK, where they're actually leaving their Akali on mid to get a flank and just going for bot instead, which is their strong point, because they have the Gwen on the side end, which will push in. And that actually creates a scenario where even if they lose on mid waves, they have a 50-50 fight on the river here. And it's gonna see, even though they're 2.5k gold down here, they actually pull a miracle fight out of nowhere and manage to come back into the game and secure the Dragon, which I think was very impressive.
Yeah, there's a lot too of like Certus trying to like wait to find his moment, trying to get around some vision, knowing like the river was going to be littered, to be that one player coming in on the flank and cause some pain there. So even though he ends up dying, they get control of the river after the trade 2 for 2 and move smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, we've seen some improvements on this side of SK when it comes to managing the early game, and they had a great series against Fnatic. We can say the same thing also about XL ramping up, I feel, since the beginning of summer. Who is the most improved team here? And what should be the expectations coming from this series?
You can't say any team is more improved than XL. I feel like double 10th place finishes to coming in to the roster changes, of course, Peach coming in, and then sort of the adaptation they made between week 1 and 2. I think what's impressed me most now is seeing that it's not just like a champ select thing, right? It's not just like taking scaling and winning team fights later on. They're playing a much more like mid-game focused comp and still finding really good ways of setting up those team fights so they can do it at multiple different stages of the game, and that's why I think XL is legit now.
Yeah, no, while they are legit, I want to see what the Limit can make do without the Rel. I think it looked incredible on the Rel. Like, he found his miracle engages time after time again, and I want to see what they can do when maybe the Rel doesn't get hand-delivered over him for free. I do think XL should be the favorites coming into this, seeing how the trajectory is going right up. But I do think SK has a pretty good chance as well. I really like how Mark and Relevant are playing, and I feel like it kind of matches the strong side of XL. The top jungles lately have been performing super well, and it's going to be cool to see who comes out on top.
Should be a really interesting series when you consider how strong these teams have looked in the first series they played. But let's find out which team is the first to lock their spot in the LEC Summer Playoffs with Quickshot and Dagda.
Thank you so much, and welcome back to the caster desk for the winners bracket matchup between XL and SK. That is not a sentence I was expecting to say, but something that I am very anticipating and looking forward to is what both of these teams are going to do. They both looked exceptional in their series wins. They both grew and developed a lot from the regular season, and now we get to see how they match up against one another.
Yeah, I'm super excited, especially when you look at like the way XL were able to play was very much, hey, we're going to get these early leads, play through strong late jungle, look to bully you then in the mid game as we just go for fight after fight after fight. Whereas when I think to SK, it was like, hey, we want to slow it down, we want to take it easy, and now we're seeing these two styles going up head to head. I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top.
Welcome to Picks and Bans for Game 1 of this best of 3. XL had side selection and picked blue side for game number 1. I'm very intrigued to see what happens with the Rumble in particular today. Not only is Odo a monster on that particular champion, if it will be permanently banned, which is what I'm anticipating, what will be let through? Maokai still open and available is one of the priority picks. Rel as well, something that we've seen have a huge impact throughout the course of the weekend. And then Kai'Sa. Both of these teams picked Kai'Sa, blue side, first pick in all of their respective games on Saturday. So will it be removed or will it be secured for XL here?
Yeah, I think it's also things like the Tristana, as you say, like the Maokai, the opportunities to go for these double AD kind of compositions has been really good. But I mean, you heard Ender talk about in the test. XL, I thought, would have gone for this style coming in, especially when we saw what they played in the regular season. But with them going for much more of a, hey, we want to go for a strong mid jungle with things like the TF and all coming through, and then playing things like the Rumble, it definitely feels like they're trying to shift up their style coming into the bracket stage. So I'm excited to see exactly what the game plan is here. Do we get the Maokai slipping through? Do we get the Tristana? And what is going to be the first pick here for XL?
And then the question is, how do these specific teams pilot those champions? I think in terms of what we have seen and expectations, SK were not necessarily pressured particularly hard by Fnatic in the early game. They had a fairly comfortable time during the laning phase, were able to scale up, and then demonstrated they can team fight well. I think that XL will be a little bit more proactive, look to punish them. So will their draft reflect it? And yet again, Kai'Sa first pick, not surprised at all.
I think it just keeps you so open here because you can't actually go for things like the Tristana, which is going to be snuck away here. Poppy going to be taken as well. I imagine Exakick is probably looking for something like a Barris then in this bot side so you can try and have a little bit of the AP damage there. But honestly, you're in a pretty good spot. You can still find that elsewhere. So coming into this, I think it's very clear for SK. They want to try and go for that late game scaling with both of these AD carries and try and play through similar styles we saw against Fnatic. Whereas when you look towards XL, I am expecting them, as you say, to maybe even try and go for something that's a little bit more aggressive in the jungle. We saw Peach had a fantastic performance on the Lee Sin, but I think when you're up against the Poppy, that's probably out the window.
Yeah, and of course, for Peach, one of the players that definitely took a little bit of time to ramp up and find his impact with XL during the regular season, didn't really have the greatest of performances. That Lee Sin, though, styled on people and absolutely dominated, but not in that traditional way that I would have anticipated. He full cleared early, then found kill after kill. And with this time around, he's going to be locking in the Sejuani, complementing that Jace. The Jace still going to be a little bit of a flex. It could go top to Odo, they could go mid to Abadage, and similar with the Kai'Sa, could go mid or bot.
I think either way, though, you're setting up yourself really well for a lot of skirmishing on that top side for XL. If you want to put the Jace in mid, you take something like a Renekton in the top side for Odo Omne. You got those triple melees that you can look for stun into a ton of damage from that top side. So for XL, they're setting themselves up beautifully, and again, Kai'Sa just a great follow-up for a lot of that. Nautilus taking on the opposite side, not a massively surprised. So I was actually going to say, I think for SK, banning things like a Jax or a Renekton could be really, really good here, but looks like they're more concerned about that bot lane matchup and making sure that they can actually get onto Patrick if they're going to put their attention onto this bottom side.
I mean, they're going to need some form of like easy to execute, easy to follow up, hard engage, because with the Kai'Sa and the Jace poke already, this is going to be a difficult situation to break through if XL get control of the lanes, get control of the map. You talked about it already, how SK have kind of demonstrated a preference in terms of their play style. And right now it's going to be the Alistar removed, the Jax denied from Irrelevant as well. A couple more selections coming through here. The Kennen, another pick, somewhat targeted at Odawamne. He absolutely loves the Yordles. He's going to be relishing in the current meta. Played a lot of tanks throughout the course of the regular season earlier this year. Very happy to be back on the carry champions here for the group stage.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely something that it's nice to see that Odo has been able to bring out to the forefront and be that big carry. I think he had like 40% of the team's damage in game 1 in the Rumble, like absolutely insane. So won't be getting it this time around. We'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. I think both sides here very much looking to see where they can squeeze a bit more AP damage into their compositions though, because you're looking already Tristana likely going mid, not 100% guaranteed, but you would like to have something like a Varus probably here for X-Kick. I like actually taking the Renekton away. It does mean that chances are Odo's going to respond with something like the Gnar, which are taking a lot of that synergy we'd already talked about with that triple threat on top side of just ton of melee damage, ton of just upfront burst that you really don't want to have to try and deal with here as SK.
Yeah, I mean that Renekton is the second most played champion for Irrelevant. While his win-loss ratio doesn't look the greatest, he's having a phenomenal summer season. Huge impact consistently for SK Gaming, and just like you predicted, the Gnar has now been locked in, and waiting to see where this support will go for Limit. Limit has got the kind of more disengagey type champion locked in, but the Braum has been a little bit more flavor of the weekend, and going to anticipate that. Kai'Sa bottom lane, the Jace in the mid lane, obviously. And for XL, pretty well-rounded. Pretty, kind of run-of-the-mill type of composition here.
Yeah, because I think a lot of what XL want to do is try and play through their strong top side here. You've got a lot of AD damage that can come through very, very quickly and try and set up for these skirmishes. And having Limit there on the Braum is just like, cool, we don't have to worry about Nautilus. We can tank up a whole bunch of that. And just the Freljord synergy you get between the Sejuani and the Braum is nasty for some of these skirmishes.
It really is. And also, because of that Braum lock-in, could be a little bit more influential in a potential double AD comp. However, last second swap out, SK lock in the Ziggs, going to put that in the bottom lane.
So I've been really liking this. I've been seeing it a lot over in the LPL. You got like Gala, Jackulov, a bunch of guys that are picking up specifically this Tristana Ziggs composition, and it is obnoxious to deal with. Ziggs is able to be left on his own on the bottom side. He takes the TP. You end up unlocking DOS then to play heavily around Certus in the mid lane. And because you're now getting presence in the mid lane as well, you can lean that into a Rift Herald. And then you got Tristan Ziggs to come off the back of a Rift Herald. Like, they immediately take mid lane tower, you immediately get access to the map, and it's this composition that can snowball very, very effectively off of these early pickups with the tower gold. So I'm expecting SK, honestly, what we're kind of talking about, they very much want to play the map smart, pick up gold, destroy towers, snowball aggressively into the late game, whereas when you look across XL, it's trying to fight, trying to use these beefy bruisers you got on the top side to find those advantages.
Brain versus Brawn is going to be the biggest simplification. And for SK, if they get a moment alone with the tower, it will be falling. Certus and Exekick will destroy them immensely quickly. And for Exekick, this is his first time Ziggs in any of his professional games. He's one of the players that was incredibly fired up against Fnatic. Out of his seat, ecstatic. Can he do it again and lock in the season finals? Welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 in this best of 3. If SK Gaming secure the series, they will be the 4th team locked in for the season finals event on the road to Montpellier, on the road to Worlds. And for SK, started the year strong, struggled recently, and now seem to bounce back. I want to see how well they use this tower demolition combo. Because against Fnatic, as you mentioned, moved around smart. Their macro game was visibly how they wanted to play and win.
Well, this is a really good spot to try and bring out the Ziggs, because the whole point of the Ziggs is like, hey, am I really under threat of being Terra Dove? Can I clear out these waves super effectively? Like, am I going to be fine to sit on my own in the bot lane? And you're kind of ticking all the boxes, right? Like, yes, Kai'Sa can do a lot of damage when she gets onto you, especially at level 6. You do have to be quite careful as Exekick that she doesn't just immediately burst you out. But in the grand scheme of things, you're not really going to be too worried about a Braum. You're not going to be too worried about them being able to dive you before you're clearing out the wave. So a lot of this is going to be, okay, DOS, how do you try and impact mid lane? How do you try and get out on the map and link up with Marcoon in these situations to get that ball rolling for these objectives?
And exactly like you talked about, if XL try to initiate skirmishes early on, fight around the top trio. That Nautilus is going to be phenomenally helpful. And of course, the Ziggs, once he gets a couple levels and some AP, will be able to clear and push those waves very, very quickly. Right now, though, level 1, the Braum and Kai'Sa just trying to force this SK bottom lane back, using that Winter's Bite, trying to zone them away from some of the minions and experience. One of the challenges, obviously, you're going to experience when you do have that non-traditional bot laner. And when you take a look at the jungle right now, keep a close eye on where Marcoon and Peach will be making their moves. Bottom quadrant for Peach, top quadrant for Marcoon. So right now, a little bit of indications where they could be moving exactly as expected. Irrelevant as well as Certus pushing their lane deep onto XL.
It looks like Marcoon wants to go for an invade though, especially with the way he's angled himself. He's not going back to bot side. You can see the pings are going down because they had that ward on Raptors. So I think Peach is going to be expecting some sort of play here. I would need Jace to start roaming across here, just in case stuff goes wrong.
Well, not doing any movements just yet. Charge into the wall there for Marcoon. The mid laners are still trading ever so slightly, and Marcoon's still alone in the jungle. But look at the damage there. Abbedagge and Certus continuing to bash heads against one another while Marcoon has started off the blue buff. I think he may have enough time to finish that off. Bottom lane continues to trade. Limit, will you stand behind me? And flashes immediately. That was a great bomb from Exekick, positioning Limit deeper into SK's lane to get additional autos and damage onto him.
Also the fact that Patrick ended up sending his plasma into the void, so it went immediately into a minion and couldn't really get the damage that he needed off onto Exekick. Peach though spots out Marcoon, but I'm not really sure there's much they can do about it. There's a big wave there. Now Marcoon's starting to walk out.
All right, Odo maybe the first one to arrive. Marcoon does get bopped and uses the Scuttle Crab to get a little bit of safety. Back up finally from Certus, and it's XL that get first blood, punishing Marcoon. A hop, a skip, a jump over the wall, and Certus gets one back for SK. Interrupted on the retreat, and he's low on mana. Limit will be able to arrive to the fray as well, but not in time to save Peach. Certus will be forced to flash finally over the wall, being chased down by Odo, who hops and uses those boomerangs to get the hyper, and a 2-for-2 early on.
The thing is though, Marcoon was still getting a lot of the experience that was coming through from the camp, so you're still kind of getting a little bit messy here, where Peach has lost all of his top quadrant apart from the Gromp, whereas when you look at Poppy, she can still enter into bot side. Marcoon though sticking around that little bit too long. Nice job by Peach to wrap around to get in behind, and then just getting those procs off to finish off Marcoon, but Certus jumps forward, then gets the auto to get another reset so he's over the wall, and this is where Certus was like, alright, I'm gonna peace out, but almost the fact that he got stuck kind of helps out XL in a way. So
he ended up with the 2 kills secured. We're back into fighting. Irrelevant's going to use the slice and dice to get to safety. Marcoon's trying to help out as Odoamne hops over the head of the crocodile. That's another kill secured for XL. Marcoon flashes forward to get another in reply. Odo's on the hunt. He's got 2 under his belt, and with blue and red buff on his champion, that will be an easy one to secure. 3-0 for the top lane now.
We're still going. Certus is leaping over.
Oh, here comes Certus. The fight's not done. No ultimate available to him, and O's going to be able to jump to safety. Also, so close to that Mega Gnar. And Dagda, you talked about how there was going to be focus on the top side. I didn't expect it to be from SK invading and then trying to set up those fights.
For SK, it was a case of, okay, cool, we can try and use the fact that Irrelevant has push, Certus has push, and use that into the top side of the map. But they kind of overstayed their welcome, and now they've given a lot towards XL. 3 kills to Odoamne in the top side. Abbedagge fishing for Certus as well. The top side of the map is heavily in favor of XL right now.
And take a look at what this does. Okay, so it's 300 gold for now to Odo. Irrelevant's got slightly more CS. A minor advantage to Peach. And there's that kill and assist for Certus. It hasn't equated to a gigantic difference in combat power, other than that dagger and attack speed for Odo. But more importantly, the fact that he has been accelerated, the fact that he was the danger player in their first series of the group stage here, that is exactly what they're hoping for, and this is going to be so tough for Irrelevant. Blue and red on the Gnar.
Definitely, and this is where Irrelevant is going to struggle, like especially as he starts to get underneath the tower, you can start taking these pop shots. The thing I'm liking though from SK's side of things is that they are starting to get DOS unlocked. You can see in this bottom side, this is what I was talking about. Ziggs is totally fine to just farm it out, pick up the waves as it goes, and this means that DOS can start to roam around the map. Now, has tried to move in mid, hasn't really got a huge amount, so the big thing now for DOS is, as you get the reset here from Exakick, try and pick up some of these waves in the bot side so you can hit level 4, level 5, you're not falling too far behind, and then start to make plays towards the mid again in about a minute's time, just as that Rift Tower is about to spawn.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about SK's willingness to move around, because in their first series, very minor gold lead at 14, only 0.5 kills and 1 death, so they conceded a little bit more. This time round, I think they are looking to be more proactive. They are following Marcoon on the invades, and it is a different look to what we saw on Saturday.
Definitely. The last time I was looking at these guys against Fnatic, I was like, God, I could have switched off the first 14 minutes because nothing would have happened. And SK were very happy to do that. They're like, as long as we play the map better, we're going to be fine. This time around, I thought we'd actually see a similar story, especially with the composition that we're looking at, but instead, Marcoon wants to take the fight to them. I like this from Excel, though. They're kind of reading the fact that, hey, look, SK's game plan hinges on early Rift Herald. Let's take the Dragon. So then that's off the map. They can't really trade. And we can actually start to look maybe for some of these aggressive plays on bot side and interrupt SK setting up for Rift Herald.
Okay, setting up timing-wise, how do they play it out? 7:40 on the clock. Already, Marcoon is picking up the Scuttle Crab, stepping into XL's territory. Level 5 doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict, but I think he's like 1 minion away from securing it. Looking to do so. Hexflash available to him. Minion wave is very, very thin, and Meganar's about to proc, so that would have to time out. On the minimap, Abadage already moving towards the river. Not going to commit to the movement, and I think Dagda, you called it. You can see both Limit and Peach making their way towards the potential Rift Herald. SK just looking for opportunities, Marcoon rather, more specifically, trying to find a target to jump onto.
Yeah, DOS has been spotted though by Limit, so they're well aware that SK are sitting in this brush.
Ooh, Marcoon Hex flashes over the wall. Limit and Peach step forward. That Glacial Prism will not lock anybody down. Keeper's Verdict sends only Limit away. Kill secured by XL. They managed to punish Marcoon. He committed to a play that, frankly, didn't look like there was anything available.
He didn't know that he was spotted. They thought that they were sneaking into this completely free, but with Limit just barely spotting them as they tried to get into the bush, XL are aware, and now it's XL they're able to get this Rift Herald, and this shuts down a ton of the pressure that this composition has, because so much of it is, okay, we're going to get Rift Herald, move Certus and Exakick into mid lane, and you're trying to go for bomb into Rift Herald charge into a satchel from the Ziggs and just immediately burst down mid tower. But with the fact now you don't have the Rift Herald as part of that play, it makes it so much more difficult to operate in that style.
So much more difficult for XL. That 13 or 1400 gold lead is already a great start. That's the stun secured onto Odo. Meganar's just about to time. He uses the ultimate, flashes and throws out the boomerang. Peach will arrive to the fight momentarily. That's a flash over the wall for DOS. Commits the bop on the head and kill secured by Irrelevant. Managing to pick up the shutdown as well, which is huge considering how he was falling somewhat behind. I think the observer's just highlighting that teleport being used by Exakick to the bottom lane. And let's not forget the fact there are 3 teleports on the side of SK. So while they didn't secure the Rift Herald, just the kits alone and the potential to move around the map very quickly, if XL misposition or mistime their waves, SK can still look to punish.
It's also a good read from SK, because for XL, you kind of have to use this Rift Herald somewhere on the top side of the map. It's so difficult to use against the Ziggs because the wave clear and everything else that comes with it, and Abadage might be in trouble.
A little bit of damage. DOS level 5. Here comes Limit as well. Abadage's dropped to around about half. Certus looking to get some additional damage. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out. Dredgeline pulls Limit back, but there's not enough damage yet. Certus hasn't completed a big item. Peach needs a few more seconds for that ulti. It's not available to him. And that's Marcoon once again committing. It looked to me like Certus was backing away. Nobody dies in that extended skirmish, but both teams willing to throw down, both teams willing to go all in, and they are looking for the kills to secure the advantage.
And I like that SK were trying to go aggressive. You could see where the wave was on bot side, and it just hit bot lane turret, so they had a window of opportunity where I was like, hey, look, if you match us on this, you lose entirely on that bottom side, or Patrick has to go and collect that wave, and we have the numbers advantage. So for SK, they're still trying to play out that map that little bit smarter, but with the extra gold that has been picked up by XL, they're kind of matching punch for punch right now.
I mean, they are. It's still very close. It's around 1,000 gold separating the teams. Obviously, because of the additional backs and item completions, XL have got some additional combat value. And once again, Marcoon coming into this potential top lane. Hex flashes over the wall. The ultimate is available. Where does the verdict get fired? Odo being run down, and We'll use that now by a couple extra seconds. Teleport's committed from both sides. Peach now joins the fight. And will they be able to pick up Abba? No vision. I think they don't actually know he's there. Abba's going to step into the bush, and Marcoon gets shot in the face with that accelerated shock blast. Peach commits forward with the assault. Dredge line from DOS manages to buy some time. And with that prison going just a little wide, Marcoon survives. Irrelevant's TP in once again behind the teams. Mega Inferno Bomb tagging up Peach. Now it's Irrelevant fighting two as Peach is taken down by Certus. Looking to hop forward with that rocket jump. Abba's on 200, but they can't get the range. They can't get close enough. The bomb does it. Another for Certus, and SK take control.
In their last series, SK averaged 1.5 interesting things happened by the 14-minute mark. There is so much action in this game right now. SK, though, are starting to bring it back. You got the Ziggs, who's roaming up to the mid lane. XL getting caught with their pants down, not expecting how many members of SK can show up in a minute's notice. And now you're getting control over mid, and you're getting control over these fights.
They are, and it all starts again with an interesting play from Marcoon. He appears to just want to play champion v champion the entire early game.
Yeah, and it starts off so well. He gets the knockup as it's coming in. They can turn on, they get this kill. This is where they start to look for Abbedagge. They can see the TP coming in the ward, so they're like, he's definitely around here somewhere. But you can see, because the Renekton moves back up into the top side, this ends up in a 2v2, where SK have already committed so much to that top side play. So they nearly get the burst damage onto Marcoon, but DOS again. This guy's been all over the map in the early stages. You have Ziggs who comes up to just say thank you, I'll take some of that gold. And again, then Irrelevant managing to get in behind them to keep this play rolling. SK are working so well at playing the map state, getting these TPs into position, and again, using DOS because he doesn't need to be in bot side all the time.
I mean, we see the willingness to fight, and I think on one hand, the way the skirmishes play out are looking fairly good, fairly exciting. However, it's not exactly controlled. It feels very chaotic, it feels very reactionary. And Certus, after those kills, he went back to spend 5k, got himself the Kraken Slayer, got himself a big damage boost, and DOS looking to Hex Flash over the wall. Marcoon's got his own flash available, and the ultimate starts to wind up the Poppy Copter and doesn't fire it yet. Tower's secured the moment it falls. Marcoon's over and stuns up Peach right into the wall. Another kill secured from Certus, and he's going to use that rocket jump, going all the way forward. The engage from the Killer Instinct, and Patrick will get the shot down, find himself the kill. DOS needs backup, DOS needs help. Exekick's trying to use the satchel in. Keeper's Verdict will kick away Patrick for now, and a 3-on-1. Abbedagge fires back with a shock blast. Another flush over the wall. Exekick gets another. Now the bouncing bomb goes over Patrick's head, and he's going to be able to shut down Exekick. 7 kills to 10. Nearly 1,000 gold separating the teams, and it is just madness all game long.
There was like 15 flashes using that last fight. Everyone is trying to go at each other. But again, it is SK trying to get these fights started. They get the mid lane tower down. Again, using that combo we're talking about with the Tristana and the Ziggs, managing to get that gold, starting to get control on the map. And they are also the ones that are actually coming out in these fights as well. So this is a little bit risky from DOS. He does go over the wall. Peach immediately reacts and gets him stunned down. But look how much damage and how quickly you can get these terror plates down thanks to SK. And then it's Marcoon following over the wall. AoE damage from Exekick. They chase after a limit here, and they do end up giving some of these kills back. So Certus goes down, Exekick goes down in the back of it, but it's kind of that one extra kill at the start of that play that gives SK a bit more. We're back into action here, Trevor.
Now back into action. While that replay was running, XL did secure the second dragon of the game. We're a couple minutes away from the next one with Rift Herald available. SK looking to pick another fight. Looks like they've got control of the river and good poke damage from Abbedagge. Peach needs a little bit more time before his ultimate is available, as does Marcoon. SK committed, 5 members inside the pit. Hodo's coming from the top lane, and it's looking to turn, looking to burn, and that's a dead Braum in the river. Prison will catch Irrelevant for now. He's jumping onto Patrick. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't really do a lot. It forces XL to split up. Dredgeline connects onto the mid laner. Pop backwards with the satchel. Where's the damage follow-up? It takes time. They need the space. Bouncing Bomb will just force them back again. The Herald still stands, and ultimately, SK got the kill.
The thing is, though, you still have the TPs available for SK. Irrelevant can join in, Certus can come back in as well, and they're going to be able to clear out this wave with Exekick. That's 7 kills now for Certus on this Tristana. This Tristana is so damn big, and I don't know if XL can keep dealing with her for much longer.
It's a 2,000 gold advantage between the mid laners, and relatively minor across every other lane. But look at this commit here. SK see an opportunity and they just burn down limits.
And going into these choke points is a death sentence. You have so much AoE that can come through from Exakick, even just the immense CC that can follow through from Irrelevant. And you can see that they're trying to play off of these ultimates coming through from Exakick. CC, Patrick, so you can set up them for the follow-up. Fantastic hook from DOS into the bush to get Abadage. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite get the stun into the wall there to seal the deal. But this is where you're able to see SK can continuously poke, continuously keep looking for these fights, and it's only going to get worse. Exakick is going to become a monster later on.
I mean, the thing is, Exakick is already using that ultimate from safety, from long range. Certus, backed up by Marcoon and DOS, has got so much frontline protection and peel. The thing is, he still needs to complete more items. Only 1.5 for now, and it's taking SK a long time to burn through the members of XL. The thing is, that window gets shorter and shorter and shorter as this Tristana continues to scale up.
Also, the Ziggs hitting level 11 now means that he can sit in mid, and whenever you need him, he can just lean to a side, toss an ultimate up there, and kind of act almost like a Gangplank ultimate, right? That extra half man in a team fight that makes it really difficult now for XL to try and play around that strong point we were talking about, where they're looking for skirmishes off of Peach with their melee players.
And also, I mean, look, it's a 70-second cooldown right now for Exakick. Not only is it going to have the ability to impact any of those smaller skirmishes in the side lanes, it can also clear waves, it can also give you some push if you need to use it that way. Combine that with 3 teleports on the side of SK, and they have a wide variety of options to select in order to try maintain control and to push XL back. But the thing is, they haven't necessarily slowed the game down to make use of those plays. It has just been skirmish after skirmish, fight after fight.
And XL are the ones that now have 2 dragons, so they're ignoring this one on the bottom side. It's like, hey, we have Rift Herald, we can actually start to take some of these towers for ourselves. So they actually should get mid lane here. Won't have the people in position to look for the second tower, but should get a charge off. And they're still now getting all these outer towers down. So the fact that both Rift Heralds went to Excel has kind of stunted what SK wanted to do, which is quickly get a lot of these plates down. So this is now getting back into, hey, we're in teamfight territory. We're going to be looking to see who can come out on top. And in the grand scheme of things, you're actually Excel moving over towards the dragon when SK weren't ready for it.
I mean, XL in there very early. Keeper's Verdict will kick 2 away. Back up from SK, slowly moving it. Peach has still got the smite available, and in the smite fight, it's picked up by SK. XL are locked behind the wall, and they get themselves a kill to boot. But that was close. That was a low dragon. And ultimately, Marcoon's ulti once again finding huge impact.
Yeah, I thought SK would just take the dragon off rip, but instead, they kind of take it back. They take it slow, trying to defend the tier 2 tower in case XL overstayed for that. But XL then think they've got the opportunity to try and go for dragon, but they haven't reset. They've greeded too much on the map, and SK look to punish. Even Exakick TPing up to the top side there to make sure he can get another tower, and now Odo's in trouble.
All right, 3 towers secured. Certus gonna hop over the wall. Dredgeline falls just short. I have to keep looking at the mini-map because every time somebody starts a fight, everybody piles in. The rest of XL pouring out of the base and are currently applying some pressure into the middle lane. We're approaching 20 minutes, and at 20 minutes of both games against Fnatic, SK Gaming snuck a Baron from under the noses of their opponents. Not anticipating, not expecting it. I don't think it's going to happen this time round, but I do think it will send a message to XL to keep an eye on that objective.
Here, just nice job from the ultimate coming through from the Poppy, knocks away so many of the core members, and also then just the follow-up ultimate from the Nautilus. You can see here, hits onto so many people, especially like maybe they want to try and go in, but there's just not a chance. So SK get the dragon, they get the kill, they manage to defend at least the tier 2 as well. Odo should get the spot side tower here with Patrick and River, and it's going to be a case of now what do SK want to set the focus on, and it's Baron at the 20-minute mark.
I did not actually think they were going to try it, and I was wrong. SK are inside the pit, all 5 members committed to teleports as well. Limit and Abadage as well as Peach are here for now. 2,000 hit points, it's low, 17 under the tower, it's secured already. But smite down, but that will be at the cost of DOS's life. SK just completely burned down the objective, stunning me, confusing me entirely, and they get out. I mean, they know how quickly to burn it down. Unfortunately, didn't retreat quickly enough. Peach will throw the ultimate out and catch another kill. That's 2 Barons removed. The engage from the Killer Instinct is there. Certus jumped on Hammerfall from Abadage. 22 kills in 21 minutes. 3 of those Barons have been removed. So yes, you've got the gold, but now you don't have that pushing power to accelerate and control, try to slow down the game. I don't think that's going to be happening.
Yeah, SK blundered it there. They'd actually gotten away, but it got free. Odo went for the reset rather than the immediate TP, so they couldn't actually look for the fight off rip, and that's why SK were able to burn it down. I think XL caught out by how quickly SK were able to take this, but the problem is afterwards, I think they read that XL were going to go immediately in towards the mid lane because they had that minion wave that's pushing in, but instead XL actually go, right, we're going to try and see if we can pick people off. I think SK were saying, look, we will give up that mid tower, it's going to be fine, not expecting that Patrick and Peach and everyone else was actually going to run up here and catch so many members of the SK off guard.
I think in terms of the vision, if you look at the minimap, I think you're 100% right. Members of XL didn't really can see where they were on the map. I think that lack of information ends up hurting SK. The fact that Surtus stuck around that top lane, he gets run down. And now that you've only got Baron really on Exakick, which is one of the champions that you'll be happy with, it's not going to be a tool to maintain control, to push deeper into territory. 3 kills apiece, 2 dragons to 1, dead even on gold. And it is just coming down to who's going to start the fight first.
And that's why I think for Certus, they would have loved to have that Baron buff on him. You can see him in mid lane. If he had that extra bit of pressure to Terror take, it'd be great. But now we look for more fights, because that's all we do.
That's all we do. That's Peach pinned against the wall by Marcoon. While that's happening, Abadaga's pushing the top lane. He's still got teleport available if he needs to join a skirmish. Certus will at least reply. Use that E to take down this mid inner turret. It's 1-for-1. Certus should be able to escape with his life. The rest of SK committing onto the 2 members of XL. Depth charge thrown out. Odo1 they pulled back. Meganon is primed and up. Here comes Patrick with the killer instinct, but it's too little. It's a little too late. Certus is now fighting himself. 2 members of XL. The towers bring pressure. Then the inhibitor in the bottom lane, and that's going to be a dead Certus, dead mid laner at the cost of potentially this inhibitor. Recalls are now coming in, and SK will give up that mid laner for the objectives and for that bottom lane push.
And you're more than happy as that if you're SK, so you get kill for kill, but also the TP is up for your guy. Certus has his teleport available when he spawns, which is just in time for the dragon as that comes up. Whereas for Odo, he isn't going to be there at the same moment. He'll be walking up from base, might be able to just get there, but for SK, maybe they might look for a limit if he overextends.
I mean, listen, Certus and Exa have got their teleports. Dragon is up in 10 seconds, so they can back and join the fight if they want to. My instinct is they'll just stick around because that is what has happened most of this game. Peach will find himself a Marcoon by some time. He's going to be able to back away, but he's very low for a potential fight. And as this is the 3rd dragon of the game, SK will not look to contest, will not look to challenge. So give this one up, back away. They've got supers in the bottom lane, and I'm just scratching my head at this game. It has completely surprised me from minute 1, from the team that I thought was going to be aggressive early, from how they were going to try play the map. And the thing I do like is both teams seem pretty even on parity, trading blow for blow. Neither team has been able to surrender or arrest a control of the game.
Yeah, I think though, with SK giving that up, that's what they're trying to do, is wrestle control of their tempo here. They get top wave, you know that you have to go for resets on XL, so now they get top wave push. You got the Triss, you got the Ziggs already up here, whereas XL are only just coming out of base to try and scramble for it. So trying to see if they can pick off this tower, which looks like they might be able to do.
Satchel charge, I think, a little bit early. Peach still needs about 30 seconds for his ulti. One throws that down, tower finally taken. Limit by some time going. Golden and Surges is incredibly low. Odo1 is not committed to the teleport. He's still pushing in that bottom lane. And the rest of SK now starting to back out. It is a minute and a half until the next Baron. 7 towers have been picked up by SK. You have to think that that Baron will be another objective. SK have shown a understanding and a willingness to burn it down quickly. So how do they play the second one of the game?
So I think for a lot of this, XL need to come off this reset and clear out that vision that's been established on this top side. Like, you can look at the amount of red wards, never mind, as there's going to be in that top side. But it's just, this is where XK getting a little bit ahead of themselves, because the biggest problem here is you just haven't killed the tower. The Satchel charge went down early, so they don't have the burst. Marcoon's now going underneath the tower, and the tower is just that 5th man in the equation. So with this, Patrick's free hitting, no one's really putting pressure at the backside, and Certus as well going incredibly low means they have to back away. But as you can see, we're back to live. They've cleared out all that vision thanks to that push that Odo Omni had on that bottom side, and now the TP to make sure they can try and keep priority on this mid lane and always lean into this top side jungle. XL need to try and get the vision for this Baron.
I mean, I just don't understand how you're meant to plan for anything in this game. It is so unusual. XL this time around, aware of the timing, already pushing deep into this northern quadrant, and not going to allow SK into the pit early enough. It's 2 minutes 50 until the next dragon. The only thing they have to be concerned about is this bottom lane. Those supers are going to be met by Odo. He's in Mega Gnar now, a little bit tired. Going to be not at full power for the fight. Limit is the first target, and Relevance already joining from behind. But the damage is onto Margoon. He's the first victim, followed up by Limit. Odo then finally joins in, SK on retreat. Exit kick is low, and Certus is forced away. All of a sudden, there's a fight on two fronts. DOS will get run down by Odo Omni, who's charging up that Mega Gnar. And SK committed to Limit. Took so long to get the kill, they ultimately got punished.
And that's the thing, is the choice of who they went for, and that is the problem. You have such a cool combo here with DOS just throwing down the ultimate, following up an exit kick, and you will 3-quarter health Patrick and make him out of the entire fight. But instead, they try to get onto the Limit, who's too tanky. Now SK trying to look for the steal. I don't think they have anything.
I don't think so either. Exit kick's got no ultimate available. Going to be very risky if he tries to use that Q, and XL will be able to take that Baron. They've got themselves time. They've got 3 dragons, and look at this. The fact that it took so long and they couldn't get the damage dealers ultimately comes back to hurt SK.
Yeah, and I think it's just trying to play this slow. You have a ton of poke that you can try and work with. You've Irrelevant to, if he'd gotten maybe 1 or 2 more seconds, could have been in a better position to separate Patrick from a fight, get Odo out of the fight. But instead, SK tried to rush it. They think they have that pick, and it just doesn't come true for them. So now for SK, you're kind of back to the drawing board. Yes, you've got some decent wave clear. You're starting to get like Certus into a really good spot with the Lord Dominic Cigar completed. But with the Rabadons and Exit Kick, just play for the Ziggs. Literally just toss a depth charge onto anyone who's squishy and just load them up with that bomb, and you're gonna have to reset it as Excel. It's so difficult to play against that combo.
I mean, it is, but it hasn't seemed like that was the approach of the game plan. I still don't even know whether I think this is good League of Legends, bold League of Legends. It is just...
It is definitely our League of Legends.
I mean, it's very interesting to watch. Just so you're aware, the game that had the most kills this summer was 44 of them. If I recall correctly, it was G2 versus Mad. Right now, we're on track to beat that, on track to crest that number before potentially even the 32-minute mark. And XL with Baron empowered minions, with all of that long-range poke. Look at that. Jason Kaiser, fans here in Berlin chanting, oh, 20 seconds to Dragon. This feels like the coffin is being sealed. The fact that SK are being pushed so far back and taking so much damage, you got to get through all of that before you can start anything.
It's the Baron buff is making this so much worse as well. You can't actually get onto any of these creeps unless you're Exit Kick, and you're just getting pop shotted every single time. So XL playing this slow, playing this calculated, and SK, they're struggling.
And remember, if anybody is low enough for the execution, the engage power from Patrick is huge. Mega Inferno Bomb tags up at least Patrick. DOS buys some time. Irrelevant had a long-range TP. Flushes into the fight, trying to stay alive long enough. DOS's Dreadline won't find anything, and Odo gets a gigantic shield. It's the first kill of the fight will be Irrelevant. All of XL beaten and bruised, but they're backing away, and they survive.
And they should be able to move over towards the Dragon as well that's just spawned. SK, they went for the Hail Mary, but just couldn't quite find that as they went for the engage. Irrelevant that bit too far away. And now XL will find themselves a Mountain Soul up. That's going to make it tough for SK to try and finish this one out.
And of course, we've seen how long it takes or how difficult it is to find those kills for SK. XL and Odo Omni in particular gets that Sterix Gate shield. Had he got taken down, the reset on Trist could have learned to hop, skip, and picked up more.
Yeah, and they wanted to engage because Odo had no Mega Gnar and Irrelevant was just coming into the backline, but they don't really have the setup here again. The ultimate is hitting onto a lot of the tanky members, not getting the sweet spot onto some of the squishies in the back. And Certus is meant to be the consistent damage here, but he's not quite getting an opportunity to with limits in his face. And also Exit Kick just running out of mana towards the end of that because of how drawn out that siege was.
I mean, yeah, they were being pushed back from that mid-inner turret for like a minute prior to the fight. Combine that with the fact that SK's engage tools, they're just not the strongest, right? You really are reliant on Marcoon, Irrelevant, or DOS to set up at least one of those targets for you. And when XL started to split up and Dredgeline didn't find anything, SK just can't stick to a single target long enough. So XL, they've got the Soul, they've got themselves a significant gold lead for now. They still have to break open the base. Importantly, their inhibitor has respawned in the bottom lane. And they've got teleports available for Odoamne and Abadage. So the current plan is 4-1 split, with Odo pushing the mid lane into what looks like Certus. And then the rest of SK looking for opportunities to back out. Prison connects onto Exakick, no follow-up there. That could end up hurting a little bit while this inhibitor has been chipped away.
Yeah, Odo's going to get this inhib and then be able to threaten with Meganar onto the top side. Exakick is gone.
So much damage. Luckily, he can sit at range. The ultimate is danced away from, and XL not going to be impacted at all. The poke damage is fully online, and SK cannot stand under their towers, zoned away. And the shock blast and those void missiles. Inhibitor turret will fall. Mid inhibitor is down. Marcoon's looking for something. Can't find the engage, and just it's starting to feel desperate here. SK, where do they find the opportunity? Where do they pull the trigger? They've done it so many times over the last 30 minutes, they have to do it again. Satchel charge onto limits, and Dagda, I think another inhibitor's going down.
Yeah, Odo's now stepping forward. He's going to be waking up here as he comes out of that exhaustion, trying to see if he can get onto SK, but it's just not going to be the case. You don't have that ultimate from Exakick, which is so much of his damage, and then as well, Certus just can't get through this front line alone. The members are just too tanky.
Yes, indeed. And as Peach caught out, ultimate is still on cooldown. A number of members trying to force him out. Finally, they find the kill. Still down 2 inhibitors. It's a 48-second death timer, and Baron is up in a minute. They still need to defend from the supers. Dredge line is dodged away there by Patrick. And the damage is done. The base is completely open. If SK commit to a Baron, there's double teleports available for XL. They can look for the backdoor opportunity.
The fact that you're 4 versus 5 at the moment, though, gives SK to push out these waves pretty far from the base. Certus on top. You got mid lane covered by Exakick and Irrelevant on the bot side. They need to try and get these waves pushed in and establish themselves in towards Baron and rush it the second that it's up. This means that Peach won't have time to get there, but also it's just a case of you've got time to play off the fact that the waves won't be crashing onto your Nexus towers. SK trying to get themselves into position here, but I don't know if they pushed out these waves far enough. They're on a timer still.
They really are, and on top of that, if they do get themselves a little bit trapped inside the barrel that is the Baron pit, they can just get tagged out and shot down. Both Abadage and Patrick are around level 17, 3.5, 4 items completed. The call looks to be Baron. All of XL are alive and they are nearby. Abadage is starting to back, may need to use that teleport. Marcoon's caught out by a Brawl multi, forced to flash to safety. Patrick's killer instinct forward and limit, trying to buy some time. Look at the burst damage onto Certus. Melee range with the guy said he gets punished for it. Bring the hammer down from Abadage. 2 quick kills and that might be game number 1 in the bag. SK are running for their lives. Exakick, DOS, and Irrelevant need to do something magical as the super minions are pouring into the base. Keep an eye on that poke damage. Keep an eye on those shock blasts. Irrelevant is pinned against the wall and taken out once again. Mega Inferno Bomb buys a couple of seconds of time, but it's 2 members against 5. The minion towers are dropping. The towers are falling. And XL, they need a little bit more time without those minions in the base. The armor is boosted, of course, on that tower, so a couple seconds more. 8 for Marcoon. He's got the Keeper's Verdict. I don't think there's enough time. Nexus turret falls. The Nexus is being burnt down and focused. It's finally over. XL win game 1.
In what was a slaughter of an early game, haymakers left and right. It looked like SK had just managed to squirm their way out ahead. But XL come roaring back. What a game to start us off today.
I do not understand what I just witnessed. I am sweating buckets. I loved what was happening on screen, but it is just so atypical to what I was anticipating and expecting. Both teams surprising me, both teams having things that were great and things that had me like scratching my head going, WTF?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was the game plan kind of got a bit disrupted from SK. The fact that they didn't manage to get those early Rift Heralds, start to get the towers down, XL trading very effectively in that regard. And then just the mess up when it came at the Baron. Like, they'd gotten the Baron. That was going to be their moment. You get Ziggs, Tristano at Baron, like, you're done. Like, your towers are going to be gone. But because they gave over those kills, they gave control to XL. And suddenly it was XL with their own style of poke, with the Kais and the Jace. They were able to do so much at those moments.
It took such a long time for them to be able to get enough distance from SK to actually use that poke. SK were in their face the entire time. When we were coming into the series, we were kind of anticipating a slower earlier game, especially from SK. They've first of all, surprised me completely. Secondly, I kind of liked their approach with some of the things they were doing. So now their backs are against the wall. They have to adapt. They have to figure out what they do next against XL in game number 2.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to be a case of honestly taking the foot off the gas pedal a little bit. Like we saw in the early game, Marcoon going a bit over aggressive in the top side, which then gave 3 kills to Odo, which then gave them a ton of control over some of these lanes. Even the fact that they weren't able to get control over the Rift Herald because they were playing so aggressive came back to bite them.
Wow.
So I think a lot of this is going to be taking it a little bit easier.
Well, taking it easier, what will XL or SK do in game 2? We'll find out later. For now, though, we're going to break down game 1. Good luck to the analyst desk. Over to you. I need a rest.
Good luck to this. Good luck to these guys, rather. Finn, it looked like a scrim. I've never been playing a scrim, but to me, it felt like this is the kind of stuff you guys do when you're actually training for officials, not playing the official game. Am I correct here?
I mean, this looks like the 5th day of scrims, you know, when everyone's a bit tired, you know, and they see enemy, they click enemy. It was a crazy game.
Yeah.
The Gnar started at 3-0 in a match against Renekton, which is crazy. Like, as Gnar, you're usually suffering early game, and then when you start 3-0, you're so happy. I think this first invade by Marcoon kind of backfired. It really set the game in a negative turn. I think he kind of overreached for a bit too much. He went in, got the blue buff, and then wanted to get the Gromp as well. But then, by actually staying for the Gromp, he let the Jace, which had probably in the mid lane, actually come and rotate and collapse on him, which was a bit of an oopsie from Marky here. And obviously, after this, all hell broke loose. Like, there was fights, there were jumps, there were trumps. Like, it was everything in the river here.
Oh, it just felt crazy as well, you know. Cert is getting cancelled out, still having the flash, but it also just is the dynamic of pretty much the entirety of both rosters' teammates just moving themselves up towards the top side. We've seen this a lot in the new meta, quite frankly, with yesterday as well, where everyone was focusing top side when they tried to catch out Adam in the BDS game, but also in the Koi G2 game. Broken Blade had a lot of attention up towards that top side, and it feels like because we're in this meta right now, where we see a Kai'Sa with static shift, where we see a 6 down towards the bot lane, it's super difficult to make plays. You can't really come in for these dives towards the bot lane we've seen so many times. You can't really make plays the same way we've seen earlier, where you play for your AD carries, and because of this, if you want to be proactive in the early game, what we've seen from a lot of teams is you move it off towards the top side.
Yeah, because that's maybe the only side of the map that you can influence maybe for later on. But the thing I'm wondering here is, and that's exactly what I wanted to see here. Thank you, production. This seems to be a change compared to what we've been used to seeing before when it comes to top lane attention. How do you reflect on this?
I just wanted to quickly call out what this actually means.
Yeah,
these percentages are how much you're surrounded by your team in terms of the early games of time. And the average that you just saw there, I don't know, I already lost it, but I think it was like around 8 in this game.
6.4,
6.4, okay, that was the average. In this game, it was 14, so it was over doubled. And this is from regular season as an average, and in this game now moving into the group. So it tells an entire different...
Yeah?
Have gotten away with it again. They took the Baron at 20 minutes.
Oh,
no one thought it was possible, but they got away with... Wait a moment. I'm getting word that SK Gaming have started the Baron again. Please, someone stop them immediately. Oh, the calamity.
They can't keep on getting away with this, GB. We've been talking about this during the pre-show. How did they get here?
I mean, they absolutely can. And we've talked about SK not being able to get away with a lot of things in the past as well, specifically doing Winter as well in some of the victories they had there. But now they've come up with a new recipe. So let's have a look at it. How do they actually do it? Now, crucially in the beginning, decent ward coverage. I think when I looked at the reset immediately, I had no idea that they would actually pull this off. Now, reason is there's actually a good amount of wards from the side of XL to actually cover out SK for going for something here. But they have a decent ward, as you can see in the minimap right here, that's actually going to be very crucial in terms of spotting the map movement of where XL is going. Because they see members moving down towards the bot side in a bit, they will actually know that they can just move straight on towards the Baron. You can see it now with the pings as well. The pings, as soon as they see that Braum is going back to base, they're already coming through. There's a ton of question mark pings already coming through. It's like, where's the wards right now? Where do we go? And also down towards the bottom side of the map. Now, Patrick gets spotted on this ward. His path was down towards the bottom side. Now, the same can be said for the Gnar because of Relevance going to be seeing Odo Amna down there. He's just going to move back. And you can see it on the minimap already. Right now, he's going for a TP play, while Odoamne is going for a recall. They've now spotted the fact that Patrick is on the way, or not, Patrick is on the way back as well into the Baron pit. So they just decide to full send it. They say, we saw 2 members on bot side, we have TP, we have Poppy with the ultimate, we're just straight gonna flip it and see if we can get it. And they can. I think the main problem for SK in this regard is the fact that they struggle to get out in this instance. They get chased down, some greedy recalls, some greedy Crocs taking. Instead of just having 4 members getting out with Baron, they lose out on it on the end. So obviously it was really good planning. It was a good setup, or rather, not the setup that was set up for Baron immediately, but a reaction that came from the setup they had on the map. But afterwards, they got a bit greedy with their reset timers, and yeah, unfortunately, they lost most of their Baron.
Was it only greed or overextending? Finn, how do you rate the fact that SK just
when I see
lost
this
control
Baron,
here?
I feel like it's not that good of a play.
Yeah.
I have to question Odoamne's decision not to TP there immediately. I think at this stage of the game, XL were ahead in gold, I'm pretty sure, and I think they had a really strong comp to fight. And I really feel like if they start this Baron, you really put yourself in a position where it's easy for the enemy team to collapse, because you're all clumping in this Baron pit. And you even saw what happened. They even got the Baron and they still struggled to run away because there's Kai'Sa W's coming. She can jump and they can just run them down afterwards. I do think if Odoamne TP'd a bit faster, it could have been a clean wipe for XL. And I think this was not one of their best Barons, but it did work out.
From both teams, it feels like it's hard to make decisions when there's so much chaos around them. We just saw that SK chose red side going into the next game. And guys, I would like to take a look at the draft here. And for you to tell me what kind of adaptation would you like to see on the side of both teams.
So SK chose red side, you say?
Yeah,
that's
they
very
did.
interesting. Well, I do think SK was quite happy with the draft. I think their draft is very strong. I just think the shenanigans that happened early game just really struggled with their game plan, because when you have a Renekton and Poppy into an R, you kind of want to look to, especially when you have a 6 bot lane, you want to send everyone top and just dive this Gnar and repeat. Because the 6 is very safe in the bot lane, can use farm from range.
I think the 6 is a big one as well. I think especially you got picked in here, it may be something you look to ban as well if you want to have this Kai'Sa first pick. If you want to make plays on the bot side as well, there is also the question, is this game plan going to be completely switched up? Or are we actually going to optimize the draft into something where we're going to play even more topside? Or are we going to take approach that BDS took yesterday, where they said, we won't actually gank top, we'll take a carry jungler, and while you try and spend time on top lane, we will take everything else elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, to me, if you pick the same side as you played, you're happy with the draft, usually. Or you think there's like one tiny optimization you can make in general. If SK was unhappy, they would probably choose blue side. So I think we're going to see a similar looking draft.
From the game we've seen, and again, a chaotic one, I feel. What do we want to see macro-wise when it comes to the early game on the side of both teams?
Well,
and who do you think could take it?
It feels interesting, right? Because the early game didn't really matter so much in the end, despite all the action actually coming through. I think, though, if you actually look into it, it looks like there's a lot of action. But XL in the early game, especially when they took the mid tower at first, they had good map movements. A lot of it was just lanes that would push in into collapse on mid, make a fight on chicken. You were joking about it. It is Baron or what, but like they were playing around some good map movements.
I would love to see them using the Tristana more into top lane as well, trying to include her in the plays. I felt like most of the time there was just fights between the 2v2 in the top lane, but I do think with the Tristana into Jace, you should have the early priority. And I think they should try to use her more to try to shut this Gnar down, because if Gnar gets to scale up, gets his Tabas, his Trinity Force, he's going to become a menace in the side lane.
Well, we'll see what approach both teams takes as we're going into game 2. Can XL lock their first spot in the summer playoffs and secure top 3? Or can SK bounce back here? We'll see after the break.
Marcoon's trying to help out as Odoamne hops over the head of the Crocodile. That's another kill secured for XL. Marcoon flashes forward to get another in reply. Odo's with the hunt. He's got 2 under his belt, and with blue and red buff on his champion, that will be an easy one to secure. 3-0 for the top lane. Gnar. Marcoon survives. Irrelevant's TP in once again behind the teams. Mega Inferno Bomb tagging up Peach. Now it's Irrelevant fighting 2 as Peach is taken down by Certus. Looking to hop forward with that rocket jump. Uppers on 200, but they can't get the range. They can't get close enough. Marcoon's caught out by a Brawl multi, forced to flash to safety. Patrick's killer instinct forward in limit, trying to buy some time. Look at the burst damage onto Certus. Melee range with the Kai said he gets punished for it.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Surprise, surprise, you're back at the analyst desk to cover picks and bans heading into game number 2 here. And I just want to kick off the discussion because I feel like we've seen a lot of Kai'Sa this weekend, and she just does everything. Like, she's solid in lane, playing with an all-in AD carry. Her poke becomes ridiculous later on. Is it legal to still let this champion go through?
Everyone just seems to look way better when they play Kai'Sa than any other champion, honestly. The problem is when you play red side, you have so many bans you have to deal with. Right now there's the Rumble, the Rel, the Maokai. Do you want to trade them, the Maokai for the Kai'Sa? Maybe you can do it, but in general there's so many locked bans already that you don't really have the space. Let's see what SK does here.
I think it's so crazy though, because it's the fact that you can pivot. It's the fact that there's so many different builds you can go for. You can keep it in the AD carry.
Different lanes you can go into.
I mean, you saw the Jace earlier. You can combine this into a poke composition if you want to instead. And there's a lot of different draft optimizations you can go for. Obviously, on blue side, you won't have the last pick, but outside of that, it just gives you so much fun.
Yeah, I think we'll have a very similar draft, but I do think that SK will change their 4 or 5 bans. If the 1, 2, 3s are very similar. Because last game, they picked Nautilus, and then they banned Ken and Alistar. But I think if you pick Nautilus blind, you have to ban Braum, or you're going to end up in a situation where your Nautilus, if he hooks in, he's going to get tagged. There's a Sejuani as well. You're going to hate your life.
Yep.
So I think if you pick Nautilus on free like this, you have to ban the Braum.
I also think XL might come up with a different adaptation here in terms of their bans. Last time it's the Desire they got rid of here, but they might have a different option in terms of what they want to get rid of. They've already changed it up. LeBlanc was their third ban last time, now it's their second. On blue side, sometimes you try and hide it before you move in.
Yeah, you give yourself more options by banning it later.
Especially, I think, like, oh, it's actually a Kai'Sa themselves.
So is it legal? Well,
is it legal when blue side's banning it? What does that mean for their priorities then? Like, are they then highly valuing the Tristana?
They just want to pick a kite back comp right now, I think. They want to pick the Saya maybe first. Look for like a Saya, Rakan, and then a tank jungle. Probably drop you both solo laners. That's a pretty standard draft that a lot of people are doing. That's what I would guess considering the Kai'Sa ban, because Saya struggles very hard against long-range comps.
Yeah.
So Kai'Sa is obviously the biggest threat for them.
And that could potentially go back to, you know, a similar style to what they were playing, you know, towards the end of the season where they had a lot of kite back with like Azir as an option in the mid side. Looks like those 3 bans do maintain over from SK, but this first pick is going to be really telling from XL.
Yeah, so we have the Jace and the Saya, I think, that I'm looking at. This could be a Jace first pick or a Saya first pick. That's what I would guess, considering the Jace is very well into the Saya. Maybe you don't want to take the Saya if enemy gets the Jace for free.
Yeah, playing poke into, you know, a kite back comp feels very, very nice, which is why that would be higher priority. The Tristana, though, was first rotation on the opposite side for SK, so that is the pickup now from XL.
That's so interesting.
It is kind of interesting.
I think it's weird adaptation because they will probably go Jace anyway, I think.
I mean, I assume they will get the Jace and the Sai now if they want it.
Exactly, and while Tristana feels good to play against a Jace in the early game because you get the lane prio, late game when you have to deal with the Jace, that becomes a different story. So it's going to be curious to see how far they can take this Tristana pick. They already have well, Poppy now on the other side to actually get rid of the rocket jump if they want to try and even find a kill lane. Like we've seen certain bust out of Silas to go for specific kill lanes against ranged champions before with SK Gaming, where they also had a Poppy around them.
Yeah, I suppose they could also try to hide where this Tristana is going.
They could pick a Renekton here, for example. It would be a lot of teams are doing it. Picking Renekton, Sejuani too, free on blue side gives you a lot of options by dropping either your AD carry or your mid. Enemy has to like throw the bans out at random.
I mean, it'll give you an insanely aggressive lane to play around potentially.
Yeah.
Just like supercharging the Sejuani passive for like chain stuns into the base damage being very high, but Nautilus ends up coming on through here.
Yeah. I would assume they should pick Braum here, SK Gaming. I don't see why they will not pick the Braum here. Yeah. As it comes out, as I said, Nautilus blind when Braum is open, it can be pretty scary. But maybe they don't want it. They take the Rakan instead.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was almost like SK had the option to play more of the kite comp, but the Rakan gives them another option to go in and catch.
I think that's also why they third picked the Nautilus here, because they go into, well, do you want to lock in the Jace now, some of the mid laners that are going to be good in the Tristana, or do you want the good support matchup? And by forcing that on 3, you also now have the luxury that you can take away some of the strong mid laners off Certus and start banning them away here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the Kennen ban locks in, just because XL are showing it's the possibility of an AD mid laner still, so taking away one of Odo's 2 best AP champions up on the top side of the map makes tons of sense.
Yeah, and I doubt SK will pick the Jace together with the Poppy. It's not really a combo you want to go with. When you play Jace mid, you want to have an AP jungle or something with Ziggs, something like a Sejuani or Maokai. So seeing it with Poppy, I would not assume. I think they could look for a Renekton pick, for example, on 4. It's a very strong lane, and the best answer, Jax, is already banned. Would make sense why they also banned their Kennen. I think they're looking to pick top on 4 at least.
Yeah, it probably turns into Renekton Gnar again if that's the situation.
Because usually if you invest 2 bans into top lane, you should pick your top laner on 4.
Yep. Especially if you're banning both the Kennen and the Gnar. That is just screaming Renekton. Do you think XL should counter with a Renekton?
I think they should ban Renekton and then SK should pick Cassandra on 4. I think that's what usually happens in
Yeah, but there's also a Relevant who actually really loves to get that Gwen into the Cassandra as well. So I feel like that's the curveball, whereas what your suggestion, Finn, is probably what will happen at the most time consistently. And there's actually the Gwen ban instead.
Yeah, Gwen hinting at, you know, maybe a Sion, maybe a Cassandra up on the top side of the map. But also, it's tough because I feel like because they don't know where Tristana's going, it's really hard to blind mid here.
Yeah, I just don't see why we wouldn't pick Renekton on 4 here. It just looks so free. With the Gwen ban coming out, it just gets hand-delivered over to you. So I really want to see what Odamna has planned into this Renekton, because they actually gave it over for no reason at all. And I'm very surprised.
XL now have the choice to reveal where that Tristana's going.
Yeah.
I feel like, wait.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick Aphelios here, that means you have to put the Tristana mid, and then you don't have an AP top into... And you need to pick an AP top into Renekton, which is very hard.
Yeah, you'd have to go way down the list.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go something like a Gragas, which is not that strong after the nerfs.
And also now looking at like the disengage options of Azir plus Tristana, I feel like it's kind of hard to find angles into a fight as a Renekton perhaps, as a Rakan too. It's gonna be very tough.
I wonder if Odo is just going back on tank duty here as well into this Renekton, just saying you're gonna absorb this pressure, we're gonna try and make plays elsewhere, and then we'll just see where it goes from there. that one would be very different with K'Sante.
The K'Sante is the standard pick, right? It's been shown all over across the world. Like, it's fine into Renekton, you're losing slightly, but you're still K'Sante. You can still burger flip people, turn them into big max in fights, and just kill them with your team.
I feel like something like the Syndra would kind of fit here, because obviously there's a lot of scaling elements on Excel's side, so you're looking to play maybe a little bit more aggressively around the Poppy. Like, Marcoon was hyper invading in the last game. That's something we're seeing, so some kind of mid laner that can have pressure. The Akali too, for fighting a little bit later, is going to have that flank angle for SK to look for.
Yeah, Serta seems like the guy that whenever there's a blind Azir,
he wants Akali. We see it so many times.
Farm until level 6, fight around first dragon, come from a flank, just join into these river fights and just take over, try to kill enemy AD carry as support.
Do you reckon this lane will be as much attention up towards the top side as we saw in the game earlier? Because I feel like it's going to be harder now with some of the champions to actually go for a dive. Or what do you reckon the early game meta, if you want to say?
I think the one with the initiative in this early game is going to be the Poppy. I think she has some lanes she can play through. She can play for bot or top. And whatever she wants to do, she will try to make the magic happen. I think when I look at Excel's comp, they play very scaling solo lanes. They have the K'Sante that's losing in the Azir. They just want to get 2 items and then fight on Drakes. But we'll see what Marcoon can do this game, because last game it didn't go too good for him.
For sure, the pressure I think is sort of on SK in the early game, because Excel, this was their bread and butter. This is when they went 5-1 during the best of ones in the regular season just to qualify here. They're finally going back to this sort of style. They're experts on it.
Yeah, I like the draft for both teams, but I think if I had to give the edge, I would give it to SK. I think they have so many more tools, and I think a team with a proactive early game can often put themselves in a position to win the game.
I mean, that's what we've been seeing on this patch too. It's like trying to take early fights, finding any angle you can get in the early game. SK need a win here. Let's see what they got.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 of XL versus SK. Just before we dive into any of the action, Dagda, what do you make of these comps? I think when I look at SK's, the champions they have now played the way Game 1 played out is what I would have expected. I thought we were going to have a slower kind of approach in Game 1, but SK, very willing to fight. And look at this, already flashing over the wall. Limit waiting in the wings for Exakick. Did he spot him though? That's the question.
He's no idea.
Oh,
he went the safe way.
Stepping up. Limit is still hiding in the bushes here. Marcoon starting in the top quadrant. Peach looks to be going west, but SK's bottom lane backing away. So this level 1 attempt looks like it's going to fizzle.
Yeah, I think Spidey's senses were tingling for Exakick there. He was like, there's something going on. There's no way they would just walk at me in this regard. So there has to be something strange. So doesn't try to go back into his own jungle. Instead moves to mid. And now it's just a flash burned on Limit for nothing.
Flash burned for nothing. He's got the Hex Flash, of course, so we'll be able to at least hide and try to set up some of those plays. Just very quickly, what do you make of this comp? I think we were discussing some of the challenges that Certus will have. First of all, going to be pushed in very early on, as you would anticipate. And I think when he starts to look for some of those flanks, has to have creative vision, has to be able to surprise the Tristana and the Azir to get through K'Sante, to get through Sejuani, and to get through this Nautilus. Already is committing here onto DOS once again.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Akali in this regard, because I think you have so much safety pretty much across the board for XL. You don't want to jump onto either of the top side of the map. You want to be getting onto Abadage or Patrick, but Patrick jumps away. He's got the Buster Shot to keep himself safe as well. You've got Abadage, who's got the Emperor's Divide, and you don't really have a great dive partner with you either. Like, you're heavily reliant on Irrelevant having Flash, which can work for some dragon fights, but it just means you're very binary in how you want to make this work. So even if Certus does find some way into the backline, it feels like he has to play out of his mind to make these fights work. It's so simple for XL, and this is actually what the compositions they found success on in the regular season. It was tank top, Abadage on Azir, we're just going to play for scaling, we're going to play for these late game fights, and it's why we saw them win week 2. All 3 games was with a comp exactly looking like this.
And we did see SK take down Fnatic with 4 out of 5 of these champions. There was a Gwen in the top lane, which is banned away today. And I think in terms of how they were able to take control against Fnatic, it does give some hope to the SK squad. But Wamne's trading very aggressively here onto Irrelevant. But let's keep a close eye on Marcoon as well. I feel like Marcoon came into game 1 of this series with something to prove. You know, he was on XL last year. I feel like he was very emboldened, very aggressive in his decision-making. and almost like he wanted to lead the charge. I think he was almost always the first player in, Hex flashing over and over again. And ultimately, maybe could have been a little bit more patient, I think.
Yeah, especially when it came to those fights. I think letting DOS kind of go for the hooks and that could have set them up to play a little bit slower, look for things. Now, they were getting poked out to a certain extent, but I still think they were just going way too aggressive. And now, we'll have to see in this situation how he tries to play it, because I feel like he has a little bit of an anti-synergy coming through with the rest of his team. Like for Marcoon, when you play a Poppy, you're not looking to dive. You're looking to try and play it back. But let's see if he can at least get some gank going in this top side.
One is the first target once again. Held in place, knocked back and stunned as well. Irrelevant picks up a clean first blood. Away from the tower. That means Odo already falling behind. That was a great gank. Just really well executed from Marcoon and Irrelevant to get this Renekton a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, Peach going to try and respond by invading here onto the Raptors, but Certus will should spot him out there as he just comes over. So at least Peach will know exactly what's going on. Marcoon going to reset to get him bot side. And the thing we've kind of seen with SK is that they're a team that when they actually start to look good, a lot of it does come from Irrelevant. Like when they can start to get ganks going for him, when he's able to get control. Now traditionally he's been in something like the Jax, but in a situation like this, if he can control topside against Odo, it's going to make things like Rift Herald fights far more interesting.
I think as well, playing up against such a seasoned veteran and experienced player, Irrelevant is having a little bit of a moment. You can see in terms of kill participation, nearly 70%, which is very high throughout the course of group stage. Second for damage per minute, second for damage share as well. It does mean that with this first blood against the powerhouse that is Cassante, he's going to be needing all the advantages he can get. I think as well, when you look at how this composition is going to play out, my instinct for Marcoon is that Keeper's verdict is to get rid of some of those frontline members. He has to hit pixel-perfect ults to push away the Sejuani, to push away the Cassante, and that could open up some angles for Certus to dive forward. I'm looking at silver linings here, of course, but it does mean that margin for error is very, very slim.
It's just, I would have preferred to see something that can kind of add to the dive prospect going onto that backline. Like obviously now, Vi and Wukong and all got nerfed, but that kind of style, because DOS is your solo big engage tool here, and Peach, when it was about Marcoon, actually managed to steal away all of those, so nicely done by Peach, but that's where I think you've got you kind of need someone to help start things off, and not going towards something like an Alistair, instead going towards a Rakan, means that you're left a little bit vulnerable when you're trying to play for these big engages, and if you can just buy time with Patrick jumping away, Abadage with the Emperor's Divide, you'll give yourself a moment to readjust in the fights, which SK, you're playing on a very tight timing window, which I'm not always a fan of.
Okay, so of course, that's all the theory crafting from how these comps will play out. Right now, SK have generated themselves a small advantage through the laning phase. 800 gold for now. You can see minor gold leads pretty much everyone except in the jungle, where Peach has been power farming. Dredge line will connect, and DOS is in a little bit of trouble. Takes some damage, but ultimately, a lot of it was shielded up. So we're not going to stick. Peach will be spotted by the ward, clears that out. Marcoon is on the top half of the map. Does he fancy himself another dive? Odo still got the flash available, no ult either. Irrelevant's got his, but he sniffs something is up, potential is there. I think just spotted up Marcoon. I don't know if Marcoon saw that ward going into the bush.
I mean, I don't know what Odo said to Marcoon on Excel, but he has not made it very happy, because this entire series, Marcoon has just been sitting up here trying to make Odo Omni very uncomfortable. Now, it ended up going well for Odo in the last game where he picked up 3 kills off it, but with Poppy being spotted on the top side, XL are just going to respond. They're going to end up taking away this dragon now. They're going to keep control of the bottom side. They got control over mid. And this is exactly what XL wants. Slow pace the game. They can play for dragons, play for scaling, and then just look for those later team fights.
Thing is, that also means they need to survive the eventual skirmishes or objective fights that SK will undoubtedly start. They've rushed 20-minute Baron in every single one of their group games and have successfully picked it up. Irrelevant is 1,300 gold up already, plus 30 CS for the time being, and he has been one of the big carries here for SK. So while XL have got that dragon under their belt, Rift Herald is the next objective. DOS is already in the top half of the map, and it looks to me like SK want to contest this time around. They weren't able to pick it up in game 1.
With DOS here and Co, it looks like they might be able to try and look for another player in Odo. This wave will slowly push out, but you're kind of waiting for that second wave to conga line in here. So it's going to be about 20 seconds before DOS can really make anything happen. And they're moving Certus at least into a position where he can try and cut off Abadage if he comes up as well.
Yeah, limits in that mid lane, just shadowing Abadage for now. DOS hanging back, waiting to see if any opportunity presents itself, and Peach will step into the river. So Rift Herald looks to be the next objective to be contested. And for SK, they are able to use this, generate a gold lead, to generate some pressure, either Certus or in this bottom lane. You can see already that that should be secured unchallenged here by XL.
The problem is, though, Exakick has already burnt his ultimate, so he has to worry now about this push in mid, turning into a dive on bot lane. So he's now got to give up this entire wave, regardless of what happens. And Peach can also turn it into taking that bot side quadrant. So yes, you get the Rift Herald, but this would be 2 plates, if not more, immediately answered by Patrick. So Exakick taking that step too far forward, going to come back to punish him here.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that he has respected it after losing the ulti. 1 plate secured, second will just about fall. Peach is now in range. Marcoon about to move into his own jungle. The dive opportunity cleared out now with the minion. So 2 plates in the bottom lane in favor of Patrick. 2 plates in the top lane in favor of Irrelevant. And that Rift Herald does need to be used effectively in order to generate the gold lead. And we saw it secured in that Fnatic series. Not exactly the best usage. And with Marcoon down 25 CS for now, the fact that he has been able to at least pick up that assist. He's not behind in gold, just behind in level for now. And this is a little bit more the expectations we've had. Beautiful prediction on the dredge line. Now, unfortunately for Patrick in Limit, support was waiting in the river. Marcoon arrives, flash and cleanse blown for both of the respective bottom lanes. And Peach is now moving in as well. Herald has been dropped. Teleports are available for the top lane for Odo if he needs to join, but he's dealing with Irrelevant for now. Marcoon is going forward, and that's already a hook back onto DOS. And just to fly back to Exakick and steps away. Plate and a half secured off that Rift Herald, but a beautiful hook from Limits.
Yeah, so straight up, you will get another plate off this push, as he will start to look to back away, but it just means you're answering for what was already the damage done by Patrick Limit on that bottom side. Abbedagge will need some help if he wants to try and clear out this wave, though, as Peach will stick around. But as you say, Limit making some fancy plays there, predicting the flash, just not really enough damage to actually follow up on it.
Didn't have the itemization just yet, or the numbers behind him. I also think the fact that Marcoon was so quickly able to join the fray immediately pushed the XL bottom lane back. So that gold lead slowly continuing to develop. Big advantage in that top lane, 40 CS. And it's plus, what, 2,000 gold for now. The plates have been traded back and forth, and we're about 1.5 minutes from that next dragon. Marcoon has slowed the game down. Game number 1, by this point, I think he'd ganked 12 times and has secured 5 or 6 kills. And paying a little bit more respect to the pace of this one, letting his top laner bully Odo on there on the Cassante.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is going to then come down to, hey, we want to try and look towards things like, can we try and get bot lane tower down so then we can set Certus up in a split push? Because Irrelevant, as you were saying, good control over top side. Certus will be very happy to be against Abbedagge, especially if you can create these long lanes, because you can see that's where Certus has that chase down potential, if you can land one of these Shuriken flips. The problem that you're seeing at the moment, though, is with not really having as much control as you would like. They're not really getting control, like the push in mid to start to lean down to bot side because they're up against the Tristana. So for SK, it's definitely going to be a case of looking towards, hey, can we get this next Rift Herald and then start to break open this game.
Right now, it is XL with the numbers advantage. The top half of the map. Patrick left alone in the middle lane. Means at least 1 turret will fall. Plate rather. Second will fall in a moment. No, it's actually stopped. Abbedagge got the flash. Got the Emperor's Divide. Does he have a target? No. SK's bottom lane are able to escape, but they have now lost control and the ability to defend this push. Peach and Limit, they're looking for a dive onto Irrelevant.
They don't really have the damage here, though. Irrelevant is a big old boy. He's got that gore drink. I don't think you win this unless you bring the entire cavalry.
This is sending a message of no. Dominus has been used. The wave has been cleared out, and Irrelevant has bought himself time. Marcoon has started off the dragon, and Certus pushing onto the tower. Irrelevant, I don't think he knows there's so many members around. Gets caught with the dredge line. He's already sliced. He's looking for the dice, and he's taken out by Odo Wande. But what is the cost here? Now, of course, the dragon secured in the bottom lane. Certus, I think he's got himself another couple of plates. And Abbedagge going to be under a little bit of pressure here as the wave is now pushing for yet another tower secured by SK.
I think XL are kind of misunderstanding what they need to be doing right now. They should be trying to slow down the pace of the game and try and play to push back SK. Instead, they're moving Limit up to the top side to try and be more aggressive, to try and fix Odo Omne's lane. But that really isn't what you need to do. You need to stop these towers from being taken, stop the map from being opened up, and then you can just wave clear for days and days and days until you hit the late game. Instead now, you've lost bot tower. Your top tower is going to fall with Certus having TP'd up to this top end as well. And this is now going to cause issues for Excel, where that gold lead suddenly starts to become bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 11 plates secured to the 4 of XL. 1,300 gold lead for Irrelevant in the top lane. Certus with the tower in the bottom lane and a lot of alone time. He's got himself a 1,200 gold lead. And I think for that Akali, that is actually so crucial for SK. An advantage for his champion specifically when you consider how hard it will be to get through that front line. And SK, they are now starting to apply some pressure to this top tower. The Rift Herald spawns in a minute. Mid lane is about to reset, and it looks like Certus wants to at least shove out top, potentially drop down and contest for that Rift Herald that you talked about, Dagda.
Yeah, the fact that they got control over mid and top means they've got a ton of vision in this topside jungle, and that's what Limit's trying to clear out, but he's got it very shallow, and now you got in a position where SK, they can push out this top wave, and with Marcoon and X-Kick just moving out of mid lane, you can't defend top turret. You have to be so careful of a dive. Peach is here. Maybe they're looking for a TP with Odo in case things go really awry, but Irrelevant, he's matching any sort of aggressive play there from Odo.
This is a very precarious position. If either XL or SK overstep, there is the ability to punish. SK have converted that farming and gold into bigger items, so it's nearly 2,000-3,000 combat gold difference between the teams. And the Herald is now spawning, so shallow vision for XL. Irrelevant and Odo have got the respective teleports available, but they are trading in the bottom lane, and it does look like Marcoon is already inside the pit. He started off the Rift Herald. Peach, does he fancy a shot? He doesn't have the backup, doesn't have the numbers. I think he's going to have to back away and fall out from this potential attempt at a steal.
Yeah, he's just kind of bluffing here. You can see Abadaga is already reset into base, so they're not looking for a fight, they're not looking for anything, just trying to make sure that SK have to commit members to this before they try and go for a play on top side. So this is where Certus now can continue this pressure top end, look to see if he can try and get a nice steal for Peach, try and get this top tower, and then you can use that Rift Herald in mid to get the last towers down, and that's now where SK can actually look to try and play those side lanes.
Of course, for SK, if they win this series, they will go to the season finals event. And I think when you consider the youngness, the inexperiences, the youthfulness of the roster, Game 1 blew my mind in terms of their approach. Their ability against Fnatic was great, and they've already generated a gigantic lead. But now they need to show us those brains in action. Use the advantage that Renekton and Akali have generated to pressure these side lanes. Rift Herald's available as well. They've only got themselves the one tower secured, but top will fall very easily. And the mid needs to be unlocked. Of course, that Azir with the Sun Disc can still be a bit of a pain in the butt.
Limit going to start walking up here. Certus is going to hide, but with Patrick there, I think Certus will know the Limit's probably in the area. It's been very interesting to me, though, to see how, I mean, the youth, as you call them, Trevor, is starting to kind of grow. When we look at SK back in winter, when they were as dominant as they were, like looking like one of the top teams in the LEC, it was very much a, hey, that was stopped.
Patrick was interrupted.
No, you don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah.
Under the tower,
but a lot of it was, hey, we're going to try and play around X-Kick in this bottom side of the map and try and get him snowballing. And this became the name of the game for SK. Get X-Kick fed, let him carry. But as they kind of teetered on, that identity started to shift. They couldn't really find success with that anymore. So they've kind of leaned now more towards, hey, can we get Irrelevant going on something like a Jax? Can we get Certus going on something like an Akali and see if we can play side lanes that little bit better? And I think they're one of the few teams that we actually have in the LEC that is more willing to play the side lane game. We're going to have to see now if it's going to work against XL, because they're congregating a lot of people down towards this dragon, and specifically to try and pick off Irrelevant before it starts off.
I mean, I think in terms of playing the side lane, but also just the willingness to lean on different plays in different lanes to carry. We've seen so much growth through the adversity for SK. They are now in a position, they've got a significant lead, staring down a potential dragon fight. Vision is superior here for XL. A couple of wards inside where Certus is standing. And it does look like Certus starting off here onto Peach. He's inside the Shroud. DOS has got the quickness available, uses it. Defensive flash from Peach, knocked up into the air. The feathers are available for X-Kick if needed. Peach is able to walk away, still alive.
The depth charge from Limit interrupted the second charge of the perfect execution, so Certus couldn't finish off Peach. The amount of pressure they have, though, does give SK Dragon. And you can see Certus is moving back up to the top side to make sure he can catch that wave. So big win for SK there, even though they don't get the kill.
Very well spotted, Dagda. Because of the fact that SK are committing to that dragon. Got numbers in the middle lane. Certus under some threat. He's still got the flash available to him. Dragon is secured and Certus is able to back away. So second dragon picked up. at 18 minutes. That gold lead remains pretty stable at 3,000. And Abadage has got a lot of alone time with the tower. Riftchild pretty quickly dropped here, and will be securing most likely this middle tower. And then your wave convoying in. And Peach is coming from behind. Does need to be a little cautious, doesn't have that ultimate available to him. And I don't think we're going to see any commitment. Limit doesn't have the depth charge either.
No, but still, it's the other turrets now completely gone in favor of SK. So this is going to give them the opportunity to start playing for these side lanes and making sure that it's all good.
Certus, level 12, teleports to the top lane.
There's a lot of members of XL up here, though.
All right, remember, there's vision fantastically demonstrated by the observers. XL committing towards top lane tower. They've kind of been fishing several times. When Irrelevant was in the top lane, we saw multiple attempts at either a dive or looking to punish Irrelevant. I think they did manage to find one kill. Looking to punish Certus again. And when you do consider the rest of the map, it is not gigantic advantages being accrued, but I think it is fair to say that SK have been able to pick up more farm. They've been able to take that tower in the middle lane, been able to get Certus the plates in the bottom lane. So SK are just taking advantage of the fact that XL are committing to these potential dives.
You do have to try and pick up the pace here, but as SK though, you're now in the position where you need to establish yourselves in side lanes. Like, start to threaten, as you can see here, vision in towards XL's jungle, because otherwise you're kind of looking at the point where, okay, next dragon isn't for another 3.5 minutes. All right, well, that's now going to be another item completed on towards things like Abadage and Patrick. And then you're only hitting onto a point where, okay, now XL can kind of come back in a lot of these fights. So for SK, I like where the position that they're in, but I really need to see them kick it up a notch. And I want it to be Certus pushing mid, top, Exekick pushing mid, and then leaning that pressure into this top side jungle.
Well, listen, it's 20 minutes on the clock, so that means SK are going to start the Baron and most likely secure it. They've done it every single game in groups. Instead, they're pushing into the jungle, and Marcoon forced to flash away. DOS buys some time with the quickness, and Irrelevant completes the teleport. Odoamne is held onto his TP. SK looking for a pick, looking for a kill, and they managed to, they are pushed away, in fact.
And that's the thing, though. Again, we're seeing that SK are too quick off the bat. You just needed to wait for that wave to crash in mid, someone to go catch it, and then you're guaranteed the numbers advantage in that jungle fight. But instead, they try to cut corners, XL are able to push them back, and now they don't get that vision that they wanted to establish anywhere. This is basically, you can see it on the map here, like there is just a line straight across the map where all the vision is for both sides. You need to try and get this deeper here if you want to try and play the split push game that SK are looking for.
I mean, for SK, they did just secure that mid-outer turret, and maybe falling prey to their own kind of approach to Baron, trying to surprise XL. It didn't work out, and I think with the fact they've got no teleports for Certus or Irrelevant, that gets harder, especially when both Odo and Abadage, they have theirs available. So DOS stepping into the river, going to be run down in a moment. Marcoon looking for Peach, holding him in place for now. Abadage's Emperor's Divide will at least force SK away, and that gets a teleport out of Odo. Small win here for SK, as they once again try to force the hand. They're looking for, forced errors on behalf of XL, making them react to these proactive plays. And if you look at the side lanes, they don't have too much to push for at the moment.
I think a lot of this is going to be a case of SK waiting now until they can take advantage of Odo having no TP. You've got a brief window where Certus will be up and also having Irrelevance up, and maybe you can start to play at the map then where you can threaten things like Baron as a 4-man unit while Irrelevance on a side lane. It is going to be a little bit tough though. Dragon in a minute's time. You have a lot of good items just coming through, with second items pretty much completed across the board here for SK. So I think XL may forego, honestly, third Dragon and say, hey, we need to establish Vision and Baron instead and see if we can draw SK into us. Because again, front to back for XL is where they want to fight. And if you are walking in blind as SK, that is terrifying against what XL have.
And if XL concede the Baron, that is one of the biggest win conditions for the composition that SK put together. If Irrelevant, with his 1,500 gold lead, still maintaining an advantage in that side lane, is able to push deeper, if Certus is able to try to play the map more, that is an area that XL will struggle to kind of respond to on both sides. Certus once again under some threat. Teleport is being channeled there from Abadage, and Odo, can he lock him down? The rest of SK in the middle lane, do they commit to the push? So teleport used, fishing, and ultimately nothing comes from it.
But this is the thing, XL have overcommitted. They're trying to play for Baron and SK are shoving in mid. So now this is what we're talking about. XL playing for Baron over the Dragon and trying to see if they can catch SK as they transition in here blind.
They get themselves Certus's teleport. And if this is just a straight up front to back, how does Certus find a target? Abadage got himself that Emperor's Divide, which will be huge for the 4 members of SK standing in front of him. Belt has been fired. Baron down to 6,000. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of Peach for now. Patrick tries to rocket jump to safety, and the Emperor's Divide sets the line once again. Certus manages to find the kill onto Abadage, but Patrick is able to escape for now. Marku looking to run him down. An exit kick holding off what looks like 3 members of XL. All of a sudden, Irrelevant is knocked back, and Patrick versus Marcoon and Certus. Keep your eyes on exit kick on the left as he's trying to find Limit, trying to find Odo, but they just don't have the speed for now. 1 kill for 2 in favor of SK. They managed to find the angle and find the kills they needed.
They might find Baron off the back as well. They're now immediately moving over towards that. DOS the only one down, so SK, they might have actually turned the Baron into a big favor for them.
I mean, the fact that they were able to find Abadage so quickly. Certus diving onto the backline, Patrick caught out as well. Baron secured, SK win the fight, and the Dragon is available. Do they have enough time to get there? I don't know. It does look like it's only the tanky members, so SK may even be able to pick up the Dragon.
Especially with the Hextech Rift, they're going to be able to get out of these with the portals and immediately get there. So SK, this is where they're finally getting control in this game. It was a big mistake from XL. They try to take the fight, they don't manage to disengage correctly, and now SK are the ones in control.
You take a look at that replay. How exactly both Abadage and Patrick were jumped on. I think Irrelevant sat on top of like 4 members, full dominance, got that Q down, and SK now have got a gigantic advantage. 3rd Dragon picked up, Baron secured, teleport available for Irrelevant. And it does look like Certus pushing mid, the rest of SK coming to join Irrelevant in the bottom lane. They could consider a dive. It's something they've done many times already. Quickness is available for DOS. So don't hold your breath just yet, Dagda. SK, do they play it slow? Do they play it fast?
I think they're going to try and look for this. You can see Abadage in the top side. So Certus in mid. SK just going to try and keep up this pressure so they can keep going for these tier 2s. You'll get the next wave coming into bot side. You should be able to take that one. And now SK is putting threats onto the mid lane inhibitor.
For Certus, the fact that he can get to the potential inhibitor could even drop down to the bottom lane quicker than Abba. No teleport for him. He hasn't decided. Does he back? Does he stick to the tower? Is sticking for now. And Irrelevant with that teleport available, he's starting to back. Will shop and looks to defend the top lane. Tower secured for SK. The 5th of the game unlocked for them. And they are making this composition work. Irrelevant, does he fancy himself a fight?
He's just hiding.
Buying time, look at the rest of the squad. Emperor's Divide used fairly early. Slice over, Marcoon's nearby. Blast Cone will at least get Abba over the wall. The Hextech gates are used, but now it's all of a sudden Irrelevant to Marcoon, facing down Peach and Abadage. No one else from XL is around. Abadage's good, no ultimate available to him, no flash available to him. DOS is over the wall as well. The Blast Cone buys another little bit of time, but Abba is killed by SK. The tension is now turning onto Odoamne, who is run down by the Bash duos of Certus and Irrelevant, and Limit is the next target. They managed to punish the hiding, the deception from Irrelevant, and the fact that they had the Hextech gates unlocks another gigantic advantage.
And the fact that Patrick was bot lane. SK were like, I mean, yeah, we can definitely take this. You haven't got half your damage here, especially if they kill Abadage. And now SK, they're still got a little bit of this Baron buff left, and they should be able to move in towards the towers.
Pushing in both top and middle lane. It's 20 seconds for Odo. 13 seconds for Abadage. Patrick already forced to use that rocket jump to safety. Peach trying to buy time with the ulti, but he's being run down by multiple members of SK using that gate to get out of range. The shuriken's finally dropping him. Limit is up. Abadage is now coming forward. Inhibitor will fall, and SK have taken some poke damage. And Irrelevant is not exactly the most important target. Sand Soldier's fired forward. Dredgeline catches onto DOS. No flash for him, no ulti either. Certus re-engages. He's looking for the kill to Limit and will find it, but it is at the cost of Exekick's life. Now Certus looking for another one to Patrick. Dashes forward. Perfect execution is unavailable. Goes golden. He gets the double. He pulls it off perfectly. executing XL inside their base. It's now Odo Womne versus 4. Another inhibitor will fall, and Odo is so low. He needs to heal up. He cannot stand toe-to-toe with everybody on SK's side. SK will even out the series, make a statement, the composition. And they now turn their attention to the Nexus. Peach is back up. It'll take just a couple seconds, and with that verdict, we are going to game number 3.
XL tried to play for that Baron, and it ends up coming back to bite them. I like the idea. It's like, look, we can't really fight into the amount of vision SK have set up, but they just need to peel that back that bit quicker, find a bit of a better disengage. But unfortunately, SK, they just jumped all over them, and right at the end, I mean, Certus kind of pop it off a little bit there. You can see him on the stage. Very happy with the way that Akali game went.
Very confident with his ability on one of his most played champions. And I think importantly for me, when SK play a little bit slower, when they do play a little bit more for the cross maps or for the objectives, they look fantastic. And that's actually what we're anticipating from this entire series, was kind of a front-to-back ARAM style XL, and then the brainier, smarter version of SK.
Yeah, I definitely think the fact that SK managed to catch the Baron fight was the decisive matter, because you're kind of getting to a stage where, all right, well, you know, we still have all the outer towers. Oh, well, we've got the outer towers down, but the tier 2s are all there. It's still not going to be great. We still can't really put a huge amount of pressure down. You're not really winning mid-push for SK. So there was definitely some issues that they're going to have to overcome. But the fact they just managed to completely crack open the game then at that Baron fight just made such a big difference.
There is so much confidence oozing from SK in terms of how they're playing the game, the compositions that they are running, the surprises they're throwing at pretty much everybody we've seen this weekend. And now it comes down to this third and final game. XL will have side selection, and we need to see what is the response, what is the answer. I think early games, I kind of feel like I prefer how SK have approached the first sort of 10 minutes of both games. Admittedly, game 1 very chaotic, but I feel like it was them on the proactive, front foot.
I think I'd like to see XL go back to just a really strong mid-jungle. The fact that we're looking at, like, it was Viego and Twisted Fate, and we had the Ahri and the Lee Sin, these kind of things that you can just play hyper-aggressive in. And I think banning the Poppy is the first road to that. If you can actually get rid of this, it means that it's very difficult then for you to actually respond to something that is that hyper-aggression in the mid lane, and then XL can go back to what worked for them, which is get stupid strong in the early game and then just go for fight after fight after fight.
And the thing that I'm so excited, if that happens, what else have SK cooked up for us? We're going to find out in a moment. Before we do, let's head to Ender and Finn at the Telestrator.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to be here talking about the early game movement, specifically SK setting up around the Herald. I know you've been laser focused on how they're going for these objectives, but in this situation, it's not a huge win for them. So talk me through that.
Yeah, so this play caught my eye. It's basically we're 6:50 into the game here, and Rakan and Saya are basing together. And here, Rakan is opening up topside. You're going to see he hesitates a little bit, but he's going to go topside here, which is, in my opinion, not optimal, because if you go topside at 7 minutes, that means if you want to be there for the Herald, you have to wait around there for 50 seconds. And that kind of gives the enemy a lot of time to make a crossman play into your Saya. You're going to see Saya's wave bounce here, and she's going to be put in a very awkward position where she can't really fight or farm. And meanwhile, Rakan is just staying here, not really accomplishing much with his move. So if I'm executing here, I'm going to be very angry in the review, and I'm going to tell my Rakan, hey, buddy, I need you here.
Yeah, because his wave is like now slow pushing out. He didn't actually get a freeze
going.
If
Saya has Rakan here, she can push out this wave and then move to Herald together, while the Tristana here catches under the tower. But now she's going to get caught out, lose her ult, and we're going to give over 2 plates for Tristana, while SK was in a winning position.
And throughout all of that, if you take a look at the jungle, like Vision got placed down by a limit, so they're completely setting up for a potential dive here for full control. They know they can keep SK pushed off.
I just think SK gave over a little bit too much to Patrick here. Gave him a win condition maybe they could play for, and I think they could have done better for next game if they can review this point.
Yeah, and I mean, objective control has been very good for them. They're Barons, they ended up getting a lot of Dragons later on. But let's go ahead and get on over to the desk to keep talking about this game, because
join me.
After this point, they just took it over.
They did indeed, but first I want to see the draft and how they set themselves up for these win conditions, because Finn, we had a lot to say about the draft that SK chose and the choices of XL as well. The Cassante, you were not such a big fan of it, but I also think, I know that Certus loves to play his Akali into Azir. It's been seen last time against Fnatic. I don't think it was an ideal Akali.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Akali pick is fine. I think Certus usually, when there's a blind pick blind pick Azir, he likes to go for that Akali. He's been doing this now for 1, 2, 3 years in the LEC. My main issue with the draft for XL here was that SK are showing clearly that they want to pick the Renekton on 4. They're banning Gnar and Kennen for the Renekton blind pick. It's very telegraphed, I think. So instead of banning Gwen, which I think is pretty needless. They should use Banner and Renekton and then look for a K'Sante Gwen trade because I think it's more favorable. Or it's going to end up in a matchup where K'Sante against Sion. Either way, it's going to be like a kind of dead lane top, which is way better than that because if you play K'Sante into Renekton, you use bleeding gold every wave, and it's just kind of hard to play, I think.
It was weird because like I felt like the SK bans telegraphed they wanted to go for top on 4.
Yeah.
But the XL bans were like, oh, Gwen, that's a 5 pick, you know, like you're countering out probably a tank on the top side. So they sort of had the wrong read, I want to say, in that situation. That ended up costing them a bit. I also am a little bit surprised that they self-banned the Kai'Sa after it was so effective in game 1, and I'm just a full-on believer in that pick. So assuming blue side here, I would like to see them go back to a game 1 draft style.
Yeah, the casters were saying maybe a stronger mid jungle. We'll talk about this one a bit later, but it feels like this series is mostly, for SK at least, about Barons and Baron setup. And I feel like when you have Poppy, you're going to have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if you can eliminate the enemy front line, or especially the enemy jungler, this Baron play ends up being just so huge for the team when SK are able to sort of just walk in, remove the Sejuani from the field. And I also think you see a little bit of the power of the Akali in these team fights, because I think Akali almost has to be on like ultimate watch duty and finding like that second engage time. You need that initial counter util to come out, right? Sejuani is gone. Goss and Irrelevant go in here first to burn a lot of the spells. Like Azir ult is down, and after that point, once the Azir ult goes, Certus can fully dive into the backline and just mop up.
Yeah, I just wonder who can peel that Akali in these fights. They have a K'Sante top, which could in theory deal with a flanker like Akali, but he's so far behind and Akali is so strong. If he would try to flank mark the Akali, he's just going to get killed himself.
Yeah, and when you have so many other champions on SK's comp that want to dive in, like first, you're dealing with Irrelevant, you're dealing with the Rakan, you need to use things to keep them off you.
I mean, it's a tough situation if you can get collapsed on like this from multiple angles. I just don't see the XL comp have too many tools to deal with it, unless they get a really good Empress Divide or something. They will just get like run over in these fights like you see here.
Resetting into the third game, we're going to have the same side selection as we had in game 1, which means XL is going to go back on the blue side. The casters were saying that for this game, they want to see XL go back to a stronger mid-jungle. Do you agree on this? Do we want to see the same kind of priority here with the Kai'Sa first and then following up with the Jace, for instance?
I think definitely picking the Kai'Sa is a no-brainer if you're XL. This champion can get flexed in 2 roles. I do think it's going to go bot for XL. He's having strong opinions about bot there as well.
Give me a Kali, guys. Give me a Kali. It's fine.
But yeah, I think the Kai'Sa for sure has to come through. I think we're going to see a very similar draft as the first game, with a little bit of change from SK in the 4-5 department. But in general, I think we're going to see a similar 1-3.
Yeah, I think XL, they were toying with like the blue side bans, like that third one. You know, the first game it was Xayah, then they left it through. The second game it's Kai'Sa. Maybe there's a world where they remove something like the Tristana and then look to like call out a Kai'Sa ban on the other side or take it for themselves.
Yeah, you could also try to give them Xayah and draft like a long-range comp poke into it. Like a Jace, Sejuani or something. You could always look to pick this.
Sounds like game 1 a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, when you look at the bans, they've mostly been the same. Honestly, on red side, would you say it's difficult right now, being put in this red side position when it comes to the big priorities that you want to have on blue?
I just think SK is very comfortable with these bans.
Okay.
I think they know exactly what's going to happen. I think they know what kind of trades they can make with these bans. They run all the simulations. They just know like if they pick this, we pick this. If they pick this, we pick this, and they just have to do a little bit of nitpicking 4-5, and they just see the draft very clearly.
Yeah, I think their soul laners especially are happy to have like a counter pick going at the end. That Akali, when there's an Azir angle, Certus is always taking it.
We'll see the approach both teams take going into this game 3. Will SK be the 4th team to lock in season finals with a win here, or is XL moving into the summer playoffs? We'll be right back for game 3.
Irrelevant, I don't think he knows there's so many members around. Gets caught with the dredge line. He's already sliced, he's looking for the dice, and he's taken out.
Seju's out. Flash. Looks a little bit hard. No.
No flash for him, no ulti either. Certus re-engages. He's looking for the kill to limit and will find it, but it is at the cost of Exekick's life. Now Certus looking for another one to Patrick. Dashes forward. Perfect execution is unavailable. Goes golden, he gets the double.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Best of 1, guys. Let's go. Stay focused, guys.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else. To be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Best of one, guys. Let's go.
Focus, guys. And welcome back. Serge is hyping up the team, but frankly, I think he carried so much of that. His Akali performance has been phenomenal throughout the weekend. And for SK, if they win game number 3, they advance to the season finals. They are locked in. For XL, they need to make a run all the way to finals. They need a minimum of second in order to get there. It is
no
tough.
No pressure at all. Nothing. Yeah. Okay,
The
cool.
one benefit is that neither of these teams have lost yet. So whoever does lose this series will get another shot in the lower bracket and see whether they can pull off a Mad Lions like we saw from Spring. But for game number 3, let's dial into the draft. XL, once again, selected the blue side. So all 3 games, XL blue, SK red. And the question to me is, will Poppy get banned? If it does, what is removed? Because the bans were unchanged from game 1 and 2. Ivan, LeBlanc, Kaiser, and Rumble, Rel, Maokai.
Yeah, I think the potential here is to drop something like the Ivern and just see if a team has picked it up and then look at the Poppy instead. Because personally, I think for XL, they have, well, excelled when they have things like the the Lee Sin and the Ahri. The ability to try and play through mid, make sure that they're in a good spot, and then just continuously find these skirmishes off the back of that. Plus the fact that they're able to then play for hyper aggression around that mid lane as they try and crest into the mid game is where they found a lot of that success. It feels like in game 1 we got to see a little bit of, okay, we can find these skirmishes and we can go blow for blow. I just want to see them given the tools so they can even play into that harder.
And I think they need to find a little bit of an answer to Marcoon, who I feel has had a fairly significant impact during the lane phase, during the early game in both of the previous matches. Peach was hard farming in game 2, but Marcoon was able to get Irrelevant ahead on that Renekton, and then that lead allowed Irrelevant and the rest of SK to use that as a pressure valve to buy time for Certus and Exakick to get ramped up. I have this feeling when I watch SK that they are feeling so confident and so bold or brave that even if they have a composition that doesn't maybe make 100% sense, they just want to brute force it to make it work, just like hands diff is kind of the feeling I get when I watch them.
Yeah, especially when we look at that last game, right? There was no fear as they jumped into a lot of these team fights. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to bring something similar. But I do like the idea that we're seeing from SK is like, hey, we want to try and open up side lanes. We want to try and get Irrelevant this early lead. We want to try and make something a little bit different happen. So we're not just playing into team fights all the time. We'll have to see then if that will continue here as we get into draft.
All right, Ivern and Rel still in the ban pool. Maokai as well as that Rumble were the next two for SK. I think that Rumble is a huge pick, especially when you consider Odoamne's impact on the champion. Tristana is a change now, so LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, Xayah, all champions that we've seen removed from the game. Options that one of them will be let through.
Yeah, I think a lot of this says, though, that they're like, okay, we probably might go back towards the Jace in the last one, right? That we got in game number 1, because you've already removed the one of the AD options. Jace has kind of risen up, especially when you look across the LPL as the other big answer for that. Xayah taken away as well. So we're probably going to see Kai'Sa first pick. Maybe you have SK going for that Maokai ban as well, just to make sure that they can round that out. But I feel like, yeah, Kai'Sa got to be the first lock in here for Patrick and see if he can have the similar impact they had in game number 1.
I mean, Patrick's W's in game 1 were fantastic. He found so much damage in the back line. And then comboed with the Jace Shock Blasts, once they had time to fire it off, really took over the game. So Maokai is open and available. Kai'Sa was going to be the final ban there from SK. And we've seen the impact that Maokai Ultimate has had across multiple games this weekend. Does Peach want to run that? What are some of the other priority picks that I'm missing? And I mean, Poppy's going to be one of them that Marcoon could pick again. It's something they've done in first rotation for both games this series.
Yeah, I'm curious if they just decide to take the Poppy away from Marcoon, or if they go towards, okay, LeBlanc going to be left open. So it is going to be the LeBlanc. I still thought we'd see the the Maokai come through, not Marcoon. So then they could try and play for team fight still, but I think LeBlanc has been incredibly strong. It's pretty much 100% presence across all regions that we've seen in 13-13. Even though we got the nerfs to Static Shiv, she can still go for something like the Minion Dematerializer, go for Static Shiv, and still have a ton of that push.
I mean, that LeBlanc has been banned by XL both games this series. They first pick it this time round. Certus now needs to decide what his counter will be. Played one game of Syndra this year. It was a victory. Hovered it in previous games this series. Now we'll have that as the answer to Abadage in the mid lane. Poppy or no Poppy? Maokai is open. It's a tough choice here because Maokai has found himself in the ban pool both games previously.
Yeah, I think it will be the Poppy. I think just with the way that they've been trying to play it, the flexibility that you have and trying to put on their side is going to be great. They're actually just going to all in on the side lane. So they're saying, hey, look, the Jack's been left open. It was banned on the second rotation in the last game. And they were just like, no, we want to try and solidify this. So it seems they're happy enough to go either the Maokai or the Poppy as long as they get one.
And of course, we talked in game 2 about how SK have kind of leaned a little bit more into Irrelevant to carry the games, especially throughout the course of the past few weeks. His Jacks have been terrifying. Week 2, it was one of the big tools that unlocked that 3-0 for SK. And it'll be Peach taking the Poppy this time around. So Marcoon needs to decide whether he goes Maokai or goes something a bit more fun or different. And we're not going to have those, bot lane kind of priority picks that we've seen for most of the drafts this weekend. Phase 1 has tended to lean that direction.
I now want to see what the plan is, though, because we're looking at AD carries still not taken away, but the two big picks in the Xayah and that Kai'Sa have been taken. So, yeah, Poppy going to be flexed to top lane here. I wasn't sure if they were going to go for it, but I do like it into the Jax. Makes that matchup a little bit more difficult for the Jax and even to operate when it comes to team fights. But now I think if you take the Varus here for SK, or something along these lines, well, then you're in a position where you can ban away 280 carries as well from Excel. It means your jungle will take a bit of a hit, but what we've seen from Arcun is he's perfectly happy to bring in things like the Sejuani and Muumuus, all these sorts of things. So I suppose they're just going to go and say, hey, look, jungle's going to be fine. We're still going to look towards the 80 carries. Imagine ban away 2 of them. Make sure that you can then pick up something for Exakick here. Especially when Exakick has shown he's happy to play the Ziggs. Maybe you just go for a full-on, we're just going to ban out all the 80 carries we can think of.
I mean, in terms of the impact, that Ziggs would be another like AP sort of damage dealer. I wonder if they want to have something a bit more impactful. But very different look from both of the previous games this time round. I took a quick look at Odoamne's history on Poppy. 8 games over his career. And I mean, he's sitting at like 600 nearly. So definitely not one that he has a ton of match experience on. Going into Irrelevance Jax. And it's going to be supports, in fact, banned away. I see your eyebrows furled. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So I think if Exakick goes for something like the Varus, because the static shiv, and you can also go for kind of like an on-hit version with it, you can still get a ton of control over mid-wave, and then you can still look to play through the Jax and side lanes. The other options, you're starting to kind of dip down. So like Aphelios is still up there, right? You still have the Jinx, but when you're looking at something like the Braum band away, you're probably on up a Nautilus pick here, and maybe they're trying to see the counter pick here on the 80 carry, so you can see Nautilus taken there. It's just, it feels a bit strange when so many of the big 80 carries like the Aphelios, the Kai'Sa, the Xayah are all taken away. So Ashe, hovered at the moment, have seen a little bit of play in the LEC, but definitely been a bigger pick across in the eastern region.
I had wondered whether or not Ashe would have been the pick there on red side 4 for SK. That comboed with the potential for the Syndra or the Jax could have been one of those safer initiation tools. It will be stolen away by Patrick. Combo that with the Poppy, combo that with the LeBlanc, terrifying and limit. What does he want to run in combination with Ashe in this bottom lane? DOS ran the Nautilus in game 1. I thought it was a bit difficult for him to find targets to dredge line because of the front line that Exile had put together. And was, of course, the fact that they had those tanks. They had the fact that the Sejuani was there, the Gnar, the Braum, and there will be a Rakan to combo with Ashe in the bottom lane. Not a duo I was anticipating, but definitely not a draft that I was ready for either. Exakick, safety. If DOS wants to roam on the Nautilus, Ezreal at least can be left alone a little bit easier.
Yeah, and it's something that at least when you've got like the Arcane Shift and that, you can try and avoid some of the Crystal Arrows that are coming through. So it is going to be the Ezreal taken into the bottom side of the map. So I think kind of looking at this, although XL have decent setups, say for LeBlanc being able to play side lanes, they are edging towards more of the team fight style, but you don't really have a huge amount of the damage that comes behind it, right? LeBlanc kind of needs a little bit of time where she'll look for poke and prodding. Same when you look towards Ashe, which we've traditionally seen a Triforce build out of her. I think in this situation, you need to go a little bit more on hit so you can actually play for team fights. So it's actually going to be really interesting. I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, can SK play for poke with Syndra and Ezreal and let Jax do his thing on side lanes, or can you look for those big quick engages and picks for Excel off of Ashe arrows, the Rakan follow-up, and even the Maokai ultimate as well?
And who from Peach or Marcoon is going to have a bigger impact in the early game that could allow one of the teams to just snowball ahead, use those pick powers to pick up the objectives in the towers. This is the first time Exakick has run the Ezreal all year long. He's his third most played champion from previous experience. And reminder for SK, a win in game 3 sends them on the road to Montpellier, gets them into the season finals. For XL, they want to stay in the upper bracket as long as they can, get themselves into the playoffs, get themselves closer to the finals, because they need a second seed at minimum. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, put your hands together. We've learned to Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of XL versus SK. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Let's take a look at any potential shenanigans at level 1. Nothing really afoot for now. I do recall a little bit of Engage from earlier in the series, but nothing has gone awry so far. And Dagda, I'm going to ask you to help explain to me, what do you make or what do you think of how Peach's early games have gone this series? I've obviously already shared, I think Marcoon has had a slightly bigger impact. But in comparison to what we saw from his series early in the weekend, Look at that. In 93% kill participation, his Lee Sin games are phenomenal. Plus 1,100 gold, 4k plus 8. Now, obviously, the champions he's played today, not going to necessarily have the same ability to do so. But I think he's had less of an impact than his opposite number in Marcoon.
I think it's hard to call, because when I look at, like, game 1, right, he had Marcoon invading him from level 3 and immediately had everyone in his jungle and still managed to come out with a little bit for like 3 kills for Auto Omni, got some decent turnarounds, read it well. So I think Peach has actually had a really good, like, game 1 went reasonably well. Game 2, I was kind of looking at Excel going, you guys don't need to do anything. You don't have pressure on you to do particularly much. So honestly, I think Peach has had a great series. It's just that it hasn't been required for him to massively step up. This game though, I want to see if he can try and play around Abbedagge in that mid lane. Maokai and LeBlanc, obnoxious if you can try and get that gap closer onto Certus. And especially as Abbedagge, we'll be just looking to take a couple of pop shots at Certus with this AD build. It means you've got a little bit of control there where Abbedagge can try and shove the wave, see if he can whittle down Certus himself.
And so many less tools available to Certus if he does get engaged on. That Syndra, relatively low mobility. Patrick steps forward, Limit will go for the grand entrance. Flash already blown from Exakick as well as DOS, and none of those skill shots really tagging Excel's bottom lane. Marcoon is in the area though, so if Patrick and Limit stick around, potential for him to come in behind. But that was great play, and I think Patrick and Limit's level 1 and level 2s all series long have generated some sort of advantage.
Ward is on the top side as well, so they know where Peach is. He's only going to be coming into the spot, so it's Marcoon's trying to get in ahead.
Limit's got no flash available to him. He's caught out by the Sejuani as well as the Nautilus. And first blood goes to Exakick on the Ezreal. That was fantastic from Marcoon. Abbedagge actually taking the worst trade here as he jumps into all of those Dark Spheres from Certus and Syndra.
So a couple of different things there. So you can see the ward that just timed out over the blue buff for Peach is the reason that Marcoon felt comfortable going for that aggressive play on bot side. He knew that Peach wasn't going to be in the area, so gets in just ahead of him. As you can see there, Peach is walking over towards his Raptors. So Marcoon, really smart pathing in towards the pit, over the wall, and knows that it doesn't really matter because Limit has no way to try and escape this with the follow from DOS. So really good coordination from SK in the bottom play. And then in the mid lane, as you said, the fact you've got this electrocute, Certus has been able to consistently, at least the moment, land those skills to pop the electrocute and make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Abbedagge.
I think as well, for Abbedagge, knowing that Certus knows that Abbedagge is going to be looking for those auto attack trades, maybe has a little bit more wiggle room to land those Force of Wills and scatter the weaks. And Marcoon again looking to jump onto Odo. Got that Hex Flash, immediately does so, and that's a stun connecting. Odo taken out by Irrelevant. 2 kills in about a minute here for SK.
So I might need to change my decision on who's had a little bit more of an impact, because now Marcoon on bot side immediately into the top lane as well, helping out Irrelevant. Marcoon is having a phenomenal early game right now, and the fact that he's not even falling massively far behind Peach as well just shows that this is now looking pretty scary for Excel.
It is, but again, it's another game where SK demonstrate that they want to generate a lead through proactive plays. They're looking for the dives. They're looking to get in the face of XL. And it is Marcoon. I think in game 1, we both felt it might have been a little too much, a little too ham, as it were. But they slowed the pace down in game 2, had a very controlled, elevated advantage throughout the course of the game. And right now, off to another great start. Kill for Exakick, kill for Irrelevant. You can see their teleport coming in as he rejoins the lane. A small roam from Limit as Patrick went for that recall and starts to buy shopping, and both of the supports will meet in the river. And let's keep an eye on Peach. First potential attempt in the top lane. Irrelevant's got that flash available. DOS is being backed up by Marcoon. Dredgeline will connect. Limit still flashless, remember. Not going to be able to jump out just yet, but does eventually fly over to Patrick. They're not done yet. I mean, Marcoon, from what we've seen, he's going to look for the dive.
Yeah, he definitely wants to try and look for this. They don't know where Peach is. He was spotted, I think, for a short while on a ward that's just in the tri-brush and top side. So with the time he had just reset on that, they know that he's probably going to be coming down. They're just going to look to zone, take the dragon, and get a play for themselves. But still, SK, they're the ones punishing on the map right now, and XL haven't really been able to find a response.
So in game number 2, it looked eerily similar to this. With a few early kills and objectives going the way of SK. And once we got to the first big team fights, a couple of key abilities not having the right impact. And we were talking about that Baron fight and how Abbedagge's Azir ultimate didn't really prevent or help XL out. So what do we want to see from XL this time around? They cannot slowly let SK bleed them out of the map.
Yeah, and that, especially with the composition they're playing, like you want to try and look for picks, especially when Patrick's level 6, get control of the map. So a lot of this is going to be a case of getting Abadage to a point where he has the static shift, can very quickly clear waves, set up vision in the enemy jungle, and then just look to try and find people who are roaming around. If SK are able to keep up the pace of this game though, and they're the ones making plays, they're getting dragons, they're starting to look for things like Rift Child in a minute and a half, and they're getting towers, the area of control that XL actually have to make those plays starts to shrink and go more in favor of SK. So keep our eyes on Marcoon. He wants to, looks like, go for another play onto this top side.
I think in my head, I'm a little bit more afraid of the very late game from SK's comp, with the Ezreal, with the Jax. One will be the target. Alexa kick is being dove in that bottom lane. Odo manages to survive for now to keep his verdict for just enough time. DOS now roaming in from behind. Peach not able to find any opportunity. So another attempt on Odo. He survives this time round, only behind 300 gold. Just that kill separating them. Redline connects onto Patrick. Limits can jump away. Flashes as well. Damage back onto Exakik, who's got no mana. Limit escapes with his life. That was very, very close. Neither team finds the kill.
That Sheen proc would have been the end of Limus with the Mystic Shot coming through, but not quite able to get any of the damage down. The big thing though is as well, Odoame losing that big wave on top side means that he's actually going to fall further behind and relevant as well. So you're still getting these big wins coming through for SK. And at the moment, if Marcoon can actually get in towards mid lane now as well, Xerxes having that ultimate available, and with the amount of times he's been able to poke and damage Abadage, I think they're in a great spot if they can finally fix mid lane as well. This is SK taking over.
Of course, the one thing that they do need to be a little bit wary of, Patrick's Hawk Shot, information that could be incredibly useful for XL. Did feel that their warding previous games was a little shallow. XL at least grouped up this time round. They've got Limit nearby. And unfortunately, Abadage is going to be late to the party. No teleport available for him. Rift Herald has been started. Do SK fancy a challenge? Waiting for the rest of the members to come up. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available for Patrick. Certus coming from behind, flanking with his team. Ash Arrow connects, the follow-up is good, and they turn away from the Herald. Great play from XL. They get the objective, they get the kill, and it lands in Patrick's back pockets.
I'm surprised by how many members of SK actually started to walk up towards that, because you can look at bot side. Exakik's like, oh no, DOS.
Ooh, the engage from Peach gets away from the dredge line at least. Unleash Power does some, scans as well. Wilbur stun up multiple members, and so does the Counter-Strike. That's Limit left for dead. And SK are not done yet. Flash available for DOS if he needs it. Manages to catch out on the minion that actually was thrown forward by Certus. But SK punish XL and find themselves 2 more kills. If Patrick sticks around, he could be in trouble. The only reprise that XL have is Abadage pushing that middle lane.
That was the problem though, because Abadage was pushing the middle lane, he's not there for the play on top side. We'll end up finding Marcoon is going to take the majority of the wave mid, so that's still fine. Certus might catch him as well, actually.
Abadage has got that flash, got that distortion, is stunned up, is scattered, is taken down by Certus. 2-0-1, 2,000 gold lead. And SK are just destroying XL.
Yeah, the cracks were starting to show, but now the vase has been entirely shattered. The play on top side, you got a 700 gold lead there now for a top lane. Now you're looking at a massive lead in the mid lane, plus all the plates and the extra minions that were sent to the bot lane tower. Across the board, SK now are in the lead. I mean, you look towards things like Dragon in a minute's time, they're just going to get to abuse the fact that they should have a lot of these first items completed. This here, really nice job. You get the Ash Ult, you get the pick, get the job done. Fantastic, get it. Now, hop out. You can see Abadage's already moved back to mid lane, and that's why SK are like, cool, we can actually go for this. Peach is thinking, I can move into top side, find a pick, and immediately use this Rift Child to get some damage onto the tower, but the follow-up here, Certus ults to get so many of those spheres on the ground to follow up. And it's a great little play from SK, reading that XL had just gone greeting for that mid lane wave with Abadage.
Yeah, huge credit to the observers there, highlighting that Peach didn't have any vision beyond that tri-bush, so stepping forward, the rest of the squad was not close enough to him, wasn't with him, so Peach ultimately got run down before he had backup. Certus has been trading with Abadage for a while. Abadage initiated that, used the ultimate, and is now being forced back. He's down 700 gold because of the kills and the assist that Certus has secured for himself. And with the Dragon now spawning, SK have got the HP advantage, the positional advantage, and almost a bonus kill onto Abadage. So this will be Dragon number 2 at 11 minutes. A highly doubt anyone can contest.
But it's also the fact that Abadage, because he tried to clear the midway or the river ward, is actually going to be late on the reset here. So SK, they're going to move to mid and use the fact that, well, there's no LeBlanc here, so we get another turret plate. So not the kill, but turret plate, dragon, and now a play on bot side. Peach is trying to cover.
Okay, can SK punish once again? Marcoon's moving forward. He's got the ultimate available. Rift Herald was just dropped and be able to just get that charge off.
It won't get it.
Be able to, and fighting the minions, in fact, so this is going to be a wasted opportunity. That objective that looked so good for them earlier on, maybe not going to be able to benefit. Let's find out timing-wise. Keep an eye on the mini-map. The teleport is being channeled to the top lane for Irrelevant, so he's going to look to defend the tower from Odo Wamne. And at least they did get a couple of plates. They've clawed back some of that gold. But do they stick around too long? Does Limit get punished again? That's Marcoon over the wall. Doesn't find the Arctic Assault. He's still got the ultimate available. Patrick instantly cleanses out, and it's another summoner spell used. Another advantage for SK for whatever objective they're going to fight for next. Maybe in 2 minutes, looking at that next Herald.
But I'm looking at the mid lane tower for the moment. Limis, going to be able to sidestep, but you can get the shove in mid. Wasn't sure if they're going to stick around for a plate, or even just roam up to the top side. You can see Irrelevant, no flash, very overextended, but XL instead going to just back away. So I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity as Certus, you can see the damage that this Syndra's starting to do.
That ward that was in the tri-bush, just allowing him to poke down XL. The information that SK are working with, I think is just allowing them to make play after play across every single lane. That's generating them advantages.
And this is a much more confident game from SK. Marcoon in particular, this is a composition where you can play that hyper-aggressive style that we got from game one, but have your lanes able to set you up, right? You've got the Nautilus there, you've got the CC from Certus, Irrelevant having the Counter-Strike as well. So I think this is where you're starting to see this is what SK would like to be able to play and try and play this more aggressive style. And it's starting to come to fruition. DOS as well now opened up with the Ezreal now in the mid lane to start leaning up towards this top side every time they get the shove in mid.
Of course, the SK squad, with the lead they have, they've demonstrated against both Fnatic and XL in game number 2 that they can play the map well enough to close it out, not fumble the ball in the late game. If they do that, they get themselves that 4th spot in the season finals. Now, they do need to respect the fact that both Jax and Syndra, if they are the target of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or a Maokai attempted gank, they can be taken down, but it's going to be up to XL to make those plays, to find those opportunities. Right now, it doesn't look like they have had the answer in game number 2, where their comp never found those front-to-backs that could really demonstrate what they wanted to do. And this time round, they are being pushed further and further back. They're in some trouble here, as Abadage at least dodged the scat of the week. Peach can come in. No teleport for Irrelevant either. Nature's Grasp should be pretty good. Forces the flash and still gets tagged just on the tip. Engage once more and Certus will go down. Kill should be secured by Abadage. The first of the game for him, and importantly, one of the most fed members there for SK.
Yeah, you can see that SK were thinking of trying to answer for this bot lane play, but they're immediately just going to move up towards the Rift Herald instead. So XL getting something back as SK are going to be able to get the Rift Herald, but I'm just curious how much they can get onto the mid lane turret as well, because SK, they have so much control of the map despite the fact that XL got that play on bottom side. This is still going to be SK favorite.
It is, and I think importantly this time around, 7 plays to 6, much more balanced than game number 2. What I would like to see from XL is a couple of different plays from the playbook. In the previous game, especially from this 15 to 20, 25 minute period, they tried to go multi-man dives on whoever was standing at that top outer turret. It allowed SK to pick up objectives in other lanes, pick up farm, pick up more advantages. And we just saw that again there onto Certus. So if they keep committing resources and allow SK to cross-map or pick up something on the other side, that was ultimately something that hurt them heavily.
I like the idea though from XL, because a lot of their composition is like, look, we want to try and look for picks, and this was something that they did manage to find. It does get a tower down, it does open up bot lane, and then they can now start to lean into this bottom side jungle. The problem is, as you say though, like the cross map is going to be so valuable for SK, where they get their own tower. They don't get a kill, but they get the Rift Herald to now open mid. And after this, SK get to play it very slow. They can push in these waves nice and neatly, start to creep that vision further and further into XL's side and just make it difficult for XL to look for picks. Now with Dragon up as well, XL are kind of forced to look for a fight.
And importantly, the gold difference between the squads has shrunk fairly significantly. A lot of that gold from both the farming, the plates, the tower has helped out. XL are inside the river first. They've got at least one ward directly underneath SK's feet and another just to the right of the blue buff. Abadag is trying to bait out some damage, some abilities. He's used that distortion in the chains. Crystal Arrow is there for Patrick. Keep your eyes on it. When does he fire? Irrelevant is starting to recall. I think they may just be conceding this dragon, but Marcoon stepped a little too far forward. He is focused and he is shut down.
TP as well.
Now Irrelevant is TPing into the river after a member of his team has already died. He does get poked some damage, but is able to leap away to safety. The rest of XL looking for another target. Dredge line from DOS goes forward, but there's just not enough damage to take down Oda1. Unfortunately for them, Peach sticks around in the jungle for too long. He is dropped. Abba's trying to find the angles, but he's only got really that static shift for now. Needs a little bit more time, a little bit more items to be able to have a larger impact, but that was good play from XL.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to get into river first, control the area around the dragon, stop SK from stepping too far forward. You can see the lack of vision was really coming back to bite them, and Marcoon face checking into it sets up perfectly. And this is where it's like, okay, XL, they're in a fantastic spot. You turn onto the Jax, try to burst him down, but they're not quite able to get the kill onto Irrelevant because he's already got the counter-strike going. But this is really nice from SK. They're like, play for the choke, play for the choke. As long as you can get that CC across several members there from the Syndra, you have a chance to try and turn this. So they do get one back, but then Abadaga is just in a perfect spot to keep poking away at them and prevent them from coming in further.
I mean, give him another item there, and that may have been a second kill, potentially third. I love the fact that from XL, neither Patrick nor Abadaga were really under threat at all. Oda1 baited out so many abilities and done so much damage, still manages to flash away with his life. Remember that he's been the recipient of a lot of ganks from Marcoon. He's still down 1,000 gold from Irrelevant's Jax, but in the team fights, I definitely think I have a little bit more concern for what a Poppy could do than maybe this Jax. However, in the side lane, like we're seeing now, this is the way Irrelevant wants to be playing. He's got himself that Sundra already. He's got a level advantage. And right now, the numbers are not under any threat. You can see XL grouping up towards the top lane turret. They're not going to look for that dive just yet, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, the dog from Undertale, where
Yes.
they come in, it's like, oh yeah, it's Poppy in a side lane, and then she gets the team fight, and suddenly she comes out in the armor and everything else. That's kind of the way we're going to be looking at it, because Irrelevant can just ignore Poppy, honestly, in a side lane at the moment. The damage is not there. You're not really going to be able to take Irrelevant down, so you can see he just takes the tower, says, I don't really care that Oda1 is here. So as XL, you need to find ways again to force these fights, but with Dragon up for 3 minutes, you're totally fine here as SK to continue pushing.
I mean, I think for XL, I need to get some more gold to both Patrick and Abadage. It is, in fact, Peach with the biggest advantage, player versus player. Limit is the first focus here. The tower stays alive just a few moments longer. 1 for 1. Make that a second as the tower now falls. Peach is being chased down as Abadage's got the mobility. He's looking for Certus, and Odo's chasing with him. Exekick and Irrelevant a little too far away. At the end of the day, it's 2 for 2, but the towers have fallen in the middle lane. And Oda1 is now being pushed back. Exekick and Irrelevant can take a second tower after this team fight. And Odo's going to be interrupted from that Poppy W. Odo's looking for more. Can they find any more damage? And the answer is no. 3 kills to XL, 2 towers, and 2 kills to SK.
Yeah, so at least you get more map control here for SK, but it's a good response from XL. You get the immediate Rift Tower coming down. XL are in a great spot here to flank from that top side. So even though they get Patrick, Certus can't really follow up or get close enough because XL immediately go for the engage. And then this is where you're in a better spot. Abadage is putting pressure onto the back line, or Oda1 is coming in from another angle. It makes it very hard for SK and their backline to really set up in a safe spot. And that's where they're able to find some success on the back, but on the top end of the map.
Right, another attempt there onto Certus, who's trying to defend the top tower. He's got some backup from DOS, but it looks like Limit's making his way up as well. I think crucially, with 1.5 minutes until the next dragon, and the fact that Baron is up and available, no sums for Exekick, no flash for Patrick, and Certus is going to need to hold on to that for the inevitable engagement. What will the priority be? This is not an important dragon for either team.
Still though, I like what we're seeing from XL. They're like, right, we now have tempo advantage. Reset quick before we hit the minute mark, try and get back out of the map, and try and look for picks before you have SK coming back out of the map, or at least get the vision control so you can attack SK before they hit the objective. And at least for the moment, looks like that might be in the bot side here against the Relevant.
The question is, how do they deal with this Jax in the side lane? The answer right now is 2v1. Eleven's going to throw down that Grandmaster. He's jumped on by Abadage, rooted in place. And this is just a beautifully played 2v1. Eventually, more support comes in. The kill goes to Abadage. He's 4-1-2. He's got himself that Night Harvester as well. And with 30 seconds to Dragon, that's nearly perfect timing to at least gain control of the area. They find another kill. That's at least another engage onto DOS, who is shut down where he stands. Limit's quickness is held in place by the prison, but Irrelevant does have a TP, 20 seconds. I don't think SK want to contest this. It's the second Dragon, but it's XL with a good play that leads to the neutral objective.
They are playing so well to their comp strengths, making sure they get out on the map first, making sure they can find these quick picks. That's 2 people down now, and you cannot approach this as Marcoon. Even though he wants to try, XL will destroy you if you walk in here.
Just remember that there's none of those very big engage ultimates for XL. SK fancy, they don't want this fight, they back out, despite potentially thinking about it. And that will be the second Dragon secured. So in 22 minutes, we're about as even as we can be. It is 2 towers to 4, but 2 Dragons apiece. Gold is even for now. SK have made more aggressive work on the towers, but XL are currently the team with the momentum.
That's the big one. The fact that you have this momentum means that for XL, you can get it back into the map, start to control the waves, try and prevent Irrelevant from getting access to these tier 2 towers. He's just completed the Hull Breaker. He's all in on split pushing and making sure that he can beat Odo Omne at any point in time. So for SK, if they can try and push back, try and get some vision, threaten Baron a lot, they're going to be in an okay spot. For XL, they want to try and find the stragglers, prevent people from being able to set up properly and stay in this grouped up bunch, which at the moment, SK, fishing for Abby.
They are indeed. Ooh, that distortion was so incredibly close. DOS almost connected with the dredge line. I think we have to consider at all times, what is the answer for Irrelevant's Jax? It's going to need, I think, multiple members. I think this Poppy can buy some time, but ultimately not really the greatest match. And I think for Odo Omne, the fact that he had Abba helping him just a moment ago, that was good, but Abba also needs to be with the rest of the squad trying to poke out and prevent SK from getting more objectives.
Yeah, and this is where you're on a push-pull kind of schedule here. You want to push in if you're XL and threaten down onto Irrelevant so he can't actually try and play the map. But if you ever end up giving over that control, that's where we can actually have the reverse happen, where instead it's Irrelevant who shoves in bot and is suddenly finding access on towards like Patrick in the back line. And now this is where I want to see how XL are going to manage this. A lot of it, I think, is what they're doing right now. Push in top, group on mid, get this mid lane turret down, and then it becomes way more difficult. But there's that TP from Irrelevant.
Okay, Irrelevant looking for the flank opportunity. Odo does have his TP available, and it'll take some time before the rest of the backup is there. Abba goes forward to the W, jumps right back out, and SK unable to close the distance to find the angle just yet until Peach gets caught out as he's inside the jungle. Nature's Grasp is holding down members of SK. They didn't have Certus, they didn't have Exekick, so they weren't able to find that kill.
They did have a big stun though, which meant that they were able to get out of there. Irrelevant though, no flash, no TP, and XL, they just got this space in front of Baron.
Oh, do they commit to this? Are they looking for the fight? No arrow, no Nature's Grasp available to them. Exekick trying to poke on the side lanes, and Irrelevant is coming all the way from base. No TP, he used it just a moment ago. Abadage is hopping over the wall, trying to be a nuisance and distraction. That's the engage from Odo. He's managed to find Margoon, but it's all of a sudden the scatter the weak and the unleashed power that finds the kill onto Patrick. But Abadage still remains mostly healthy, mostly alive. He needs to deal with the Jax, he needs to deal with an Ezreal. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of XL, but that was scary close.
But how many times have we started to now say this? It's one extra kill for XL, it's one more tower for XL, it's one more step forward on the map for XL. SK, they had the control, but they try to make this play happen, but as you say, they're just not really in a position. Irrelevant is still coming from base. Great flank position from Limit. Abadage is putting a ton of threat onto Exekick this whole time, and it's a brilliant 1-2 combo between Odo Omne and Limit, which decimates the front line and then sets up for the follow-up play here.
I mean, when you think about this Poppy, during the early game, got ganked, got bullied, got pushed away from his tower, and now has found multiple meaningful engages. Bear with me for a moment, because I think when we look at Odo Omne and we look at his career, this is the player that I'm expecting to step up. It's the third most games out of anyone in the LEC. He's got the 5th highest amount of wins, the 3rd highest amount of solo kills, and frankly, I think he's been singled out. He's been focused. A lot of attention was given to him. Marcoon ganking. Irrelevant was set up to carry. Now, multiple times at the Dragon, at the Baron a moment ago, it's his engages on this Poppy that have kept XL those inches ahead that give them those extra kills.
Yeah, and it's the fact, as you say, look, he can fall behind gracefully, and there's not many players that are able to do so and still have this massive impact to limit. Try to see if he can get onto Exekick, but I think that's the beauty of what Odoamne brings. He can pop off on things like the Rumble, like we've seen, but it's also able to lead from the front here on these tanks. Now setting up here a Peach on the side, that's going to be the ultimate coming across. They really want this mid lane terror, but they're just not having that control that they need. Look at where Abbedagge is. He's trying to put the presence on towards the top lane tier 2, but you're not really syncing up here as Excel.
It's not, and Abbedagge is going to be running into multiple members of SK. It's 20 seconds until the Dragon, so if XL try to focus that one down, do SK fancy themselves a shot at the Baron right now? Kind of split in the river, in the mid lane. Dragon's only up in 10 seconds. Crystal Arrow is available, so if XL find a straggler, they can look for that pick.
SK are trying to play for the Baron off of this. You know Peach has no ultimate, and that's such a big engage tool.
I think it's going to take a long time for this comp to take down Baron. Obviously, Irrelevance in there can be helping out, and 5 members, but it's definitely not the same as what we saw earlier this series.
Ashult
will tag up, at least they're onto Exekick, but XL do not want to engage. It would have been a 4 versus 5, and they're allowing Patrick to pick up at least the Dragon. Third of the game, they thwarted the Baron. They managed to get themselves one step closer to Sol. They've unlocked the mid tower, and it's XL now a couple steps ahead of SK in the bigger picture, the macro game.
And we talked about this being Brain versus Brawn coming into this, where SK were the ones that have played the map smart against Fnatic. Whereas when we looked at XL, it was very much a, hey, we're going to just keep punching you and over again in mid lane. This game, though, has been XL taking some of those punches in the early stages, biding their time, and now finding moments where they can strike back on the map, finding picks in bot lane, working off of Abbedagge and Patrick, and you can see the results. XL are getting control of this game, but Peach needs to run.
Peach once again the target, a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team. Many members of SK should be able to run him down. Can XL do anything in reply? Limit has got the quickness, has found the engage. Abbedagge jumps forward, but that's a second kill secured by SK. Exekick will be able to use that E to get away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Not tagged this time, and Abbedagge looking for the chains, can't find it. Peach got punished by SK's move. And unfortunately, as Limit tries to save him, it's now 5 versus 3. No jungler, no smite. SK, luckily for XL, not many objectives to fight for unless SK look at this Baron with 20 seconds before Peach is alive.
Yeah, they need Exekick here though. They're an artillery cannon at the moment, and it lands on Odo.
Odo gets caught out by Scan of the Week, forced to use that flash. Abbedagge's got so much damage. Third item, Void Stop, was completed, and you see the burst onto SK.
This is the thing though, when they have Certus only, they need to reload, they need to get the cannon ready, and they'll do a ton of damage, but it's a while before they get that combo up and available again. So XL, they're just trying to play around that. They look to push them out, prevent them from actually being able to capitalize on Peach being down and going for the power.
This is so incredibly tense. And again, take a look at the minimap. The rest of XL in the mid lane making their way up. So fortunately, Peach just gets jumped on. Once again, the ward from SK was great.
And lack of vision for XL playing a part. The fact they don't spot the teleport coming in, but this is where you can see, because you get a bunch of damage from Abbedagge onto Exekick, he's now out of the equation. So you're basically waiting as SK to try and play for some of these picks off of Certus's combos being back up. So they're just trying to push them back. Now SK though, striding for it again. There is a bit more vision for XL in their own top side jungle. They see that Odoamne is in the bot side. SK should start Baron to just try and bait out this TP, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Right, Odoamne, when does he pull the trigger? There's the ward. Vision is great, yeah. And XL have got a couple of options behind the pit, in front of the pit. Abbedagge needs to get through that Banshee's Veil. Dredgeline connects onto Limit, who runs away for his life. Prison's thrown out. Nature's Grasp is much better than the Sedge ultimate, and all of a sudden it's XL on the offensive. They've got themselves one already. Irrelevant's running for his life, and Exekick has got the long-range poke, but that was just a significantly better, higher impact ulti from the Maokai. Abbedagge gets jumped on, caught out, and Irrelevant doesn't have the range just yet. Certus has used the Unleashed power. The members of XL still keeping that Baron aggro. Irrelevant needs to find the stun, needs to find the CC. But Patrick, as well as Abbedagge, are still relatively healthy. They keep poking and prodding. That's Exekick chunked out to 30%. Irrelevant's finally found Abbedagge, but now on the reply, Odoamne is looking and finding Exekick. The Baron's about to fall in favor of XL, but SK are relying on Irrelevant. He's got too many members to deal with. It's XL finding kill after kill, and the Baron to boot.
The fact that they managed to get Exekick on the back of that fight, Odoamne Wamne sneaking his way through the goalpost is absolutely insane. Exekick falls, Excel get the Baron, and they get so much control in this game.
I am absolutely exhausted by the action in the series, but another example of how SK are approaching this kind of series, this opponent. They want to win through finding picks, through finding those fights.
And Abadage has been such a nuisance. He's been playing this LeBlanc so incredibly well. Jumping in, getting little bits and pieces of poke down, making sure that he's drawing attention, and SK can't really step up to the pit. The second that they do, that's when XL actually bursts it out, turn onto the fight, and again, Odo just managing to slowly to finish off the slow whittling that Abadage has been doing is incredible. Now the ult.
Asharo connects, but that was fairly well buffered. Unfortunately, there's too many members of XL close by. Makun throws out the ulti and it doesn't do enough. The Nature's Grasp is zoning away, and Health Certus just in place, or popped his Banshees rather, for Patrick to find another. 3 members are down. Baron empowered minions are pouring into the base, and XL are on the verge of securing the series, securing the win, and keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, they'll be able to continue pushing forward. There's no minions at the moment though, but they're still going to keep hunting. Odo really wants to get this. The cannon minion is the only thing that's left alive.
Odo Wamne and XL, the journey this year has been wild, and as the Nexus turrets are falling, XL are going to be 1 step away from the season finals. With this win, they guarantee a minimum of 3rd. If they win one more BO5, they go to season finals, the road to Montpellier. For a team that was absolutely irrelevant for the first 2 splits of the year, they are stepping up and standing up in summer where it really matters most.
It's taken a long, long time for the XL engine to get up and rolling, but now that it does, it feels like it's so difficult to stop them. They've got the ability to go for the more carry-orientated compositions. They're falling back towards what was their comfort in the regular season, which is the tanks and having all these carries in the back line. XL, this was a big win for them to push them forward into their playoff spot.
And they were really pushed, really tested by SK, who have looked phenomenal and surprising all weekend long. Arguably the bravest of the teams that have competed here in the group stage so far. And for SK, they'll now drop down to the lower bracket. They still have more opportunities. They, of course, have more championship points from earlier in the year. So their hopes for season finals are greater than XL's. XL need a minimum of 2nd, and they still need help from the other teams around them. Obviously, if they win summer, they're guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big ask, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to achieve it for SK. A bit heartbroken. I mean, this was supposed to be, if they could pick up this win, them advancing to our season finals. The fact that they've been denied here, they still have more opportunities, but it was just such a close brawl, and when you had that control in the early stages, to just see it slip between your fingers here to give that away is going to definitely taunt a few of these players.
I mean, it's going to absolutely feel awful, but I think more importantly, 2 teams that are here in the upper bracket, trading blow for blow, looking like real threats, looking like teams that you need to be concerned about. So even though SK are going to be in the lower bracket, when I think about the other teams around them, they've got to get past a gigantic hurdle to keep their dreams of season finals and playoffs alive, right? SK definitely showed us a lot, surprised a little in the draft. I think they surprised a lot more in play style. But let's talk about the winners very quickly. Player of the game nominees at LEC on Twitter. Abadage, Patrick, and Limit. I'm just, yeah, there's not many words for how this 3 games played out.
It was bizarre. This was a series of events that I did not expect to go the direction that it did today, but excited to see exactly what these 2 teams can bring to the table now as they start to go forward, especially for SK going up against the winner of Fnatic and Mad Lions. I mean, we could end up seeing just SK essentially go beat Fnatic coming in, then beat Fnatic again. I don't know. It's going to be
hypothetically
nuts.
If Fnatic take down Mad Lions, we can see that rematch again. Yeah. I mean, SK already defeated the team that picked them in round 1, so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Of course, the winners, XL, can be playing up against either G2 or BDS, which we'll see in just a moment. Before we get to that game, we need to settle up at the interview. Let's head to Abadage on stage. Dude, you made me work for that one.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Abadage, congratulations. It was
Thank you very much.
It was a tough victory. Run me through the series a little bit, because game 1 looked kind of tough in the early game. You guys turned it around.
Yeah, it kind of was a roller coaster. We had everything today, at least for us as a team. Game 1, we are a bit like, we are all over the map. We didn't really play good, right? Like the Tristana started 7-1, but I was looking at it and I'm like, I don't think we're gonna lose still. So we were aware that we are a bit shaky that game 1, but we were happy to get it with a win. Like we scaled a bit and then it was easy. then game 2, like we completely fumbled draft. I feel like we did not know what we were doing. We tried to get something, but then they drafted well, and we ended up just having stuff that we were like completely uncomfortable, and I felt like they just had what they wanted. And then game 3, I was so OP, I don't know.
LeBlanc static shift?
It's crazy how much I could do, because I felt like they were a bit in the lead in the early game again, but then through late game, a bit of scaling, I could make some magic happen. I'm honestly surprised by it.
You're surprised you played really freaking well the entire series. Now, I was supposed to have Limit here, but I'm really glad I have you, Abadagi, because I wanted to ask you about that Kai'Sa. That champion's getting picked, banned, picked, banned, picked, banned. In the first game, you were on blue side, second game, blue side as well. But in the second game, you guys chose to ban the Kai'Sa and pick Tristana instead. Was that the fumbling around the draft?
Yeah, that's right. Like, we were looking for a first pick, but then they banned it. And then we we banned our own first pick, in the Kai'Sa, because we wanted to first pick Maokai, right? And then we were like, from there, we were like, what are we grabbing now? But we really wanted the Maokai there, let's be honest.
Okay. It was
After that,
draft diffy?
Yeah, that's...
All right, Abadagi, of course, with this victory, you lock playoffs, you are in the top 4, and even better for you guys to have a chance to even go into season finals, you need the minimum top 2. That brings you one best of 5 away from that top 2 spot. And you're gonna have to face one of the 2 guys right behind me, G2 or BDS, the winner from that. How do you feel about a potential match versus BDS or G2?
Well, that's great news that one more best of 5 is gonna bring us somewhere, right? Like, it's been a tough year for Excel as an organization, but we are so close to making it now and going where we actually did not really believe that we could get there, because at the start of the split, we're like, okay, we just need to make top 2, and we'll go to season finals, and I'm like, oh, low expectations, but you know, we're really close to it now. I think G2 and BDS are strong teams. We're gonna prepare well and do our best.
Abadagi, you're one best of 5 away from the minimum requirement to possibly make season finals. I just want really quickly your reflections. Went over to NA, went to Worlds, came back, joined a ship that was pretty much sinking at that point. But now you're so close, already locked in playoffs. How do you feel?
So the ending of last year was rough. I kind of unexpectedly didn't find a team for 2023. And then after Spring Split, I had a choice. And my vision in the end was, there's this opportunity with Excel that I have. The team is struggling, but I believed if I can turn this team around, if I can join and we do well, and we get some results, I regain confidence in myself and my own performance. And I wanted to give it a chance, because I also believed in the potential of the team, because everybody was clowning on Excel, even though at the beginning of 2023, everyone was like, oh, they're top 3. But we still have 4 great players with potential, and I wanted to showcase them as well. I believed in them, so that's why I joined, and that's why we're here now.
And we're very happy to have you back, Thekerdage. Congratulations on lucky playoffs. Congrats on the win. We're gonna go on to a very, very quick break, and when we're back, it's gonna be G2 versus BDS.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, dude.
But the Hex Flash immediately does so, and that's a stun connecting. Odo taken out by Irrelevant.
We can attempt to fight soon.
I'm stunned. I don't know.
I need help.
Stage finish. Let's do it.
Let's dead. Help AB.
I'm coming now.
Look, Jax no
flash.
He flashed.
Finding Markuda's going to take the majority of the wave mid, so that's still fine. Certus might catch him as well, actually.
Darkness got that flash, got that distortion, is stunned up, is scattered, is taken down by Certus.
Hey, yeah, I need a break though. That
Yeah.
was some. Oh,
Hi there.
Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And welcome back everyone to the LEC Summer Group Stage, where it's time for G2 Esports versus Team BDS. So first reminder of the stakes, both teams locked in season finals. G2 is now locked in the upper bracket playing for seeding. And I want you guys to reflect on how both teams have been playing so far. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that, we were kind of talking about it in the first game between the series we just had as well. And it was really just about how a top lane recently has been attacked. Both series that BDS and G2 had separately, Broken Blade and Adam got camped a lot. I know Broken Blade was frustrated that he counted how many times he got ganked in this series. It was like 11 times by Malrang. He went back and he was like, why does he keep coming top? Adam as well, in the regard, kept getting focused by Yankers, even maybe too much sometimes when they're playing into the on. But it's just kind of to set it, where will the pressure be in a matchup like this? I think if you're looking at G2, with Broken Blade, there's a bit more flexibility around. Maybe the Yike is the kind of jungler that wants to give him that jungle attention if they want to shut down Adam as well, because that is a valuable strategy that worked in the first game against BDS. Whereas from the side of BDS, their adaptation they had in their game was instead of sending Shio up towards the top lane, they want to send Shio elsewhere on the map with a carry jungler like the Lilia. So I'm curious to see what adaptation both teams will make in regards to how the top side will be played out.
And what kind of approach do you want to take? Because that's something the players were saying yesterday. Adam specifically, when it comes to G2, you never know what to expect, both in games and in draft. And Andrew, in that sense, G2 has been doing some cooking on bot lane against the Kalista for Hansama.
I mean, all year, all split at least, really. From like, I was a huge fan of the Kog'Maw we were seeing earlier in the split as like an answer and like scaling long range into a lot of the meta picks on the last patch. Now with the Kalista coming and playing like aggressively through the bot side of the map, it's like, okay, if we're drafting the Kalista, Broken Blade, sorry, but he's probably never going to be getting assistance over on the top side. It's when I see this Kalista come in for Hans too, it like just gives me the straight up like Misfits days flashbacks to Hansama and Mickey when they were dominating on these picks towards the bottom side, like the Kalista Thresh, the Kalista Nautilus that we saw was just absolutely been on fire.
Yeah, and it's just like, it's such a day and night, right? Because here's the Kalista one. Earlier we just saw the Kog'Maw, and it's just like, they mastered playing late game in the beginning with the Kog'Maw, how to get it ahead, how to find the bot lane dives, and then they said, well, now we're not going to do that anymore. We're tired of that. We're going to play full early game and just fully send it here. So just the difference of champions and style they've managed to pick out is really good, because it's not just champions you're picking to cheese. Well, maybe the Kalista that can be an argument for it, but the fact is that they're picking champions that fits their way of winning the game through a macro sense of style as well. Like, there's intent behind it, and I'm not saying there wasn't before, but it just feels more, once again, intentional in terms of how they want to play the game and how you want to elevate the playstyle they already had earlier, so it can also match international teams.
It feels like, yeah, exactly. This is something they've been working on, coming back from MSI, getting stomped again at MSI against international teams, and you feel like they're playing more methodical around the map in general. And we're talking about the Kalista, especially played into the Ashe yesterday, for me showcases the confidence G2 is coming up with lately. Something BDS should be mindful about, maybe.
100%. I think like that's obviously a pick you're going to have to think about on the bot side, but I also wonder like how much like depth G2 have around there, because like if they want to play aggressive stuff in the bot lane, you know there's always going to be like a Draven as an option down there too. Like they can continue to play in similar ways. I feel like all year long it's changed over the year, but they've had a very clear idea of how they want to play the game, right? Whether it was, and oftentimes like counter meta too, right? Like whether it was at the start of the year playing the Nautilus as opposed to the range supports, playing the carries in the jungle, now in the bot side having much more unique picks. I feel like they've always had a very clear idea, and it's been very strong at countering out a lot of like the meta things coming in. So it doesn't really surprise me to see them come in with a unique and very strong read on a brand new patch.
What do we make of BDS though? Because coming into the best of ones, we saw the team being a bit disjointed, a lot of individual misplays, if I may, losing their sense of playstyle, the one that got them successful in spring. But coming after Team Heretics yesterday, I felt like they found their groove again. And especially when I think of Nuke on the mid lane with an amazing Jace.
I think this team just showed really good adaptation as well in a series. I think Nuke really stepped up yesterday, specifically on the Jace, to help out the team to just find an insane amount of damage in team fights, find an insane amount of priority to play around with the specific pick. And it was just a new style of him that we saw, because in spring and earlier, he was so known for all the control mages. Now he's bringing out the Jace instead. So it's just a new sign of life coming out from the BDS mid laner. But I also think just in general, BDS needs best of 3. You can already see it. It's so much better for them for best of 1 because they made good adaptations. As soon as they lost the first game, they knew exactly what it needed to change up, and they did it.
Yeah, I just think it's cool too to see how it can change the composition that's built around it, whether it was like the AP junglers that we saw yesterday, or like a Varus on the bot side, a Kaisa potentially too. Like there's a lot of really good pairings that can go around this Jace that will make any Jace comp feel very fundamentally different to all the other comps we're sort of seeing in the league right now.
And you need to set up this Jace in the early game, and depending on the composition they choose here, for me, they have to be mindful about the early game especially, and keep track on what Yike is going to be doing, as Adam was telling us yesterday.
Oh, 100%. I think Yike is such a curveball as well recently, because he can play the carries. We've seen it with the Kha'Zix, but he can also play the facilitators that really just complements the different style of G2. Earlier seasons, I would actually say that the matchup between Yike and Shio was so interesting. You know, good old LFL matchup with him, and Shio was actually matching up really well. But in terms of recent performance from BDS, they haven't really been able to match that. but if the last series is any telling of what their new performance is going to look like, Shio might be able to elevate himself once again to try and come up here and match Yike in the jungle.
And before watching what's going to happen in the early game, it's time for us to toss to the champion selects as the players are ready on stage.
All right, let's get into it. And before we do, I just want to say welcome to Finn here, as well as Odoamne. Congratulations on the win, and thanks for giving us your brain for the draft.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here to see what G2 has in the cook pot over here.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't burn down the kitchen this time. We do see the Poppy and Rakan ban coming out, and the Draven and Maokai from Team BDS.
The classic Draven ban. Actually feeling very different to the last series we just saw. It seems like there's going to be a lot of things open here initially. The Kai'Sa LeBlanc does get banned away at the end here, but Oda, what do you think they're eyeing first?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite difficult to see or like to think about it because in a meta where Kai'Sa is super OP, these guys are playing Kalista and all of this stuff, you know. So it's a bit iffy to say. But Rel first pick makes a lot of sense with Rakan being banned, especially, and Poppy being out, because Rel has been a power pick ever since we've swapped 13-13.
Yeah, and the Rumble is still open here as well that they could go for. They could pick their AD carry here, like a Kalista Rumble, and try to drop their mid jungle together. Just set up this insane teamfight comp, kind of like XL did on Saturday.
I mean, Real Rumble is a quite strong of a combo, but I'm not sure if BB plays Rumble, because I think Adam doesn't play it. I'm quite certain of it, but I don't know if we don't really have a lot of Rumble players over here in U. I think there's maybe like 2 or 3 of us in LEC so far. So we get to see now. I guess it's prime opportunity for Rumble to be picked here. Kai'Sa got locked in, which is quite an obvious. I'm surprised the BDS didn't go for Kai'Sa themselves, given how strong this champion has been in all the regions.
Do you think that they're just happy to take the Varus into it, sort of like outranging it in lane, and then I mean, I guess the Varus does provide some AP damage in a similar way to the Kai'Sa can next to that Jace?
Yeah, I mean, the Kai'Sa obviously very strong. The Jax picks surprised me quite a bit, especially because they banned Renekton 1-3.
It makes sense because Adam traditionally has been like this split, and the last year as well, he's been kind of like Darius Olaf has his signature picks, and kind of likes them into everything. Right now, Jax kind of makes sense because it's good into both Olaf and Darius.
I remember a Garen game from him last split where he played it into Jax against BB actually, and just kind of went on a roll. I wonder if he'll try to bring it up for a 5. Yeah, it was against Jax.
I mean, it makes sense. Garen has always been a good lane counter into Jax, and yeah, I mean, even with Sunderer, you don't really get to do much.
Honestly, if I'm G2, I'd look to ban the Garen, just like to take off the weird stuff, you know, just try to keep it vanilla on the board. Both teams also dropping in jungle, which is a bit unexpected on this patch. I feel like I don't see a lot of teams dropping in jungle. Usually you see the Sejuanis or Poppys being secured early, but 2 are banned.
I feel like if there was a team to drop jungle, though, it would be kind of G2 in my eyes, with all the weird stuff that Yike can play. Even Shio has been experimenting with like the Lily and those things.
It kind of makes sense because there's at least 3 OP jungles open. There's Ivern, there's Sejuani, and there's another one that I'm kind of missing right now. But I mean, Yike has been having quite a big champion pool, so I think he's very happy to drop here because it seems like they consider Jax as an OP pick or as a prio pick in this series against the BDS, so it makes sense.
It looks like even G2 think the Jace could be heading towards the top side of the map with that Cassiopeia ban.
No, I think the Cassio ban is because Adam has been playing some Cassio. I think he showed it, or like on his solo queue account.
Okay.
It's been making the solo queue for sure.
That's new tech for me. I like it.
Yeah. So they are quite concerned about Jax into Cassio because if you don't know the matchup perfectly, then it's one of those champions. I mean, it's kind of the story of Adam. If you don't know how to play versus his champions, he knows how to play those champions, and you don't know how to play against them. So.
And then you look like a fool.
Cassio top lane is just Olaf but ranged, I think. lane,
it's
just
all,
running you
it's all
down.
about AP.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I wonder what he'll go for here. I could see the Garen coming out, or they secure the strongest jungler, which I guess would be Ivern or Sejuani. I haven't really seen too much Ivern on the new patch. Do you think it's strong though?
Yeah, I think it's quite good. We just see it perma-banned pretty much everywhere. At least in our series, it was banned as part of, you know, the OP trades that is going on with jungles being so many prior junglers. Because I think there's like, you know, 2 or 3. Oh,
there it is.
There it is.
There is the Garen.
The Garen is here. I mean, I quite like it because Jayce Varus, you kind of outrange them, and the threat is on, or like the incentive is on G2 to start a fight, and Alistar can kind of just tempo the fight, and Garen can just, you know, spin around. And yeah, so I think he's quite happy with his role in this composition because the core of the comp makes a lot of sense for BDS right now, and Garen seems to be kind of like a filler pick.
Yeah, I feel like Adam just like fills in with whatever champion he wants to play in the drafts, and you should draft like a strong for bot side.
I mean, it worked, you know.
Yeah.
Historically for him, it works. So yeah, I mean, yeah, just let him cook.
I feel like I have to ask you, as you're both top laners, like, can you give me some of the Garen tech here up into the Jax matchup? Apart from spinning?
Usually you see the Ignite flash, and then you see the Stridebreaker rush, and then on Stridebreaker, if you can extend the trade, you can use the Ignite and ultimate and almost one-shot him.
I'm curious if he's going for Phase Rush or Conk, because that's completely different playstyles. Personally, I think I would opt for Ignite with Phase Rush, because early game it seems to be kind of like the hardest part of the lane. Your passive will ramp up with levels, and yeah, when you have Phase Rush, it also gives you a lot more maneuverability later on in the trades and in the game, and it kind of unlocks you to do a lot more, because if you have Conquer, you're kind of just very static pick. That's kind of like why Garen has never been meta, because you just see him run at you with his sword, and that's all he can do.
I fully agree. Also with the Phase Rush, you get the Nimbus Cloak for the Ignite. You can actually queue up, Ignite someone, get in Stridebreaker range, and try to run them down.
And we see the Sejuani and the Ivern right now. I think, I mean, BDS seems to have a little bit of a weird prior on Sejuani, I would say here. I think, for example, Ivern has a lot more value in both of these team comps. And traditionally, you don't really want to see, you know, a tank into Ivern, because Ivern kind of makes Daisy, puts her out, puts the shield on her, and then Daisy is kind of Sejuani, you know, in terms of like stats.
We have a Lucian mid, I didn't even realize.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, Caps is playing the Lucian mid with Ivern jungle, and they're playing Kai'Sa red bot. It completely went over our heads.
Is the Lucian versus Jayce?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, that matchup has been very Lucian favored since the beginning of time.
That's some old school stuff, like MSI 2017. Anyways, we have a game to jump into. BDS versus G2. Let's get into it.
And here we are on Summoner's Rift. I'm Dracos, joined by Vidius for this wonderful cast.
What's up?
You'll see us shortly. They have to show us just so you know that it's actually us and not an AI recreation of our voice, which would be highly unethical. Anyway, might have an explosive level 1 here. Oh, the Garen's in trouble! That is definitely not the way we want to start. Adam immediately flashing out. 5-man fight on the top side of the box, but it's a first blood in favor of BDS. Baited and outsmarted, one might say, because 5 members of BDS are still standing, and that's 2 bodies. 6 feet under on the side of G2, and the counter-strike won't even connect to finish the kill on Adam.
Okay, we start off the game with a bit of tech, Daniel Dragos. You're familiar with Ivern. You know that when the Q connects, you can go over the wall. So G2's plan there was to take advantage. Yeah, you knew this. And we're going to see it live in action once again. To keep track of the Ivern, so Yike here lands Q, and this means that the whole gang can follow up afterwards. And they think that Adam,
he's being
is
cocky.
isolated.
He thinks it's cocky movement that he's out of that.
But lo and behold, the boys are here. Flashes away. The chain CC is good. They execute Caps initially, and then they get the follow-up kill onto Mickey. Broken Blade sees an opportunity here, though. He thinks he can get this kill, but a base comes through just in time, meaning that BDS, 900 gold to start. First blood for Sheo and Crowny. Items already picked up across the board. Fantastic start for the BDS squad.
Be super nice for Crowny, for Sheo. We'll see how much faster jungle clear is going to be overall.
There's a lot of spinning in top lane.
Yeah. See, here's the thing: this is technically it's the first Garen in a major region in summer, which might be more exciting if I liked Garen. But again, this is a champion.
We're so used to this champ at this point.
It's kind of Adam things, you know. What won't he play is really the better question.
Yeah.
So here we are, Phase Rush, Ignite top Garen. He's going to stay on top of anyone. And it's going to make the game pretty annoying. That said, this history between BB and Adam especially is full of weird picks. BB famously bringing out the Pantheon in previous matchups.
I remember.
Which, you know, had a good game, had a very terrible game. And we'll see what Adam can get done this time around. But, of course, one of the most infuriating things about Garen, if you somehow have not bought this champion, he's like one of the he's like 450 blue essence. So, like,
that, yeah.
I still haven't.
You know, it's one of those things where they changed the scaling based on the difficulty of champions.
Yep.
Garen stayed the same.
Garen stayed the same. Simple champion.
Garen's ego was hurt that day.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, he's got a little fake Warmogs built in, so you just can't really bully him out of lane.
True. But Jax will try his best. Broken Blade does have the push in top side. It's really impactful to dive Garen's just because of their lack of teleports that you'll often see. Look at this, roam into mid lane. Are they going to make anything happen? The ward doesn't really garner that much information, but it will be enough.
Sheo coming over the wall straight onto Caps. Caps now trying to dash to safety. Flash out, but he still gets hit anyway. Clean response from Sheo. Nice reaction times.
Very well executed there from Sheo. The ward, just great awareness from Nuke. The collapse now from Labrov. I think it's a smart. BDS just be happy with what they've been able to get. 2 kills now under Caps. And Sheo, the beneficiary of both.
Certainly was. I like that they're using their lane power to get something done, but BDS coming in clutch again. Seemingly ready for most of what G2 has prepared for them as Mickey just absolutely whiffs every ability.
It's not as slow dismounted as he used to be. Still slow, though.
Still slow.
Still slow. Now
Yike
remount.
Here he comes. Know that Yike is here. He's going to flash. He's going to commit anyway. Labrov just waiting for an opportunity to pulverize. Knocking Yike rather back under tower, but Labrov still taking down. The bush now put up. Crowny can't even fire back. He's trying to get the arrow down to finish Yike, but he doesn't quite have the damage. Sheo on the way in. Red buff there as well. Crowny so incredibly low. G2 going to get one uncontested on the bottom side.
So G2 finally get on the board, punish the flashless Alistar, and they're able to find themselves a pick. A bit of disrespect towards Mickey there, though. They knew that he was dismounted, but you get to see how powerful this champion is after the changes, right? The remount into the flip, into the stun, into the speed at which that collapse happened as well. Yep. Made it very difficult for Labrov to really react, and G2 find themselves their first kill. Cap's getting a bit bullied here. I don't think he's actually... Well, I say he hasn't gone back to base yet. He has died twice, so technically he spent more time in base than he has in lane, but...
Okay.
You know.
Sometimes it feels personal, Betty.
As you know.
Did he say something to you? I just need to understand.
No. Cap's cool. We're cool.
Oh, it's fine. It's all right.
Oh, there's a lot of action made, isn't there? Labrov already here.
Center of attention. And honestly, makes a lot of sense to see what they can get done here. Root's going to connect, and that's surely got to be an easy kill. Nuke getting cut down by Airy, just flying through the air. Little Spirit Cat. Labrov now running 2. Mickey going to walk away from that one. G2 putting so much attention. Mickey and Yike pairing up incredibly well in this early game to try and match BDS.
The first thing I was going to ask you, coming into this game, Rex, so you're happy to see these playmaking supports, especially in the hands of players like this. Mickey and Labrov, known for their agency and their playmaking, already having massive impact on the map. And these rel changes, wow, so impactful. I wasn't convinced when I read the changes, but seeing them in action, seeing them across the world, rel in the hands of a player like Mickey, he's getting work done.
Yeah, and I think for Labrov at this stage of the game, you know, once you get level 6, Alistar's going to feel a lot better once you get out of the laning phase, but when you've got an Ivern standing behind that rel, and you can get the initial CC down, Alistar just doesn't have the health bar, doesn't have the time yet to kind of disengage in those scenarios. Broken Blade getting pushed in on the top side, but staying relatively even in CS. Broken Blade very consistently over the last few days going for this Jax. You know, I think just in general absorbing a ton of pressure as we see an engage coming through now, running for his life, all ticking. Ignite, burning, 23 HP, he's gonna get the job done.
The calculations were good there from Adam. A bit of assistance from Sheo was all he needed. And they find a kill onto Broken Blade. Now Yike looking for a play bot.
Nice response from Labrov. Immediately throws down the pole. Long cooldown now, only headbutt left, but Jay's coming in from behind Yike right now. Nuke setting his sights on the bottom side of the map.
Okay, so action back and forth. BDS, though, making plays in the early game. Sheo was...
Labrov.
Here we go.
Level 5 to level 3, though, a little bit awkward here. Crowny starting to step forward, but Yike still in the area. LeBron may have overstayed his welcome. Caps coming in on the backside as well. BDS have horribly miscalculated on the bottom side. 2 easy kills picked up for G2.
What is going on in this game? A massive overstep from Crowny and Lebrov. They thought that with the low HP bars of Hansama and Mickey, they could get so much more, but Yike was in the vicinity, and he's quickly there to assist. Mickey transforms, or remounts, I should say. Crowny and Lebrov with their HP advantage say we can fight this, but they don't even recognize that Caps is already on the rotation down. 4 versus 2. This is easy cleanup for G2, and Caps finally gets his first kill of the game. Yep. He's been attacked a lot in the early game, but finally he can reap some of the rewards. And look at all of a sudden these gold swings. 500 gold lead for Caps, 300 gold lead for Hansama, 500 gold lead for Mickey. The bot side of the map doing work right now for G2.
I think so. And if you're looking at the opposite side for BDS, obviously a bit of struggle. Adam doing well on the top side, but I want to shift your attention to the mid lane because Nuke on Jace yesterday was a monster. He's getting the pick once again into his hands. Stellar performances. G2 put a lot of effort into shutting him down already. Still getting lane prio here, but this is a player I need to track today because on the champion pool of Nuke, I was very used to Azir. I was used to Cassio, a little Orianna from spring. Jace was not on my radar, but he showed yesterday he can be a massive threat.
Like gonna pop the ult there, but yeah, clearly the Lucian coming in as an answer. We heard the pros on the desk talking about how this is an old school counter. You know, in the top lane we used to see Lucian into Jace all the time. G2 bringing it out into mid lane to answer Nuke's Jace. And so far we haven't gotten to see much of the isolated matchup because there's been so much involvement from everyone else on the map.
Yeah.
But credit to Sheo, of course. He's done a lot of work and assistance here, but he had a strong performance yesterday. He's looking to replicate that again today.
Yeah, and again, we get excited about the lanes very often when it comes to talking about these teams, but both Yike and Sheo, 100% kill participation thus far. If there is a fight happening, they have been a part of it. Lebrov now going for the engage, the immediate fall. You see the cleanse, not enough. The stun still coming through, but Hansama manages to make it back under the tower. Caps on the backside with the Cullen. He's going to find Crowny. He's looking for the follow-up onto Sheo. A flash out from Sejuani, but Caps isn't done. Sheo just barely able to arch it, assault out to safety. Now the flash over the wall, the immediate follow-up as Rel remounts, and LeBron might find himself in trouble. Not able to take the highway out in the form of Caps. He's desperately trying to get back over the wall, but he does not have the angle. Yike on a killing spree as G2 dominate their bottom side jungle.
The idea is good there from BDS, but the execution fumbles. Mickey doing what he can to provide CC in the exchange. But Crowny ended up getting that tower aggro, which just made the play so difficult. Yike now looking for the root.
Walking in, trying to get the slowdown first, immediately gets the follow-up. Root, an easy kill.
Yike is on a rampage.
I'm not used to seeing an Ivern with this many kills.
Wow, okay, Yike is on a tear right now. I wanted to credit Sheo for his impact in the early game, but Yike is responding in kind. Have a look at this. So Crowny gets the tower aggro here, throws the ultimate down, gets the tower aggro right now, forced to flash early, so he's already lost half his HP. This then makes it very easy for Caps and Mickey to get the re-engage. Sheo gets left isolated. Caps can't overcommit to the kill anymore. He doesn't have any dashes left. But Mickey, knowing that he still has his flash up, sees an opportunity, and they get themselves another kill. Unfortunately for Caps, he doesn't grab it, but Mickey already back in the thick of it.
Getting aggressive. Again, the slows coming through, courtesy of that Keystone. Now the follow-up as Yike looks to find the turret hit from Daisy. Mickey gonna grab that kill. Hansama just wants one, just give one to Hans, guys. But ultimately, now BDS looking to respond on the top side. Broken Blade's been the center of attention for many teams over the last days, but we'll make it out to safety this time.
It's a situation that we've seen many times here in Europe where teams will get that slight early game edge against G2, they'll start fighting them, they'll go toe-to-toe, and then it feels like that they overstep one too many times, and then it just snowballs out of control.
Yeah.
These players love playing in the chaos, they love going for these scraps, they're more than happy to fight you because, well, they just love to skill check you, right? Especially a player like Mickey when he gets his hands on a champion like Rel. You see how active he is on the map. 7 of the team's 8 kills are at his hands alongside Yike, the jungle support, doing some serious work. Mickey, he waits. He sees Crowny just trying to push out this wave. The pings are coming down. Crowny thinking, oh, I can clear this, go back to base. Oh, but yeah, he wants to drop that ward, and that ward will be his undoing.
Yep, and at this point with the slow already down, another slow coming in from the Ivern shield. Easy kill pickup for the side of G2. It was neck and neck. Actually, it was BDS ahead in the first few minutes, but now neck and neck, and G2 with a massive gold lead. How quickly this game has turned on its head, but BDS looking to make a response play in the mid lane of their own. Only level 5 for Lebrov still. This has got to be frustrating. Alistair desperately needs that level 6.
He does. Right now, he's moved over to the mid lane. Something we're going to be seeing a lot more these days as well is due to the introduction of way more static Shiv AD carries. Hang on, I'll hold my breath. Mickey.
Stun, trying to force out the ultimate earlier. Meanwhile, on the top side, Caps. Oh, he's not respected the Garen. Has to teach him the hard way. You do not walk into a brush with the Garen in it. Adam finds a quick kill on the top side. Broken Blade now coming in, but nuking Adam both in the area means there's no play to be had. In the river fight in front of us, Labrov on the retreat. Shio on the retreat, crowning over the wall, no ultimate. Actually, can't tell if he has an ultimate. Figure that one out. I think no ultimate. Maybe.
Dino Dragos.
There's no picture there.
It's a song that they sing when you're young. What? Spin to win, okay? You spin
and then
to
you
win, right? How can Caps not respect that?
It's...
A
we
League
have
of
to
Legends
remind...
veteran.
You gotta remember, he's still a young gun.
He is a young gun.
Us boomers of League of Legends.
Season 1 oldies.
Do you remember the Garen rule? This is how someone taught me map awareness.
Yeah.
If you can't see in the bush, there's a Garen in the bush.
There's a Garen in the bush.
That's the rule.
That's an old school one, man. These youngins, they don't know
yeah,
what
if you can't see the Garen, he's
well, hopefully he's
everywhere.
learned now.
He's
you know,
learned.
as you rightly said.
Yes.
Adam had to teach him the hard way.
Do you think it's fair that we're being condescending to a player who's achieved more than either of us ever will? I don't know.
Who knows? He can't talk back. Sheo forcing the ult out from Hansama.
Broken Blade has got a great angle here, but obviously with Labrov waiting with a headbutt, it's much harder to pull these things off. Siege coming through. Vision and that Iron Brush going to keep it standing for quite some time.
The Iron Brush is so annoying to deal with.
Broken Blade again looking for the angle. Labrov has to be careful here. Daisy called out. Looking for an MVP. Oh! Instantly finds the engage. Labrov tries to disengage Caps, but I don't think it's going to matter. Crowning on the backside, holding onto his life for as long as possible, but the Jack's already tearing through that health bar. Labrov taken out of the equation as well. G2 obliterating BDS in the fight. This Rel is looking so damn OP. Paired along the Ivor, they just cannot be stopped. G2 barreling into the mid lane. They get the Drake. They're setting their sights on the tier 1 tower. A 4K gold lead 14 minutes into this game.
Well, this is the crazy thing. Even in all of that chaos, Sheo still secured the dragon.
Oh,
it was
right.
BDS that walked away with the Drake, but G2 walk away with the kills. We'll look back and see how Sheo actually got that steal. But BDS starting off the dragon themselves. Mickey flashes in, doesn't connect the stun, lands 5-man rental. A good smite comes out from Sheo, but the chain CC means that there is nothing that BDS can do. Mickey does die on the backline, but he's keeping 3 members busy as G2 just bulldoze their way through the fight. The slow from the Ivan, shield exploding onto Adam means that the chase can come through. Kill gets handed over, and G2 walk away with 3 kills.
Ultimately, a very strong fight for G2. You can see the gold difference continuing to add up, but well highlighted. The BDS still playing for soul points, still an angle ocean against a team like this would be massive, especially against that initial front engage. That said, there's also an Ivern with Medjais in this game.
Wait, Ivan did 1,000 damage?
That was a weird fight.
He did as much damage as Varus did. I mean, credit to Crowny. Even in all that chaos, he was able to dish out what he could. But what an engage from Mickey. This man is just playing like a monster right now.
I mean, it's so frustrating for Labrov, too, because Mickey starts that engage off, and then mid-leap, he's able to cast the ultimate to stop any potential follow-up from Labrov. He's already landed all that CC, so Labrov feels like his only option is to go on to Caps. I think it's tricky when you're the Alistar in this context. It feels like you always have to be the one reacting, and if you make a mistake, Rel just gets so much more value.
I mean, this is the thing. Alistar as a champion is supposed to be that person that kind of nullifies Rel, right? Because you can just interrupt her engage, but then your whole focus needs to be on reacting to Mickey. And so far, Labrov hasn't been able to do that, which means that G2 find themselves with a 5K gold lead 16 minutes in.
And we've seen this play before. You know, with so much of the strategy you saw from Team Heretics yesterday, the last strong point on the map for BDS is Adam on the top side. 3 members now here to try and shut him down.
He's just going to spin his way through other minions. He's going to be just fine.
How does he not have motion sickness? Nobody knows.
He's been spinning his whole life, man.
He's violently ill all the time.
I mean, I've heard that, like, you can be spun right round, baby, right round.
No, don't. Why are you like this?
I love that song.
Medic, tell me, what do I do? What's the secret? Do I just smile and laugh? Great 80s song reference. And/or Pitbull reference. Vedius. Lovely.
Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. That's what I'm all about. Metaphors.
That wasn't... You just say words. You don't even
Dragon spawning in about a minute, 44 seconds.
And 2 items on the carries of G2 right now. A bit concerning. Nuke has a single item. He's a bit behind. The tier's not stacking up either. The damage just isn't really there yet for the side of BDS, which is tough because they do have a lot of upfront engage tools. They just don't really have the immediate damage to force reliable picks right now without Adam as a part of the equation.
That's a fast horse.
Is indeed. Herald now coming down. BDS, are they going to stick around or are they going to concede the tower? Adam, that's the stun connecting.
Oh,
LeBron just getting deleted. Now walking away. Ulti procced. Herald charge coming in. Crowny on the backside. BDS, there's not really a fight to be had here. Adam just going to delete Daisy, though. That felt personal. Meanwhile, the mid lane Caps going to take down the tier 2. BDS over-committing on the top side, praying that G2 would slip up, stumble, make some kind of mistake. But the cost for them committing so many resources is their tier 2 in the mid lane. They need to force a fight right now, or they have wasted so much time and money just to be here.
Caps is on his way. Actually, no, is he making his way towards the bot? Yeah, he's just going to take all the bot camps. Everything is open season for Caps. All of these jungle camps free for the taking. And the rest of G2 going to back away. They've gotten what they wanted. The tier 1 in the top lane. They got the tier 2 in mid. More than happy with that trade. And BDS, they just reacted to try and defend the top side of the map. They left the rest of the map exposed. And like we're at a point where G2 is just very quickly snowballing this game out of control. They already did a great job finding those early kills, kind of regaining control over the game after what was a couple of great plays from Sheo in the early game, and some good reads from that level 1 especially, but
yeah,
full control now for G2. The next objective will be this Dragon. They push out mid, they push out bot. Caps does need to back, but it's fine, he has the TP. Pings are coming down into the Dragon. They should be willing to cross-map this. Broken Blade also has the TP, so they can send him top. You actually see Caps hovering around there. Was Caps going to hit top lane? Okay. No, he's going to head back towards mid, all right.
I think the big thing for BDS now is that they're at such a massive deficit that it's really hard to make plays. The stakes are getting higher and higher. Or 19 minutes. G2 could absolutely, with an Ivern, consider a 20-minute Baron with double AD threats with 2.5 items on their carries. So that if they make another mistake, it's most likely a Baron for G2. And more than that, even if they see a window of opportunity, those windows are smaller than ever. Not just because of the gold lead, but because we now see a Mikhail's on the Ivern. There's Cleanse up for Han Sama. They don't really have a lot to their name right now, but maybe they can just delete Mickey. Every bush has got a Garen in it. Sometimes an entire team. Mickey learning the lesson the hard way.
Every bush has a Garen in it, Dracos. And to no one's surprise, Adam finds a way. He found a pick. Now his team should be able to convert this into the tier 1 in mid lane.
This is big, but it might cost them a bit more.
But look at the side lanes.
Yeah, as you highlight, Broken Blade pushing in top lane, Caps pushing in bottom lane. Caps immediately going to retreat, but someone needs to respond to Broken Blade on the top side of the map. Good pick from BDS. Buys him a bit more space, buys him a bit more time here. Baron just now spawning. 4 minutes till the next Drake. They weren't able to grab the third, so it's quite some time till they can really threaten a soul. Han Sama, does he want?
He was thinking about it.
Aggressive.
He's still thinking about it.
Oh my god, this is mean.
He's thinking about it.
Isn't it nice that that item just gives you enough AP that you can...
Isn't Kai'Sa just really fun?
Do you
remember Italy Spears? Do you remember them?
Yeah, I do.
Do you remember that they nerfed those things?
Yeah, I do.
Because of this?
Yeah. But you have to hit these to keep spamming them, so... Now Mickey going to go for the engage onto Adam, trying to delete Han Sama. Instantly goes on top of Crowny, but maybe Crowny can get no space. Gio now trying to come in. Crowny taken out of the equation, but is it enough to win the fight? No, because G2 have another 80 carry on the way. A Jax diving in as well as Cap starts to shred through that health bar. LeBron, so much damage reduction, but it's just not enough. He's getting cold, he's getting cut down. Nuke off to the side. Can he turn the fight back? The Counter-Strike coming through the Mikhails to deny any potential CC. G2 obliterating BDS again on the top side of the map.
80 carry traded for 80 carry, and the rest of G2, knowing the Nuke isn't quite in the fight yet, chase BDS down. They secure 3 kills, and they're going to look for a 21-minute Baron.
We talked about it. These were the stakes with G2 building this kind of lead. Baron was always going to be on the table if they could find it. But Nuke now looking for an angle, immediately going under Mickey, just going to get pulled back. His Caps just continues to free fire, guns ablazing. Gio, no flash. So much CC to stop him, no vision in the pit, and there's just got to be no way he can get this one, but it's taking so much time. They don't have a lot of members doing damage. Instead, they're going to turn, they're going to leap out of the pit, take down one. Crowny's going to be in trouble now, too. Crowny just trying to continue to keep the auto attack going. LeBron needs to land the stun. Caps locked up for a brief moment. He's trying to finish it. Crowny gets the 1-for-1, but the Baron is still the focus, and it's finally going to get finished by the side of G2. 2 members will get the buff.
I mean, That's one of the best case scenarios for BDS, as G2, they just greed for kills. 3 members over the wall, you can understand. Well, actually, this is the initial fight. They force the flash out from Crownie. Summer dives onto the backline, and he ends up trading his life for Crownie's. But it's still a 4v3 in favor of G2, so they feel confident enough to chase this one down. Ideally, they want to be able to get more kills before they can really force the Baron, so it makes a lot of sense. When Nuke joins the fray, LeBron goes for a last-ditch re-engage so that he can set up his mid laner. Fortunately for Nuke, he doesn't quite have the damage. The stun comes up to Adam, which means that he can't really do much else, and after Sheo flashes away, G2 see this as a window to start the Baron. Makes a lot of sense. The base comes in from Broken Blade. He then chooses to TP back into base. Nuke loses his life. Should be a free Baron. Should be.
Should have been.
But it was.
Ultimately able to kill a couple of those members there. Well played by Crownie to trade. Gets the shutdown too, so that much closer to a third item. Looks like he might be going for Crown just to stop that upfront burst damage that can come out from the side of G2. Keep a track of that as we get later into the game.
Now as we cool down, it is important to remind everyone that both of these teams are locked to season finals.
Yep.
Now, some people have been confused by this. We have the top 4 summer final, which is the playoffs.
The end of this
The end of this split is our playoffs. Neither of these teams yet have qualified for that. The winner of this will do that. They'll join XL in the upper bracket of our playoffs. That's where the best of 5s kick off. Regardless of the performance of either of these teams, though, they will lock in our season final, which happens after summer. A couple weeks after summer, where 6 teams will qualify for the season finals.
Crown coming in for Crownie. Little namesake there. Important to note the difference is see both teams poking and prodding, fishing for an angle to get something done. Seeding, though, still very important for that season finals. Reminder, if you are able to secure top 4 seeding, as G2 have already done, you have the luxury of double elimination, while 5 and 6 be sent down to the lower bracket at the beginning. And yeah, TLDR go to season finals. Good, both these teams are already making it. If you want to qualify for Worlds, you need to get top 4 in season finals. Which you cannot get, you have to win a best of 5 to go to Worlds. Good
basically,
news.
Yep.
For all those who have been upset at certain teams qualifying in the past, they have to win a best of 5 to go to Worlds.
I mean, he's on a ward.
He has been spotted completely, now going to leap out to safety, and immediately he makes the engage work anyway. BDS potentially overcommitting, but now Caps caught out and cut down. Yike coming in over the wall. BDS favored in the fight. Bit of sloppy play from Mickey, the fall from Caps, overconfident there, but now Broken Blade's gonna leap in and find 2 with the stun. Crownie's still untouched on the backside, but they just got too much damage. Too many members barreling down on the bars as Sama gets the double. Looking for the follow-up, looking to make it 3. Broken Blade taking that away, it's a double-double, and G2 could just look to push down mid.
It's a beautiful re-engage from Broken Blade. He lands a 3-man stun. The ultimate from Sama to follow up means that BDS are wiped off the map. I don't know if G2 can end just here, but they're definitely looking for an inhibitor.
Shredding through that one, LeBron hovering in the area.
Can he keep the minions away? 10 seconds? No. I think they're pushing it.
Am I going to take the risk?
They have TP on Caps.
Coming through, 1 tower down. Minion wave still there, just continuing to stack up. Crownie's up and alive. This is where I think you need to start to be a little bit more worried. G2 patient in the end. Will back away, knowing that they're still heavily favored. It's a massive, massive gold lead. And for BDS, you can hold on to hope for this game if there's enough time, if G2 make mistakes, but otherwise you really got to be thinking ahead. What can you change for game 2? What can you do differently? As this one feels just about over.
G2 are going to convert this into the Ocean Dragon. No soul threat for now, so BDS don't have to overcommit to this objective. Maybe they can catch some retreating G2 members though, or could Adam be caught?
Adam trying to zoom out of safety. They wait for the tenacity to fade from the empowered W. Adam just gets picked off. Crownie in the top side. Jungle has not been spotted out, but G2 are already going to start to keep the pressure mounting as they push forward. Sama can just continue to spam these Void Seekers as long as he lands them. That one won't connect, buys a bit more time, but Daisy there to take the tower, actually fading away. And G2 are going to have to back off for at least a brief moment.
Broken Blade does have the TP. He's pushing in top lane right now. But of course, 4v4, G2 are happy to take their time here. I imagine that G2 are actually sitting on a lot of gold, but the TP will come through.
Really trying to break open that second inhibitor. Could look to end here if BDS misstep, but shouldn't be powerful enough to just bully their way in without a BDS misstep.
Okay, so G2, they're going to take their time, but 26.5 minutes. This game is basically done and dusted. G2 looking to send a message here in this game. the way that they were able to build that early game lead and the way that they've so aggressively accelerated the game just shows that they really are a cut above here in the LEC. Just the
What? You laughing at the 25 stack iron?
No, I said they're a cut above the LEC and then Caps dashes into a wall. It's just comedic timing.
The duality of man.
Yeah.
He's simultaneously an incredible talent, also doesn't know about the Garen and the brush rule. Okay, not spotted.
Oh, he should be fine.
Genius. Cast him in Ocean 17 or whatever we're on. Man can pull off a heist.
Able to get away with his life. Labrov looking for something.
He's level 10. This is so frustrating. He doesn't even have a second point ultimate.
Oh, Baron's up, but I don't think G2 should care about Baron. I think they can just play for top tower.
I think if BDS try to put any more resources contesting Baron, G2 just end the game. Looking for a pick onto Mickey X to kick things off. Gio with a bit of poke. Adam not able to enter the fight. Crowning in the backside, but here comes the Broken Blade. Gonna look to find a multi-man stun. LeBron tries to push him away, but Bontom is already in the back line. Shredding through health bars left and right. The second 80 Karen comes over the wall. Just to add insult to injury, only Mickey will be taken out as Adam runs for the hills. G2 coming down mid lane. They had the gold lead. They outplayed. Now they'll secure the win. Game 1 in this best of 3. Going in favor of G2 Esports.
A very one-sided affair. The level 1 was thwarted by BDS. But following that incident, G2 found pick after pick after pick. So much credit needs to be given to the jungle support this game.
Yep.
Yike and Mickey absolutely dominated the early game. They were so crucial to G2's success. And even though Caps, he was bullied hard in the early game, you could see the threat that he was putting up in a side lane later on. Like, the way that they played the split map was clean.
And I think, gotta give credit to BDS for Shio, especially for some of those early plays, but when Caps was able to collapse bot side, when Labrov and Crowny overextended there, that felt like the beginning of the end in terms of G2 seizing momentum back. Because if you remember, level 1 was so incredibly BDS favored, but they weren't able to keep that momentum going. So credit to G2 for turning it around, and hope that we see more of what we saw in those first few minutes from BDS as we get later into the series. For now, though, let's send it over to the desk with Goldberg and Odawamne.
And Law.
And Lore.
Yeah,
It just said...
and me. I'm here as well. Hi, hi, Odo. Thank you
Hello.
for joining us. We heard you earlier, but yeah, viewers can see you now. That was brutal on the side of G2 from the composition.
Like, honestly, from the early game, it looked rough for G2. You know, they come in with this really cool level 1 strategy, and BDS has just read them immediately, like a book, up towards that top side with the kills that they had. But then it's like, nature kind of starts healing as well in terms of G2 with the Ivan pick, and they kind of start finding picks to come back into it. And G2, when they start running away with some of the objectives, they just become so difficult to play against. They're so ruthless with their tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great amount of tools this game. I feel like, I don't know how it happened that they get 3 first picks on blue side in that sense, because Ivan went all the way to 4-5 and pretty much everywhere around the planet. This champion is completely OP, but it's like, they secured so many tools to play that even though they fell behind early game, I mean, losing 3 kills level 1 is not as impactful as it used to be. It's really not that difficult to come back, but they just had a lot of tools to come back into this game. And yeah, I mean, BDS kind of fumbled in that one. I mean, comp was playable, but I still think, yeah, way too much OP stuff.
For sure.
I want to take a closer look at the draft, though. And Odo, if you can tell me what you think about the Garen answer to the Jax. That's not a champion that we've seen in any major region so far. But what are you supposed to do with the champion in lane, and how does it play later on in this composition?
Yeah, I mean, Garen kind of made sense in this comp because on paper you have Jace, Varus with Alistar, so you kind of want to play disengage, stop their engage, kind of keep them at bay, and Garen kind of gets to play the Joker card where he's kind of free to do whatever he wants. But early game is not really that easy for him, especially if he wants to run the Ignite, because he's going to be stuck without TP, and I think BB took great advantage of it with his TP timer to get the Sheen, but then yeah, he just kind of fumbled on the Sejuani gank. But yeah, early game is kind of rough. Jax is known for being super OP early game, getting prior, setting up plays if he likes to, but from like level 7, 8, 9 onwards, Jax kind of runs out of juice and Garen can just out-sustain him because you don't need to fight back. You just start spinning your sword whenever Jax wants to fight you, and then at some point you are just gonna ignite and ult someone and kill, or ignite and ult the Jax at like 60% HP and he will die. So it's not really rocket science. You just need to get through the early game to, if you make it to level 5 or level 7 even, you're kind of golden.
Super skilled gameplay. Similarly to Ivern, actually, which is an interesting jungler, but we saw it on the hand of Jankos yesterday. Didn't quite work that well. But we've talked about how BDS should be mindful about how Yike is playing in the early game. So Goldberg, talk me through what you thought of G2's approach here and the tree in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Yike was on fire in the early game. I mean, actually, pretty much both junglers were on fire. They both had 100 KP in the early game and was the one making the plays for their team to rally behind. And I think at first I was really impressed with BDS, but then Yike just struck back and he was everywhere. We're making a play on bot, we're getting priority. Now my support has tempo advantage over enemy support. We will now roam together, we will get mid ahead. And he just was like ruthless, just watching him flash forward here. Doesn't even have to throw the Q first. Can bait out nuke knowing he doesn't have the flash. And I think he was just everywhere on the map that BDS did not want him to be.
I really appreciate the approach of, again, Ivern plus double AD. I didn't think Lucian could have a spot here. Any thoughts on the champion and its situation in the G2 draft?
Yeah, usually we see the Tristana picked early and the Jace is the answer. And if I'm not mistaken, Tristana was open in this draft, but it's not a good pick into. Usually Jace is the counter pick in that one, and I think although it's playable, G2 managed to find an even better pick with the Lucian because you kind of have the same tools that you want. You have gap closer on demand whenever you want. You have a winning lane matchup against the Jace because usually we see this matchup in the top lane. It doesn't look pretty for the Jace. On mid, it's probably a little bit more playable given the lane is short. But it fits the team. You know, you want Ivern with someone that can make proactive plays happen, and that's the Lucian for you.
And I feel like it makes for an easier composition to maneuver on the side of G2. And here I want to specifically take a look at the Drake setup fights, GB, and talk us through the engage on the side of G2 and how they managed to take this objective quite easily.
For sure. We were in a situation where BDS actually managed to get the first Drake.
Yeah.
So usually we see G2 want to get this ahead from the early game, but they prioritized Herald base this time around instead. And they're quite good at getting some decent early vision. You can see they had the reset advantage. When you look at the minimap, you still see members of BDS coming back from base. So they're going to do the best to be very aggressive with some of the vision that they're getting. But a bit of it is still a little sloppy. Like, you can see right now that Caps is still around the wave, which is good because he's getting the bot priority, but his team has already started up the Drake. When you look at the minimap, BB is also still on the way. Caps is still going to take some time to move if they go for play immediately. And that's what BDS is going to do. Hansama is going to get caught out here. Luckily, he does have the cleanse, and it makes a little bit of an awkward situation, actually, for both teams. Hansama doesn't have the cleanse to play around. BDS now doesn't actually have the ultimate of Sejuani. BB is doing a really good job here because he's applying pressure. He can always go out if he wants to. He knows the only one that can engage from him, realistically speaking here, would be Varus or the Alistar, but they're not finding it. And the huge one here is then eventually just gonna be Yike who's gonna call the bluff of the enemy team. He's gonna flash forward to miss his Q of the stun. Doesn't matter. The 5-man ultimate, it is what is huge here, coming in afterwards with the counter-strike. And it's just really playing it back and forth, finding the right moment to strike.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it looks like G2 found their win condition. You know, it's quite telegraphed that Real needs to find an engage, and the pressure is on BDS, you know, to stop that engage because we saw Real flash queued. Alistar didn't react to, you know, kind of kick him out and stop the engage because that's what BDS comp wants to do, and that's also the problem with these compositions where your only tools are to stop the engage, because if you fumble that, you don't really have any ways to win that team fight, because we saw Alistar, he found the next best target to kind of isolate in the fight, and it's the Lucian, but the engage already went through, Jax is in, Kai'Sa is poking and flying in whenever she wants, so it's just like, we got to see why this comp from G2 is just so strong, but also at the same time why this comp from BDS is so hard to execute.
Yeah, really hard to come back when you fall too far behind, and in that sense, I guess G2 got too far ahead. We just had the side selection that we saw here with BDS playing on blue side for the next game. What are we looking for for this team in
Well,
the hopes of coming back?
First of all, either picking up one of these juicy first picks or either banning them away. But it's curious because BDS is one of these teams that strikes me as one of them that don't play all too much of these new picks that we haven't seen from them, right? I could still see them pick up a rail down towards the bot side as a priority, but when I'm looking at a Rumble, when I'm looking at the Ivern, and when I'm looking at the Kai'Sa as well, not really something I've seen just yet. I would love to see it though, but I'm curious to see how the adaptations are going to come in on draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Crowny even plays Kai'Sa, but yeah, it's just... I feel like with the way the draft looked like, even on red side, they had an opportunity to kind of, you know, grab some of those OP picks and make the draft a little bit more balanced because they had a great chance. But now on blue side, I'm curious how they're going to proceed because you're a lot less restricted on blue side with your bans. You can kind of ban flavor and whatever you'd like, and yeah, let's see what they can do this time.
And let's see who you will be facing off against in the next best of 5 series. But that's all for us here now. We'll see if BDS can come back against G2 or if they will wrap up this series and move into best of 5. See you soon.
Oh, anyone might have that explosive level 1 here. Oh, the Garen's in trouble! That is definitely not the way he wanted to start. Adam immediately flashing out. 5-man fight on the top side of the bot, but it's a first blood in favor of BDS. Stun, trying to force out the ultimate earlier. Meanwhile, on the outside, Caps. Oh, he's not respecting the Garen. Makes a lot of sense to see what they can get done here. Bru's gonna connect, and that's surely got to be an easy kill. Nuke getting cut down by Airy, just flying through the air. But yikes, still in the area. LeBron may have overstayed his welcome. Caps coming into the backside as well. BDS have horribly miscalculated on the bottom side. 2 easy kills picked up for G2.
Look at this guy. See you. Hey, looks good. Looks nice, yeah. Fire for flash. Can you end mid? Hey, go on him. Can you end mid, actually? Nice!
Welcome back to the LEC as we get ready for our second game in this series between G2 Esports and Team BDS. Reminder, the winner will be secured in the top 4, facing off against Excel after their victory.
Excel! The winner of this is playing up against Excel. Dino Dragos, how crazy is that?
Why is that crazy, Betty?
Because they were 10th.
Yeah,
that's
it
why.
was actually nuts. And it shows you how quickly the story of our season can change here.
Remember that it was BDS in spring.
BDS were the team that we were saying that about. We're like, how crazy is it that BDS are here?
Yeah, they were in the upper bracket against Vitality, and they then stomped Vitality, made their way to the finals, and then they lost in a reverse sweep against Mad Lions. BDS, they've had a struggling regular season, but now they find themselves backed against the wall against G2. Now, a loss here wouldn't be the end of their run. They'd still have another opportunity. They would go up against the winner of Koi versus... Why have I forgotten the other team?
Team Heretics.
Heretics, that's the badger. For another opportunity to fight through the playoffs. But right now, G2 are looking strong. We jump into draft game 2. Draven, LeBlanc, and Maokai banned from BDS.
Interesting to see what the final ban will be here. They're on blue side. They have the luxury of first pick. G2 Esports, will they ban Kaisa? No, allowing it through. It's an opportunity to secure that, and BDS are going to make it happen.
A Kog'Maw or the Callista tech? What are we going to get, G2? Show us. Yesterday they did, was it Trundle Callista? Or something
there was some
like
Trundle.
that.
There was some Callista yesterday. See where their heads are at now. Do they want to respond here? Of course, Kaisa remains a flex. Not something that we've seen BDS flex as much. Would be curious to see it.
Okay.
But Ivern was
so what I will say
broken in the previous game.
Yes. Kaisa generally means because of the AP build this usually goes for, you usually see AD mids.
Yep.
And if Nuke's default champion is Jace, G2 can be like, well, we got Lucian.
Yeah, run it back.
We're chilling. So the pressure's kind of on BDS to find that adaptation now. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Callista locked in for G2. And there it is.
Well called, well predicted.
I'd love to take that prediction, but this is exactly what they did yesterday.
So yeah, pretty stock standard now as Team BDS debate their options. Purple champions, yes. Void champions, maybe. Edgy champions also on the board. But I think that for me, I like shading Shio on a playmaker. Lee Sin certainly would be that. He's definitely debating what options he has up and available. Going into Ivern is so incredibly frustrating. They're going to go back to the Gragas. Now again, Gragas nerfed pretty heavily on this patch in terms of sustain. Definitely hurts laning Gragas more than jungle Gragas. But this is a champion who can obviously knock Daisy, knock Ivern out of a fight, which is always going to feel good and can be a huge catalyst for Engage.
Question is, what do BDS now want to do with their mid lane options, right? Because you need an AD mid. They can expect a Nautilus to come out from G2. That's pretty common. They've got Rakan, so their Engage is perfectly fine. Lebrov, I mean, to say that Lebrov is a competent Rakan player, like every European support is they've all mained Rakan at some point.
In the break screen, there was a mechanics episode specifically with Lebrov on Rakan.
Yeah.
So he's had some highlight plays this season, even though it's been a tough season, definitely some standout moments.
He's obviously a very good Rakan player. It's just that Europe has a tendency of being blessed with a lot of very good Rakan players. And unsurprisingly, the Nautilus response from G2. So now we kind of move over to this mid lane conversation. G2, they could just ban out Jace if they wanted to. They could also ban out the Tristana and say, Nuke, what else have you got?
Yeah, they've got the luxury of fourth pick, right? So they can ban and take if they want to in terms of AD options. They can blind pick or counter pick in terms of AD options if they're not worried about the Jace.
Because there's no real pressure on G2 to actually lock in an AD mid as response. Like, because Ivern, while being an AP champion, doesn't actually have that much AP damage. There's plenty of reason for them to still get an AP mid if they want to. And as we discussed, the Jace is going to be taken off the board. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Tristana follow that up. And BDS going to remove some of these top lane options. So Jack's taken away from Broken Blade. We'll finally see Broken Blade on something else.
And I really like taking this away from Broken Blade. And Broken Blade has been the center of attention across both of the previous series. He's been receiving so many jungle ganks from the enemy jungler, but he's always remained relevant in late game team fights. And a big part of that is the Jax pick. You know, like the luxury of having Counter-Strike, these big stuns. Once you have Sunderer, you're still such a menace, even if you are set at a gold deficit. So yeah, you're right. Let's see what else is in the tank here for BB.
Oh, they ban Yasuo.
And again, you know, not the combo that I'm used to seeing anymore, but a combo that always has to be respected is the Gragas Yasuo.
I'm wondering what this Tristana, or what happens to Tristana now. Did G2 pick it themselves?
Maybe they're just hoping BDS ban it.
Nah, there's no shot they'll ban Trist, right? They're going to ban away the Lucian.
Okay.
So Tristana.
But we've seen Kai'Sa be good in Tristana mid lane.
True, I mean, that's the other thing. They could flex Kai'Sa in the mid. That's always the other option. Zaya is still up.
Varus. Sorry, I'm talking about hovers.
Yeah.
Interrupting you to talk about
It's
hovers.
dangerous. But we know caps. We need Varus mid here, Dylan. But it will be Tristana. Okay, I feel like I've said Tristana so many times now. I feel validated.
Oh, it's a Cassio.
It's Nuke's Cassio.
Or is it Adam's Cassio, like the desk talked about? It has been being spammed.
I feel like it's Nuke's Cassio. There's no way that they would blind Cassio top.
Yeah, and if you missed the BDS spring run for some reason, maybe you were living under a rock or watching an inferior league, hard to say why. Nuke obviously popping off on this Cassio.
Adam's Olaf.
Don't think it's Nuke's Olaf, so I'm feeling much better about this being Nuke's Cassio. Adam getting the Olaf, and overall, this is a power pick in terms of comfort for BDS, just across the board, it feels like.
Set. Broken Blade picking Adam's champion into another one of Adam's champions.
At a certain point, they're all Adam's champions, and we just have to accept that it's his lane now. All right.
But wow, okay, Broken Blade on set. I don't remember the last time I saw Broken Blade on set. It's got to be a while.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Obviously, a champion who doesn't mind fighting against beefy frontliners, has strong trading potential in the sense that if Olaf tries to commit to the all-in, you're always going to threaten the W, the haymaker there. But it'll be interesting to track the matchup and see what they can actually get done. Having the Ivern on his side to make engages that much easier makes the ulti that much more threatening. But for BDS, Olaf, super, super oppressive. I wonder if we'll see the same attention paid towards top side that we've seen pretty consistently against Broken Blade.
So I will say that on paper, at least my initial interpretation of the drafts, I just prefer G2's comp more. I think that the double AD carry meta that we currently live in is just so strong. Its ability to play around neutral objectives, its power in the early to mid game, the fact that because you're playing AD carries, you always have scaling options, the fact that it's further supported by the Ivern gives you so many scaling options. For BDS, I think they're very reliant on the top side getting ahead. I think BDS do have pretty good scaling themselves, but let's see. We're about to jump into game 2.
Here we are. G2 taking the previous game as a challenge.
30 seconds.
Flash in, just getting Adam's flash that early. And keep in mind, Broken Blade, Flash Ignite, Combat Summons. He is ready for this aggro matchup.
Top lane is getting ganked, Dragos.
Which I think will be a nice change of pace for Broken Blade, because when we take a look at his opponent jungle proximity, people live in top lane against Broken Blade. I think this is part of the reason why the Jax was banned, because despite these horrendous numbers in terms of CSD and opponent jungle proximity, that's the amount of time his opponent spends near him. He's still got good kill participation. He's still showing up big in the fights.
Right? That 15, 14%. Well, I could round it up. 15%.
Yeah.
15% of I don't know. Let's use Sheo. Of Sheo's time is spent around top lane.
Every percentage point is 7 seconds because it tracks the early game. That's a lot of time.
Yep.
In this case, that's not specifically from game 1. That's from their previous series, but something that has to be paid attention to. It's also his 100th win. Wow. Why wouldn't he want to be the center of attention in this game? I forgot about that. Great job, production. I forgot about that completely. Yeah, congrats to Broken Blade. Has been a part of the league for quite some time, even if he spent a bit of time abroad.
All right. You gotta take. It's easy to take for granted as well. 100 wins.
Oh my gosh.
The easiest thing to achieve here in the LEC, especially when they didn't used to play that many games.
It's true. If you didn't make playoffs, what? Yeah, 18 games. Yep. Twice 36 games a year.
And if you're on a bad team, winning.
Oof.
Yep. So 100 wins for Broken Blade. Congrats to him.
Last time we played the set was also a win. 2021 summer on Schalke Null Fear.
The true glory days.
The old farewell tour.
But let's see. Bot lane has a bit of prio. Top lane has prio in favor of Broken Blade. I should say bot lane EDS has the prio. Then in mid, bit of back and forth. You can see Caps' HP rise though. That's a
okay. Ignite now ticking. Pull back. One shot, but Adam says, I'm going to make it a 1-for-1. Bloodbath under the tower, but Adam has no TP.
Yeah,
this entire wave is getting deleted.
That is completely worth it for Broken Blades. Wow, what an all-in. Has the level advantage with the level 3. Finds the solo kill. And Adam will lose a decent amount of farm off the back of that. Observers are going to give us a breakdown. So level 2 to level 1 here initially.
Pulls in. So Ignite first.
So level 2, yeah.
Passive. Pull back into the W to guarantee. Adam immediately shields, crucially.
But then the passive, he's able to get that second punch off because again, it hits faster.
Yeah, 1-2.
Yeah, the 1-2.
And now Adam is going to be hurting here as that wave is going to push in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, though, Hansama taking a ton of damage. They're not quite able to proc those plasma stacks. And Broken Blade says, I'll just fight into the wave. Screw your minions. You are no longer allowed to lane. This has to be infuriating for Adam. Yike there to back him up just so he can play that aggressively. As Hansama's getting lower and lower on the bottom side. Lebrov poking in onto Mickey, but getting poked a lot back in return. The Ren stacks not going to get used up here by Hansama, instead focusing on the minions as Lebrov does backstep in Fog of War. Will avoid the damage.
I will say, at what point does Adam get annoyed that he keeps showing other people how to beat the champions that he's really good at?
Yeah.
Because it was Broken Blade in an interview that said, oh, we've got to thank Adam for introducing the Olaf to the LEC. You know, a lot of top laners started picking that up. And then Adam was like, oh, Caps is fine. We'll get the shield.
Hits
nice
him
play
with
there from Nuke. Mickey looking for a hook.
Hook is going to connect on the Lebrov. Lebrov should be able to leap back out safety, but Ignite now ticking. Yike can't flash over the wall. The flash Q, the sidestep from Lebrov, holding onto that Battle Dance cooldown for so damn long. Crowny now in trouble. Forced to flash out to safety, so let's take stock. Ignite down for Mickey. Flash heal down for Crowny.
I was going to say, that is quite ironic that Lebrov had to use all of his mobility skills to dodge that, yet somehow Crowny lost all of some of his spells. Very unfortunate for the AD carry of BDS. Will force him to go back to base. Hans and Mickey will push in this wave and look to reset themselves.
Yep. Good news for the side of BDS is Shio is power farming up a storm, 3 camps ahead at this stage. But what is it going to mean? You know, what angles are there to find right now? Top lane is
31 to 9.
It's inferior. It's unplayable.
I feel like I've seen Adam Olaf in this position before, where he just got
I believe
bullied.
He can come back from this position because we've seen it before. But then the laning phase is truly horrid. Lebrov going to try to help. Ghost now coming out there, desperate to get this kill onto Broken Blade. Broken Blade's flash at least going to be burned there, so small positive advantage for Adam.
He's just going to reset, yeah. Sacrifice those last few minions. Adam, this is the best position for him to be in right now. He can probably set up a freeze if he wants to. He should feel healthy enough. Nice trading again, though, from Nuke. Leveraging the range and the Q to just chip away at Caps' HP. Means that he does find himself with a CS lead for now. And you talked about it, this was one of his comfort champions in spring. This is something that he had a lot of success with. And he's looking to repeat that performance again here.
Certainly is. Champion we got used to seeing from him. Obviously the double carry threats of BDS, but now on the bottom side, Crowny caught out. They got the flash in the earlier exchange. Now the Ren's going to come through, not quite enough to finish the job. And Hansama coming in for one more auto to get it done.
And a quick punish there from Mickey. Flash, auto, Q. Very little that Crowny can do about that. Easy kill found for the G2 bot lane, and what was like a great start for BDS's 2v2. They now find themselves in very dire straits. Dragon going to be started up by Yike, but Sheo and Nuke can answer here. Level 6 on the Cassia.
Lebrov coming down. Hex flash over the wall from Mickey. Not going to be interrupted there. The channel was already started. No CC. Sheo waiting in the darkness. Can try to steal this, but if he gives up his life, is it going to be worth it? Nuke level 6. Collapse coming in from BDS. Caps in the mid lane. Do they want to respond? Would be a 4v4. But yeah, instead just going to concede this one. G2 decide they do not want to take the fight against the level 6 Cassio and the level 5 Gragas. A lot of potential to just delete one member with the power BDS has.
When they know that Hansama needs to spend money, they decided, you know what, it's not worth the risk. Nuke is obviously in a pretty powerful position right now, and Caps needed to catch that wave considering how far behind he found himself in the 1v1.
Yep.
So G2 make the smart choice. They choose to back away, and BDS get themselves their first objective of the game.
And one of the big advantages that BDS have right now over G2 is the TP advantage in the mid lane. Nuke recalled, got that first item, still held on TP here, so clearly winning out quite confidently now, freezing the wave. But what do BDS do with this advantage is the big question. Can they punish mid lane? Can they shut Caps down? Can they free Nuke up to roam and maybe support Adam or the bottom lane? We're just going to have to see.
Well, next objective should be this Herald. Right now it's Broken Blade kind of getting the advantages in the top lane 1v1. If Hans and Mickey push out this bot wave, they should be able to roam first. You can see that Crowny's a little hesitant to move away. Pings are coming down. He is concerned about a potential dive with this massive stacked wave.
Caps now leaping in immediately. He's going to get stunned up. Nuke does not even hesitate. He's going to look to grab one. Caps ticking, burning the poison. will fade away just in time. Shio on the way. Big bomb to finish the job, and now Nuke's looking for a follow-up. He wanted a kill, and he's going to get one.
Well played by the mid-jungle from BDS. They punish Caps' aggression. The flash ult from Nuke was just flawless. And while Caps tried to flash away to safety, Sheo was not letting his mid laner's hard work be undone. Great execution. BDS find themselves with a small gold lead.
Yeah. The mid-jungle of BDS looking a lot more powerful, a lot more potent in this game. More damage to back them up as well, and certainly magic resist is going to hurt their damage output, but for now, they are hitting hard. 1.8k gold lead over their opposition combined. And now BDS with the gold lead, as well as the Dragon at this point in the game. Massive performance from Nuke. We know it's a comfort pick, but always a pleasure to see him pull it out and still perform here, at least in the early game.
I think BDS, we talked about scaling. I do think they do have a lot of scaling options, of course, with Cassio and this Kai'Sa. Very serious late game threats to make it very difficult to engage. So we'll see how things pan out, considering how strong Nuke is on the Cassio right now. We're very close to the first item. Mickey doing what he loves to do. Go mid lane.
Yeah.
As G2 secure themselves Herald.
One of the big differences, while G2 do take this objective, and this will somewhat balance out the gold, and certainly will put the gold in their favor once they're able to use that Herald. And a poke with the Axis. Shio just actually does damage this game, which makes a lot of things easier. Yes, does limit their tanky front line, could hurt their front to back, but actually much more of a threat in the 2v2 than he was in the previous game on Sejuani.
Oh yeah, BDS have a lot of damage. And they're going to need it, because Yike, very good at mitigating your damage.
That's true.
On the Ivan.
Is Adam looking for a picks up the axe. CC immune trying to burn through that health bar. Broken Blade needs to land a clean haymaker with a flash to safety. The ult back, but he's still CC immune. Broken Blade tries to walk back. And no matter how good you are in top lane, Adam on Olaf just does it better.
Adam took advantage of the flash difference. If Broken Blade could have matched the flash and then moved his W up, he would have been able to find that kill onto Adam. But Adam patiently waiting for that opportunity. Now Sheo. Ooh! Wow, quick reactions there from Caps. The miasma route, or the grounding rather, wasn't quite in time. Now Mickey knows no summoners top lane, has the ultimate.
I don't know, ultimate, he should just go down here. Sidestep on the hook helps, but doesn't even have the space to do so. Slow coming out from the Keystone as well, Glacial. So shutdown comes through for Han Sama, a positive sign for the side of G2. Still credit to Adam for finding a kill in what was a disadvantageous lane.
I mean, also just huge credit to Adam for just coming back into this lane. We talked about the CS discrepancy. Now he has the CS lead, 600 gold advantage over Broken Blade. Huge props to him in the 1v1 top.
Uh-oh.
G2 have rotated the bot lane up. I imagine they want to funnel the Herald over here, but you can see Yike is in the bot lane right now.
Adam debating what lane he wants to go to as he respawns. Ultimate going to be up shortly. Mickey needs to be careful here. Shio coming over the wall, body slam immediately. Rakan now going to follow up with the knockup, deny the hook into the wall, but Han Sama, as the Fates call, can pull him back out to safety, but that leaves Caps isolated in the mid lane where he is still getting obliterated in these trades. He only has the Noon Quiver. Herald charging though, going to get more money back to Broken Blade, even up the 1v1 matchup, but a lot of resources used to help this set out while Han Sama suffering on the top side as Crowny's going to grab a plate.
Yeah, I feel like BDS have a much firmer control over this early game. While they don't have a massive gold lead, you can see that the fact that the mid lane matchup is going so well for Nuke. Crowny, yes, he does find himself behind, but Adam holding his own in the 1v1. It just gives BDS more options, especially given that they've already secured themselves the first dragon. You imagine after this reset, that'll be the next objective that they look to contest. And right now, I'd argue that they're in a stronger position. There's the Rylai's finished for Nuke. Hunt and Mickey are top lane. There's no way they can rotate down to contest, so...
Yeah, and while Rylai's isn't the most impressive item in terms of damage, in terms of controlling this lane, this is going to be infuriating for Caps to play against. Anything connects, he's going to be slowed down. It's going to make all the follow-up that much easier. Caps now going to try to retreat here. Nice buffer on the rocket jump. Will make it out to safety. But for G2, their one strong point right now is Han Sama. Close to a champion that can do a lot of damage late game, but doesn't usually compare in terms of scaling. Certainly not to a Cassio or a Kai'Sa. So kind of, I feel like, pressure on G2 to leverage their bot lane strength to try to get themselves back into this game.
Caps is going to be sent top lane, and G2 are going to concede this objective. There's nothing they can really do mid, as Adam is standing guard. Their best hope is to try and get some plates for Caps in the top lane. Maybe get some money into his pocket. And he should be able to. At the very least, he can get one play. Mickey
finding LeBron. The knock immediately going to come through. Hansama waiting over the wall. This is the strong member of the team going to try to shred through Shio. Shio has no defensive stance. The flash out safety will not be enough. Yike, taking down Shio. LeBron potentially next. The Q going to connect on the crouch out. Hansama wants to keep this one going. They need more out of this. The knock-up coming through. Hansama from downtown. Finding the follow-up as Nuke is now going to be in trouble. Broken Blade waiting, holding on in the meantime, but Nuke finds a perfect stun. The Haymaker, where is it going to go? Broken Blade just has to run for his life back into the darkness. Nuke playing on the edge here. TP now coming in. Nuke now needs to get the hell out, but Broken Blade doesn't want to end this play quite yet. Nuke's going to look for one. Nuke flashing over the wall. The seismic back. He tries to finish him off. It's the 1-for-1 on the bottom side.
Flashes across the board as Nuke is able to get one back. The TP committed from Caps as well wasn't quite enough. As Nuke doing his absolute best. But Crowny losing his life in the mid lane. Shio. Hansama could be in some serious danger.
Hansama's definitely in some serious danger here. Olaf just running through. Can he pull the trigger on the Ren soon enough? The shield's coming out. It's not enough. Olaf's still going. The knock-up's not going to work either. He's just going to keep hitting Mickey. He doesn't want to walk under the tower. My God, Adam! He's just absolutely busted. And LeBron going to come in, snipe the kill, and finish the job. Now he's going to use the quickness to get back to safety.
Can he get away though?
The shield on Daisy?
Run, LeBron, run, Daisy.
I don't know what is happening, but this game is a banger.
It's clean League of Legends, my friend. That's what we watch Europe for. I mean, where do I even start?
Adam good at Olaf.
Yeah.
Everyone else still not 100% confident on how much damage Olaf does.
True.
This 1v1 awkward. Those are my thoughts.
So the damage was initially very good, but the ultimate from Nuke was even better. Broken Blade is hesitant to use his W early because he knows that once it's gone, he's basically dead. He has to hold it for the last minute. He tries to keep the meter up by hitting the minions. We don't have time.
They're going to try to delete Nuke one more time. Nuke this time around knocked up. So much damage now coming up. The follow-up to Cassio is strong, but is she strong enough? Caps now stepping forward. Nuke, 5 seconds left till that ultimate was available. Does not have it. G2 able to find the pick on the bottom side.
Yeah, so you saw the play. Nuke died. But prior to that, Crowny also died in mid. Hansan was able to get a bunch of kills. You can see at the bottom of your screen, 1.7k gold lead for the Callista. But then Adam was like, nah, bruh. And then he dived mid.
Eloquently put.
Yep.
Betty.
I mean, he had his Graggy Ice, man. He had all he needed.
He had everything he needed.
To run down a Demon Spirit Lady with spears. And now Caps seeding in the bot lane. We came out of our replay to find Nuke getting picked in a side lane. This time around, though, he didn't have the summoner spells to do anything fancy, so he ended up just losing his life.
I think if there's anything we've learned from the BDS top side,
tell me,
it's that beer beats magic.
Yeah.
Gragas, Olaf.
Every time.
All these. Who cares about the fantasy characters? They've got what they need.
A mystical tree that does weird fantasy things? Nah.
2 guys who drink too much.
2 guys who drink, yeah.
That's all you need.
Yeah, I respect their matching skins too, you know? They're having a great time.
You mean any Gragas skin and Graggy Ice?
Yeah, but he's specific. Doesn't he have the
He's the Fnatic one.
Oh, he's the Fnatic one. Yeah, so by...
yeah, I don't know what you're trying to imply about Fnatic fans right now, all right? But
No.
Anyway, continuing forward. Obviously, Hansama is still strong for G2 overall, but has to be careful in these fights because as you've seen, Olaf is a massive threat. Can generate so much space for BDS if it does come down to a 5v5. G2 now retreating here as BDS going to use second Herald of the game to break open mid lane tower. 1 minute and 3 seconds left on Hextech. They're already 2 Drakes up. And overall, game 2 going so much better for BDS. They're matching blow for blow with G2 with what feels to be superior scaling options. Although that said, double 80 carry with an Ivern is something that has to be respected.
That's the thing that's getting me. I do feel that BDS have better scaling. But
on their carries. But once you add the Ivern
it's the Ivern.
Things get weird.
Yeah, the Ivern is what makes it weird indeed. Well, we'll see. Fights are going to be interesting. Obviously, right now, it's BDS that have the Dragon advantage. The next one spawns in 30 seconds. They have push in mid. They have push in bot. BDS have control over the river, so it's G2 that have to force their way in if they want to contest. And right now, it does not look like, Dracos, that they want to contest.
Which I think, when it means walking into a Cassio and potentially also an Olaf, does make a lot of sense to me. She only level 10, but might fully upgrade to both junglers.
Hexgate, so clearly
complicated the equation.
That they have.
Hexgate now coming through as LeBron might just pitch for an engage. Mickey, where's the hook gonna go? Does manage to find the Recon. Can they just delete LeBron before the fight even starts? And they can! They most certainly can. Adam holding onto the LDCC move with the knockup still connected initially. Yike off to the side. Uncontested. Caps doing so much damage. I thought BDS were ahead, but G2 slaughtering them again in the exchange. The double for Caps. He's looking to make it 3, maybe a hat trick on the bottom side.
G2 made that fight look so easy. What great Kalista play from Hansama to just sidestep away from the engage coming in from the Hex Gate. Broken Blade wasn't even involved. Now he's finding some action. Is he gonna die?
I think he might.
Yes,
Mickey's
W.
coming.
Nice,
Hey,
fine.
Maker.
Wow, okay.
Hook is in. Hits a minion. Roots up Crowny. They're gonna try to make this work. That was not the best play ever, but now they're gonna suplex Crowny back. Try to dunk him down. He flashes out to safety.
Yeah, I don't think that was it.
I'm not convinced that that was it.
That was it. Crowny's going to walk away with a kill, but can he get away with his life? Yes, he can. The Hex Gate tech will take him to safety. His summoner spells will be lost, but still, pick for Crown.
Mickey limit testing. But again,
I mean, I saw what they were cooking.
Again, remember, as we like to clarify, we need a lower third for this. That was not negative game. Have to remind people. 2 things that are important. When it is and isn't negative gaming, and reminding people.
So we're getting the T-Tours. Lebrov comes in from the flank, and it looks like a potential great engage. Immediate hook from Mickey, though. And then look at Hansama here, the damage. Auto execute. Then Adam is like, doesn't use the... He still gets knocked up.
No, he gets knocked up, and then he casts Ragnarok, so he's still in the air.
And then I was so focused on the backline of Hans and Mickey that I didn't even notice Caps was just slaughtering everyone. 3 hitting on the backside meant that he finds himself with a triple kill. Yeah. And again, it comes back to this double AD carry with an Ivan. It's, you just can't afford to underestimate it in the team fights.
Yeah. I'm consistently impressed by how insane this champion is. Literally, and in terms of balance. It's Broken Blade.
G2. Getting into the Ivern lore again.
I love the Ivern lore.
It's so dark and mysterious.
It's not dark or mysterious. Or, sorry, it is not mysterious, but it is very, very dark. That he's just a psychopath. He's literally just Sideshow Bob from The Simpsons, but like
and he's
with
friends
trees.
with the trees.
Yeah, but he was not friends with a lot of other things before he was friends with the trees.
Right now, he is G2's friend.
Certainly.
As they
13 stacks again. And you just rack up assists on this champion, so I can understand the itemization.
I wish Jarvan could get measures because he's the same. Press E, assists galore.
Ooh, a little bit of extra attack speed.
So that's what you got to do on Ivern, right? You just shield man AD carry. Oh, how convenient.
He's the Yumi of the jungle, sort of. Just getting credit for a lot of things that don't really involve you.
The only way they could make it better is if they had Soraka in there too.
Yeah, true.
Ivern, Soraka.
We would love that. Yeah, that would be great to cast.
BDS find themselves with their backs against the wall just a bit. The gold deficit is nothing they can't overcome.
I mean, it's a difficult situation because Nuke was so far ahead, but now after that fight,
that was
Rob takes a ton of damage. And again, Rakan's such a squishy champion that if you're not confident on those engages, if you whiff at all, very likely to get one shot.
Okay, the get out of jail free card there from Hansama.
But you have Kai'Sa, Olaf, Cassio. If G2 mess up or misposition one time, you delete Baron.
Oh yeah. I like how after G2 lost... Wait, it wasn't G2. Wait, I'm just remembering all these 20-minute Barons, you know? And I'm just like, SK with all the 20-minute, they're like, ward the Baron! It has just spawned, but I will not allow a Cassio to sneak this objective away.
Dude, shout out to Albus Nox Luna. They've like maintained relevance through the 20-minute Baron. They can say that even T1 has taken strategies from them.
It's true. Looking at the minimap right now.
Yeah, at this we're grouping. Both sides know what's on the table here. Waves are pushed out. Nothing too insurmountable will eventually need to be responded to here. BDS fishing for an angle. Q down. Ooh, a little bit of poke on the Cavs, trying to speed up, just trying to delete the Tristana. Still charmed, however, as they try to take Cavs out of the equation. Cavs now down, massive shutdown. Mickey has to be careful. Nuke now going to be knocked up. Broken Blade off to the side. Needs to suplex his Cassio, but an excellent stun to stop him from doing anything. In the meantime, Adam is tanking 3. Broken Blade manages to fire back. The knockback is there for Shio, but he gets one in exchange. G2 still winning the fight thus far. Crowning and Nuke versus the world. Double carries left standing. Yike creating so much space for Hansama. They need to fight. They need to get something done here, but the spears are starting to stack. Nuke running for his life, and G2 taking the exchange as BDS will hold on to their tier 2 tower, but Hansama, he's not done. Still walking forward. Forcing the heel out from Crowny. The hook will go just a little bit wide for Mickey and the fight will fizzle.
4 versus 5. G2 are able to win the team fight. Massive props to Broken Blade, finding 2 kills on the backline as Hansama is able to use the wall to kite away from Adam, preventing that lockdown. G2 decide that they don't want to gamble the Baron. The TP will come back in from Nuke into the mid lane. But look at this, Caps loses his life. He gets way too close to the brush. Didn't learn his lesson from the Garen in game 1. And Lebrov finds the engage. The follow-up from Crowny is enough to get the execution. Then the cleanse and the flash from Hans very early on, but then look at Broken Blade on the left. Nuke gets a good ultimate off, but then he's able to land a massive W into the Haymaker, the ultimate, and he finds himself another kill on Desheo as well, while the rest of G2 take out Adam.
Yeah, and ultimately on the retreat here, you can see that with the Ivern stepping up, even though you have double carries, it just doesn't matter that Daisy creates so much space.
5.6.
What? Close to scale is real good if you run at her with melee champions. Definitely, if there's one strength that she has.
I mean, I never really appreciated how miserable you can make Olaf on Kalista.
Yes.
But Hansama uses walls very well. Mickey goes in.
Ulti, Naka. BDS for now just chilling. Mickey definitely has overstayed here. Fate's Call comes out.
It's a big commitment there from Mickey to not really much benefit. The Dragon is up as well. BDS have a line towards it, but G2 are threatening the Baron. Look, Kai'Sa's going to go solo in. Yeah. So what would G2 do now? BDS, I think they can just take their time. Yeah, free objective for them as G2 is forced to back off. Still find themselves 4K called down. Adam needs to be careful though.
Adam now caught out, immediately going to ult to try to cut through Mickey's health bar. Mickey, the hook back to the wall will keep him healthy. Dragon has been taken down in the meantime. Adam not having to give up any sums, but that ultimate cooldown will hurt if G2 can force a fight pretty quickly here. That said, Hansama's ult still not available. Mickey's ult still not available. Bit of a fumble in the mid lane. BDS. Did they get the Drake? They got the Drake?
Yep. Wait, they did, right? They definitely did.
All right, they're at 3. We'll get production confirmed.
Yeah.
Some little oopsies here and there.
They definitely have a Drake.
Likes to keep us on our toes, yes, this HUD of ours. Anyway, the stage of the game now where BDS could just look to play for a soul point. It can be a bit tricky. There it is.
This confirmation. Wait.
Confirmation. Dragon half.
This is confirmation, right?
This is confirmation.
Yes.
You were concerned that a random Ezreal ult in a game without Ezreal was going to come over the wall?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
The observers
That's called
love
trauma, and it's the observers ruining us as human beings.
They love following things like
Every Ezreal
or
ult.
Jinx ult. Yeah, Ezreal is probably the worst defender. And they'll just follow it, and you'll be like, oh, and then it doesn't hit anything. And then they do a little back.
The House of Lies.
Yep. And then they're like, is that the little tee? You know?
I wish they had voice comp so they could go tee-hee every time on broadcast.
Bro, they BM. Who did they BM yesterday? That was hilarious. Was it the Maokai? It was the Mao. It was
the Mao.
Yeah. Maorank's Maokai.
Yeah, poor Maorang, man.
Observers, no chill.
Absolutely not. Okay, so BDS, decent setup.
Look at Caps. He's bot lane. What's he doing?
He's going to try to eat this tower.
He's eating the tower.
He's just
that tower is gone.
Devouring it. My God. Like it's Blue Lock. Like that reference?
Yeah.
That episode was weird.
Yeah. That whole show is weird.
Yeah, so it's got some strong undertones, most certainly. Anyway, it's a sports anime for those who don't know.
You wouldn't think.
Yeah, you would not think. All right, BDS. Lost the tower. That's frustrating. On the side lane, Caps remains a constant threat here. And now, Rob will not get hooked up. Luckily able to make it out of that one. Quick Merc treads by coming in clutch there.
But how annoying is G2's comp? Ivan can execute. Mickey goes in. Drops his combo. He's overextended.
Leaves.
Good joke. Hansama ults him out.
I mean, it's really hard to know what the right time is to force these fights as, you know, as BDS. Because ultimately, Broken Blade also there has the power to just take you out of the fight for anyone but Olaf, which creates so much more space for Hansama and Caps to work with.
It's a situation where I think that BDS's comp does scale well, but can they actually execute it when playing these fights? There's so much mobility on the side of G2 that we didn't really talk about, but Hans and Caps are very difficult to lock down. And they're very, what's the word, elegantly dancing around the fights.
Sure.
They just use terrain very well. And I guess the best plan, potentially, is for BDS to just find an open space, maybe force a fight around, like, in front of the Baron, in front of the Dragon, don't know.
Yike just continuing to leash the Baron here as Lebrov desperately fishing for the enemy jungler. Knockup doesn't connect. Crowning should just delete Yike. Yike goes back over the wall, ticking, doesn't quite have the damage. The W! Observers. Playing with
but now this is a window for BDS to start the Baron.
And Cassio can definitely hold on the bottom side. Adam can create a lot of space here. But with no Cassio in the area, this Baron's going to take forever. They're just going to try to shred through Ivern before the fight even starts. There's a two-man knockup coming in from LeBron. BDS forced to retreat. Caps now moving into the mid lane to take a tower. In the meantime, this is going terribly for BDS. Knockback onto Hans is a solid start, but again, there's no follow-up on the side of BDS. Crowning now flashing in. Desperate, he knows this could just be the final fight. Nuke TPing in. The ulti will not connect. He's able to finish it. Nuke on the backside. Nuke could be everything. Eyes on the Cassio. Caps can't cancel the TP. Nuke is trying to single-handedly turn the fight at him. Caught out and cut down, but still, G2 reigns strong in the exchange.
Wow, I can't believe G2 actually won out on this team fight. Nuke doing what he can. Caps, though, needs to make sure that he can get this kill onto Nuke, otherwise the Baron becomes a lot harder. He commits.
Should just be able to take him down here. Nuke does good damage, but not nearly enough with an Ivern shield there as well. Tense exchange. Caps not quite able to cancel the TP. The Buster Shot coming out just a little too late. Nuke almost turning it. But yeah, Yike and Broken Blade still standing.
This is a 5v4, and Adam just makes a massive mistake. He walks to that choke point, and then he doesn't want to ultimate early, which means he takes so much damage from the chains you see of G2. They're going to wait for Hunt Summer to respawn. All 5 members will get this Baron.
And I think it's awkward because you really want Nuke there if you're going to threaten the Baron, because you're spending a lot of time eating damage from the Baron when you don't realistically, unless G2 just choose not to walk anywhere near the pit, have a shot at killing it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're actually going to get a replay of that last fight because the Dragon is now up. Sheo in a position to steal.
Reminder, soul point for BDS here.
Yep.
Ignore the HUD on this one. G2 will deny it. They will grab their second Drake of the game.
Yeah, looks like BDS don't feel confident enough to contest this.
And credit to Yike, but also how does he have 25 stacks again? Does Ivern just have a library card or something?
So this play from Adam is the big mistake because he basically just isolates himself from the team, gets hooked up, gets CC'd again by Broken Blade, and he doesn't ult until here, but Hansam is already wailing away on him. Mickey then attacks Lebrov, and 4 versus 4, BDS are like, wait, we can't go. The TP will then come through from Nuke, the re-engage from G2, but Adam is already forced out of the fight. Good flash from Hansama means that he's free to hit. The knockup, I think it was from Daisy onto Crowny, means that he can literally do nothing. He gets killed as well, and while the ultimate is good, there's a world where Nuke can just clean up this whole fight. The arrival of Caps to clean up is what allowed G2 to cement their victory. And the bot lane from G2, though, doing so much work with the assistance of Yike just over the wall.
And you can see credit Hansama, so clutch in these extended fights. He is farming DPM off of Adam a little bit, but still deserves that recognition. And BDS, you know, yesterday they looked so composed. And today they look a little lost in these fights. Crowny flashing over the wall, didn't have ultimate when that fight kicked off. Would have loved to follow up on Shio's ultimate. You know, we saw in the backside Hansama at 4 stack. Crowny does a ton of damage. He finds an isolated target. Doesn't get a chance, and now Shio going golden here. The body slam coming in, but again, no follow-up.
Look at the shield as well. It's crazy the amount of support that I can offer.
Doug, chain CC, LeBron right into the backside, trying to find at least multiple members. Duty's gonna get cut down. Now it's Crowny versus the world, but Caps just has more range. He just shoots faster. His guns are better. His teammates are still alive. It's a quadra.
It's an unofficial penta, Dracos. He got that initial kill onto Sheo as well. Caps cleans up the fight. G2 clean up BDS, and they're looking to end the game.
BDS broken in the last few stages of this game. Could not find a fight on their terms. G2 absolute dominance. More back and forth in the early game, certainly, but in the end, G2 still coming out on top. Clean in these mid to late game scenarios. The one reliable factor in the LEC, G2's performance. And now Penta. Official Penta, unofficial Hexakill.
They give it over to Caps before the game is end. He is able to secure himself a pentakill, 12-3 and 2 on the Tristana. He had a bit of a rough early game. The laning phase did not go his way, but he definitely clutched up in the later team fights. Huge carry performances from Caps and Hansama. Yike and Mickey, the facilitators throughout this series, were absolutely spectacular. and G2 continue to look a cut above the rest.
Yeah. And again, starting so strong for Broken Blade on the top side of the map, Adam turning it back, but then not able to continue to find those advantages. Broken Blade still getting so much work done in the fights. And you saw moments, you saw glimmers for BDS, but they just could not convert it. And especially in the few final moments of that game, they just felt lost. Yeah. Couldn't find a fight on their terms, couldn't find the angles. And G2, you know, if you're uncertain for a moment, G2 are a team that will force on you over and over again, force you to respond, force you to fight. You can't lose your footing against a team like this, and BDS most certainly did.
But also, they are continuing to be the innovators.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they were the ones that were playing Kog'Maw into the Kai'Sa. They're the ones now playing Kalista. And it's like, it's the Draven all over again, right? Hans Sama historically has been known for his hyper-aggressive playstyle. Yep. Draven and Kalista were two champions that you couldn't really ever afford to give this guy. And now he's getting his hands on the Kalista in a meta where everyone's telling you that Kai'Sa, Xayah, those are the champions that you have to play. But they find ways to make his style work, and then they're just kind of filling in the rest of the pieces elsewhere. Yike continues to demonstrate his incredibly flexible champion pool. Broken Blade is kind of doing what he can in the resources that he's given. He's not given very many. And then Caps is just kind of returning to form, continuing to pop off.
I mean, it's an impressive turnaround, especially when the conversation at MSI was, how good is he? You know, when will we see him come back to form? It's been a bit of a struggle, but this season it has been immaculate from Caps, certainly. I mean, still a few hiccups here and there. The Nico game may be a bit questionable, but that's just the nature of League of Legends. You player of the series, you saw the vote already at LEC on Twitter. 3 wonderful options there for you. Yike, Caps, Hans Sama.
But now we have another unique upper bracket, best of 5, XL versus G2. We thought it would be Fnatic, but it's XL, 10th, going up against G2 in the upper bracket.
Well, ultimately, fantastic story, I think. But what's a better story than that? Caps and his father in an interview together is what I'm being told. So we send it over to Trouble.
Well, I don't want to be spreading any lies, but I do have Caps here for sure. So thank you very much, Dracos. Caps, I want to ask by asking you, was the Lucian Dylan pick me vein moment?
I mean, it was just we were looking for a solution to certain drafts, and it just happened to be Lucian.
Why Lucian specifically versus the Jace? Were you just looking for just an AD mid?
I mean, definitely a good AD mid in the draft, like allows Kai'Sa to go AP. Also with Ivern, he like Riot changed him to be a bot laner by like making him do more damage when he gets shields and stuff. But when you have Ivern jungle, it kind of works out.
Absolutely. Now, I want to play a little game with you because your Lucian KDA was not as flashy as your Stana KDA. But can you tell me what was your gold diff versus your opponent mid laner towards the end of the game with Lucian?
I'm not sure. Probably like 5K, something like this.
Okay, you overestimated. It was 4.2, but it was still pretty massive. Now, when it comes to cooking drafts, and was the Lucian like a last-second thing that you came up with? Because I asked Mickey and Hans yesterday, and they said, oh, last second doesn't work with Dylan. We actually have to practice it and work with it.
I mean, it's something that we've been trying this week, for sure. It's just like now the new Iron thing came out, and a lot of other changes, I guess, and we're trying to find combos with it. And one of them was Lucian, especially now that people stop playing him AD carry. It makes it nice. You can pull it out from mid lane.
Well, since your Lucian was flashy, your Tristana was even flashier. Apparently, we have your pentakill. And please walk me through this. I'm pretty sure you were like too far ahead and you were just chasing the kills. But was there anything specific that you did for it?
I mean, I think my team got a really good pick on Gragas to start out the fight. And from there, it was just kind of like a somewhat free fight. Like Rakan, I think, goes very aggressive with ult, but he doesn't manage to reach me. I think they go super deep on Hans instead. So I took that personal, and I decided to punish them for it.
Isn't that really fun in G2, though? You guys have so many carries in the same team. One of them will be the bait. The other two of you will have a lot of fun. Is that right?
For sure, yeah. And I think Hans has been stepping up big time this year, so a lot of teams are just focusing on him now. So I guess I'll just clean up if that's the case.
Now, Caps, I see you very happy. This is an 11-win streak currently for G2. Of course, you guys have locked playoffs. You're going to be playing versus XL. We'll talk about XL a little bit later. But are you happy with the current form?
I mean, I definitely think we are very strong right now. I think to be honest, I think we're a lot stronger than we even show. I think our stage games have been a bit weird. I mean, a lot of it also comes from me. I think some of my, like, especially like the early game Lucian was a bit sus there. They kind of got like a 2-for-0 in the start and stuff like this. Some things are going very wrong very early in the game. But even despite of that, we're still coming back. And I do think if we remove the very early deficits, I think we can be much stronger.
You have been a pillar for EU mid laners. A lot of people are looking up to you. A lot of new pros are looking up to you and they want to face you and they want to beat you. And you were a little bit critical of yourself this year and your performance. What have you worked on personally to develop yourself this year?
I mean, I think for me, I think finding like the right meta approach is always like important, right? Finding out like what champions works for you, and also finding out like what I need from my team. I think specifically like now we had a lot of new players coming in this year, and I need to figure out like to be demanding enough to like say what I need to put myself in a good spot. I need to figure out when I need to help out someone else or when I need to actually just like get my own lead. And I think it took a while. It's also very hard when we are winning a lot, because especially going into winter, we were just winning every game. So it felt okay that a lot of the times I was maybe taking a deficit because we would just like dive them somewhere or we would get advantage other places. But I think we realized at MSI, like we really need to step up everywhere on the map. And I think coming to summer now, we are slowly doing that. And I'm excited for Worlds.
We are too, to see you come back to your big form that you always show us in internationals. Caps, does having your dad's support help at all?
For sure. I mean, I have my dad here today, I have my mom even as well.
You do? Yeah. Shall we call him up? Can we have Caps' dad here with Caps, please?
Yes.
Now, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
You are fantastic, not only at supporting your son, but also at creating tweets. You use the emojis very eloquently. And I have brought a game here that I want to play with you. These are, if you want to pass them to your dad, these are 5 emoji cards. And I want to ask you 3 questions.
Yes.
You can only answer by showing an emoji to this camera over there. Okay?
Yes.
I want to ask you, what did you think of
This is my home field.
Yeah. What did you think of Caps' performance today?
Oh, that's easy.
Oh, that's easy. Okay.
Yeah.
Cute, cute. What would you say to people who do not believe in G2 and Caps?
They don't know anything about League.
Then you mean?
And G2 is going to have to play Excel. How do you think G2 is going to do in this best of 5? That's a difficult one.
Yeah, because I know Excel there, but I think this is...
Okay. Do you have any words about Caps, G2, his performance? You always supporting him?
Right now I'm really satisfied and feeling good, and you just keep up because you are in the right spot, and we're looking forward to the
best of 5s. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it would be something amazing, and this year is it's always a new one, but this year looks. Not thrilling. It looks awesome, and I feel something very good in the end of the summer and going into October, and something really big in the East.
Oh wow, we're talking Worlds maybe? Well, thank you very much, both of you. Congratulations on locking playoffs, of course. We're gonna toss it over to PGL, where Lore is joined by Roman and Isma. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
It looks like it was a parents' weekend here. Thank you so much for the wonderful interview, as always, and welcome to the LEC post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Romain and Isma. How are you guys doing after this game? You showed up, Romain, being like, Okay, we got this one. How much were you guys sweating backstage during the second game?
A lot, especially second game. I mean, we've seen this comp being active a lot in Scrim, and we kind of knew we were going to end up with a win. But a lot of stuff happened, and they played really well. Yeah, it was a banger, as the boys would say.
It is always difficult to know what's going to happen, and you have to be prepared for whatever the opponents are going to come with. And today was the case. I think it was a challenge at different points.
See, you say this, and this is what most of team and us as well actually think whenever G2 is about to play. We don't know what to expect. We don't know what you guys are going to come up with. And I would like you guys to tell me a bit about the preparation coming in today. You were playing yesterday. Having a rough idea of who you were going to be playing against, maybe, but how do you prep from one day to the other on a coaching staff perspective?
It's the same patch, so it's kind of easy because we've been rehearsing the draft a lot, and we've managed to create a really advanced system in a way where we spend a lot of time talking about the game. And I think, like, I believe we have a really, really strong team. We have 5 incredible players, and also everyone is bought into being extremely try-hard and dedicating everything to, theory crafting around the game. Good job to Rodrigo and Dylan to have always the best ideas, and we're really data-driven. So we kind of knew what we were going to play, but yeah, then it comes down to execution, right? And it could be tricky.
You never know. You never know what side of the coin you're going to have with G2 in that sense. But Isma, what is your role actually when it comes to these best of threes? Because of course they need to resent mentally. I remember that when you were with Rogue, working with Hans, he would take a walk around the studio, a run actually around the studio. And what are the players doing? Well, how are you helping them reset between games usually?
I think, like, to be honest, my main job is not necessarily for the best of threes, like the sets themselves, but it's most like preparing them throughout the weeks, how to be adaptable to what's going to happen and what I mentioned before. And I think, like you're saying, the mental part is very important, but as well like the physical part and like what they are eating. So obviously we have a plan already that we've been adapting and improving since the beginning of the year. And I think like it is always a constant reminder and reinforcing them in terms of where the focus should be. So it is like between the games, this is basically what is my role in a sense. So help them to refocus or help them to I don't know, to put their attention in the right place, or even sometimes drink some water, get some snacks. So that's part of my job, to be honest.
Cut on the Red Bull, maybe drink a bit more water. We were just seeing Caps here, and I remember last time we had an interview together, or was it PGL maybe? We were mentioning that you helped Caps a lot actually, because as a player who's been playing for a long time, it's really hard sometimes to break the habits and let's say teach him a routine. What do you think of this improved version of Caps with the new routine and maybe the doors that you've been opening for him?
I think we love it. I think, like, to me, right now, I can see the difference between Caps from January and the Caps from right now. Like, we can see the improvement. And I think, like, this is what makes me proud, to be honest, because he bought into it. Like, he's very, very competitive. So I have to adapt a few of the strategies that we do with him. So he goes to exercise as well, like, on his own sometimes. And I think, like, this is the opportunity for him to develop. He saw it. And I think he's now asking for more and more support. And this is actually what we do. And especially my role or Roman's role, like we are there to support them, to facilitate the day-to-day. And I think he's all in because he knows that he saw some results already.
Romain, anything you want to add on to this in working with Caps and his evolution?
The addition of Isma in 2023 has been incredible for the success of the team because he's bringing a lot of tools, a lot of really good ideas, and it's a system where everyone is buying in. Like, we're not forcing anything on the players. Like, they agree, they pick the tools, they want to push further, and yeah, it's just been really, really good. We're trying to work harder because we're winning right now, so it makes saying the hard stuff easier in a way. And I think the key factor of our success is we just talk. We talk together a lot. Everyone, players with players, players with staff, staff with staff. I think I did the math this morning. We did more than 430 101 since the beginning of the
Wow.
year. So we talk together a lot, and it allows you to flag the tiny problems really early and then to instantly address them. And sometimes you have to say the hard word when the problem are still baby problems. And that's the setup. That's a safe space we're trying to create so everyone can learn and feedback one another constantly. And we have to be harder on ourselves right now because we're winning. And we need to be disciplined. And I wasn't sure after spring, right? Like, we win winter, we start spring, everyone is telling us, you guys are going to win, it's going to be great. We lose, we beat PTSD.
Yeah.
So summer is really, because at the end of the day, we don't need the points. We're already qualified for the next step. So this split is extremely important for us to prove to ourselves that we can be disciplined, because that's not Europe we're interested in. We want to win Worlds. We want to beat the Asian teams. And we have to train as good as possible here. So the moment we step on the international stage, we can show up.
Something I want to follow up on later, how to be the international teams, because that's, of course, what we want to look at on the European perspective. But we always talk about how the staff acts and works with the players. But Isma, I'm interested in knowing how you guys work together, because, I mean, G2 Army is actually an army when you think about the staff around the team. How do you guys interact with each other in this trusting environment that Romain was describing just now?
I think an important aspect is that everyone knows their role.
Yeah.
So Dylan knows his role, Rodrigo, Romain, myself, so we know each other's roles, and I think like we don't try to step on each other's toes, and this is something that happens a lot in other industries or in other teams, organizations. And I think the important that and I feel like I thank Romain on this, because he is, let's say, the one leading a lot of these areas, and I think like it is important to facilitate and enable each other's strengths, and this is the first step. You cannot have that. You cannot interact with the players if in the coaching staff this is not clear, and then we go into the players, and then we have foundations in terms of team environment, foundations into how the attitude is expected from the players, but then as well from us as staff. We are role models for them. So I think this is a very strong aspect on this team. So we expect the players to be reflective, to buy into the one-on-ones. So we have to engage in these things. So our work, or my work at this point, is a lot of try to direct the psychological aspect, but as well the human aspect, and that's why we have established a very action-based sort of approach where we reflect on our values that we established already at the beginning of the year, and we reinforce them or we adapt them for after MSI, and we reflect every day. And this is not an easy. It's not an easy strategy or not an easy skill to have, and I'm so proud of them because. They know they have to reflect. They know they have to be aware of their values and their actions. And now they are like, okay, I know this is coming. So were you brave today? Were you disciplined today? And I think like that's part of helping them to reflect, be aware. And one important thing is to help them to be consistent when things are going well or when things are going not that well, because usually you tend to go sideways. And this is sort of my role, to always keep them on the same path or on the path that we established already.
I think it's really interesting because you know exactly where you want to take the players, you know exactly who's supposed to do what in the coaching staff, but you're still refining your approach constantly and like second guessing yourself. I don't think it's something we often see with teams.
Yeah, and then the 4 coaching staff love their job and just want to do their job. I'm the GM. I don't want to be anything else. Don't want to be head of something. I just want to be GM. Our head analyst loves to be analyst, and Dylan loves to be a coach. He doesn't want to become a player or something. And Isma is an incredible performance coach. So everyone is constantly challenged to dive deeper into their own job and making sure that everyone is involved. So every time, rather than every time we see a mistake, we dive on it. Oh, you're really bad at this. You should never do that again. It's more every time we do something good, we push it. That was incredible. Why? How? How can we recreate it? And everyone has to positively reinforce it. So we turn it into a new tool, and then we can dive deeper. Like, everyone wants to win, but it doesn't mean anything. How do you win? Like, why are you going to win? What are your goals? And the stuff Isma was saying about values is so critical, because usually it makes sense to discuss those things at the beginning of the year, but then you never discuss them again. So the fact that every day we challenge ourselves on our basis helps us a lot, that's for sure. Any
quick words that you can tell me on coming back from MSI? as a European fan and interviewer, I was actually sad that the run ended early, but Worlds is coming, and of course there's some learnings to take from this. So how did you guys come back together? Because it feels like we often talk about the MSI hangover or like coming back from international events being a bit traumatized. It doesn't feel like it was the case for G2. How do we make sure that we don't get stomped at Worlds, Romain?
By playing the game. It sounds easy, right?
Yeah.
But playing the game more. Like, for example, we're lucky to have 5 incredible players who play the game, talk about the game. They are all challengers in solo queue, 1 KLP. We scrim a lot and we take scrim extremely seriously. We pay attention, thanks to Isma, to all the facets around living, like from sleeping to eating to everything. And I believe we're going to beat them by playing the game better. But that means you have to become higher masteries and creativity, as Dylan would say always. And that means spamming the champions a lot and talking, a lot of talking to one another.
I think it's a lot about playing hard, playing more, but as well more efficiently. And I think we have this culture of grinding, but sometimes we don't care, or most of the time in esports, we don't care about, if you want to grind, you as well need to have the right energy, the right amount of effort to actually be able to grind more. In high performance, in sports, in the elite sports is the same. So we are giving them, facilitating them, enable them already the talent that they have, so they can play more, but then at the same time we try to find some balance for them to not fall into burnout or don't fall into the negative stress, because as well people will think, okay, stress is bad, but no, we challenge them for them to get used to it, but then as well we pull them back. So it is a conscious effort for them to be used to it, but then as well regenerate energy, have strategies when they are on their own, for them to be able to play more efficiently.
I think it's such an important topic, and we see it more and more mentioned in esports lately. There's something I want to mention, though, on a more lighter topic. You can see the tweet just now, Romain. We're going to put it full screen for you guys to see, because there's words in the street that G2 usually go to the bathroom as a team, as a unit. And it scares other teams, and I feel like it's the point of all this. Can you talk me through what you guys are doing backstage, and what is this dark magic that G2 is putting here?
Simple fact, we're talking about it right now, proves us it's a win. Like, the goal is the moment we step in the studio, we become a unit, and this unit has to step on stage and they have to fight, and the moment the game starts, it's only 5 players. Let's do everything together, and that means going to the toilet together. And as a matter of fact, in the LEC, the toilet is right in the middle of the pathway between the rest of the LEC and the backstage. So you're going to see everyone. You're going to see other players leaving the toilets, and they're alone. It's easy to gang them in real life.
Oh my
we're just
God.
chilling, we're just chilling, we're talking there, and we're actually nice. We're a team of nice people. We just say hi. We know half of the people here, so we're not really scary. We just...
Unless we turn off the lights.
Yeah, right.
You guys do this?
Caps has an incredible poker face, and yeah, whatever.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So the simple fact, we're talking about it, other teams were talking about it, it's working, it's fun.
Yeah, it
makes us laugh, and the other teams are probably saying, oh my God, they're really stupid. Yeah, but we're having fun. So
We just look after the details. I think the details make a huge difference in the end. So
I love this approach. I know some players are really scared of this, actually, and it is working. In fact, let's focus on the rest of the playoffs and the group stage we have, and take a look at the bracket, shall we, to see the opposition that G2 is going to have next Monday, facing off against Excel. On paper, you guys are supposed to win this one. How will you manage players' expectations so that they don't do a G2, let's say. They don't get too hasty.
Winning.
Don't think about winning.
Don't think about winning. You don't think about losing. You think on the plan. You focus on the patch. You push the patch deeper. You push your champion pool. You push the mastery and the different champions you have. And you need to think, because all the teams in front of us right now are just starving. Like, it's a do or die battle happening right now. We already qualified, so we're chilling. Same for Mad. The rest needs absolutely to win those games. If not, they're on holidays. And it's horrible to be on holidays in League of Legends esports, because that means you're chilling at home. So everyone is going to come for us. So we have to be ready. And it's the moment you focus on winning, things becomes a bit complicated. Just focus on executing the best plan possible. So in the middle of the battle, you just think about the plan. And that's what we're going to work on. Looking forward for all those people.
I think we just challenge them every day for the scrims, for practice. I think we have a very good scrim practice culture, scrim culture. sometimes it's hard to follow, but I think like we make sure that we efficiently practice, we efficiently improve, and make sure that we understand what we're doing. So we say we don't want to lose to win, because that has happened many times. We lose a best of, like for example last split, or even in the first split in winter split, and then like, okay, this create an anger and this create a focus, and we have learned from these things. And I think like from MSI as well, we learned these things, that we don't want to lose to win. We want to make sure that we are prepared for every game. Obviously sometimes you will get a little bit cocky or a little bit like overconfident, but we have addressed these things, and they get to say what they actually think about, and they get to understand, okay, yeah, probably I shouldn't be thinking this way or saying these things, or maybe we can joke about it and have fun, but when the attitude comes into place, it should be switched, it should be different.
It's always valuable to have some insights when it comes to preparation. And on that side, some teams are facing elimination next week. If Fnatic or Team Heretics lose, they will not be able to qualify for the season playoffs. And here, guys, I want to remind you of what's at stake here, because 3 teams are in for now. 3 spots are up for grabs. With Excel locking playoffs, actually, Vitality's chances dropped a lot to 24% of the remaining scenarios. And yeah, as I said, Team Heretics and Fnatic must win next week to have a shot at season finals. If they don't, then it's going to be 7 teams racing for 6 spots. Romain, how do you see things going in that area?
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I don't care too much who's going to win at the end of the day, because I believe every team can be scary. This one is a whole big training for us, because we need to be ready for this incredible best of 5 happening in the middle of August, because this one, if you win, you qualify to both Montpellier and Korea at the same time. And if you lose, and you lose right after, you go home. So it doesn't matter if you had a great year or a bad year. One win pushes you to Montpellier in Korea, but if you lose, it's scary. For what's going to happen right now, it's crazy, right? Like a lot of people can make it, and I believe everyone is really strong right now. I was expecting Fnatic to be a bit stronger, but based on Scream, they looked a bit lost in the sauce, I would say. I'm really happy to see Excel performing. I'm a huge Odo fan, so makes sense. SK, Koi, like, it's cool, it's cool. Must feel really bad for Vitality to be chilling at home and waiting for the tickets, but they have great players, so I think it's like a second chance in a video game, right? If they get it, they're probably going to go really hard on everyone. Looking forward.
It's a tricky format to work around, honestly, but we had some surprises so far in summer. And again, you guys facing off against Excel next week. They want to have the miracle run, so that there's amazing storylines. Honestly, you guys don't want to miss out on the LEC next week. I think that's all for us here. Now we had an action-packed weekend of League of Legends and early week, actually. Guys, thank you so much, Isma and Romain. It's been a pleasure having you here. We're going to take the PGL selfie, actually. For once, I don't have players. That's new. And guys, thank you so much for following the LEC this weekend. We'll be back next week for more best of 3s and the beginning of playoffs on Monday. You had the smile like at school, like just ready for the picture. We'll just take it like this. Thank you guys again. It's been a pleasure having you and having more insights on preparation. And thank you all again for following at home. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye then.
The Hunter's got 2 under his belt, and with blue and red buff on his champion, that will be an easy one to secure it. 3-0 for the top lane. Nah, Marcoon survives. Irrelevance TP in once again behind the teams. Mega Inferno Bomb tagging up Peach. Now it's Irrelevance fighting 2 as Peach is taken down by Surges. Irrelevance, I don't think he knows there's so many members around. Gets caught with the dredge line. He's already sliced. He's looking for the dice, and he's taken out.
Looks a little bit hard. Oh, no, we win.
But it is at the cost of Exekick's life. Now Surge is looking for another one to Patrick. Dashes forward. Perfect execution is not available. Goes gold and he gets the double.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Best of 1, guys. Let's go. Focus, yes.
Finally, Marcoon is going to take the majority of the way mid, so that's still fine. Sergis might catch him as well, actually.
Darkaire's got that flash, got that distortion, is stunned up, is scattered, is taken down. I'm stunned. I don't know.
I need help.
Stage 1, finish. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Help Abe.
I'm coming now.
Look, Jack
my flash.
Stun, trying to force out the ult earlier. Meanwhile, with anti-caps. Oh, he's not respecting the Garen. Makes a lot of sense to see what they can get done here. Root's going to connect, and that's surely got to be an easy kill. Nuke getting cut down by Airy, just flying through the air. Backside as well. BDS have horribly miscalculated on the bottom side. 2 easy kills picked up for 2-2.
Look at this guy. I see you. Hey, looks good, looks good. Looks nice, yeah. Virus for flash. Can you end mid? Can you end mid?
Hey, go on him,
Can you end mid, actually? Nice!
Okay, Ignite now taking Cole back. One shot, but Adam says, I'm going to make it a 1-for-1. Bloodbath under the tower, but Adam has no TP.
I will end no matter what, okay?
Go.
You just suicide. I will end no matter what.
Let's go,
Nice.
we got it. No way.
Nice!
That's a good way to win.